Hello, and welcome. I know we're a week late and it's probably been talked about a million times, but I feel like this should have been paid holding the ball. The tackle does start up and I don't think he's gone down far enough to be a trip. I know the umpire doesn't have the benefit of slow motion replay like we do. We've seen it a million times in slow-mo and from different angles. The umpire doesn't get that luxury. He gets to make the call right then and there. It wasn't a blatantly bad call. It probably was right because the tackle did slip down, but was it far enough to constitute a trip? It was definitely holding the ball before it was a trip, so I don't know. I thought this holding the ball against Isaac Henney was fairly rough from the umpire. I don't think he had a huge amount of time to get rid of the ball. Whether he had the arm free or not, I don't really know. But Isaac Henney was obviously in disagreement with the umpire because he said something, and the umpire said back to him, "Don't you ever speak to me like that again." I thought this call here from the umpire was an absolute doozy. As Hopper gets the ball, he's tackled. He does have one arm free, but as you can see, Newcomb's got hold of that other arm. I don't understand what he's supposed to do here. What is he supposed to do while both his arms are being held? What do you want from him, umpire? I thought this one was fairly odd as well, as the umpire calls a ball up. The ball gets dislodged a little bit, and then one of the North Melbourne players kicks it away. And the umpire says it's a free kick to North Melbourne. And as you can see, the defenders from Essendon are obviously up in arms saying, no, we didn't kick it away. And the umpires do get it right, and they say, no, it wasn't actually kicked out by Essendon, so it's not a free kick against them. But then why is this not a Essendon free kick? Is it because they're defenders, they don't get that luxury? Or did the umpire actually change his mind and say, no, that's not worthy of a free kick? But I think it is. If you've kicked it out after the ball's been stopped, it's the same as throwing it back to the wrong player instead of giving it to the umpire for a ball up. This should have been a free kick for Essendon for me. I thought the umpire missed this one. As you can see, as Murphy Reed's running past, Marshall sticks his legs out and trips him. Now, I've got the luxury of seeing the next week, as in round 9, he actually does this again and he cops another fine. But how many times does this have to happen before the umpires start to pay a 50-metre penalty? It's a professional free to stop the run of play. He does cop a fine for it, but is that enough? I think for something so deliberate like this, where he's been beaten by his opponent, he sticks the leg out to stop him from running on, that should be a free kick and a 50-metre penalty. As Levi Ashcroft and Holman have a little bit of biff between them on the boundary line, Cam Rayner just comes in and says, "Excuse me, I've got to get through to the interchange bench," and just floors him. I feel like the umpires missed this one as well. As Trainer has the ball, the umpire calls play on because he's taken too long to get the ball in, and as Morrison runs towards him, he runs around him further on the boundary line. He's out of play. This should have been a throw-in. I actually have no idea what's going on in Rankin's head in this play here. The umpire calls for a ball up and Rankin's got the ball. He sort of hesitates to give him back the ball, and when he throws it to him, he clearly throws it way over his head and away from the umpire, which just gives a free kick to Carlton. So I don't know what that was about. As the ball gets over the back, Motlop looks like he's going to run onto an easy goal, but I didn't realise that Josh Worrell was actually that fast. He's able to get back to the ball first and knock it through for a behind. That's my defensive play of the week. This goal here by Zerha was pretty awesome. As you see, he breaks through the tackle, runs towards the boundary line and kicks it on the boot, on the right foot nonetheless, and then dribbles through, and it looks like it almost does pick up speed as it dribbles through for a goal. I want you to take a look at how much time's left in the game and the context of it, the score. And Kako has the ball. I know he's a young player, but there's many options. You could handball it to your right, there was a kick to Langford on your right, and there was also a kick to your captain on your left. He just had to drop it in nicely or pass the ball off, and this would have been almost a certain goal for the Bombers. Probably a moment he'd like back again. After Curnow takes a mark just outside the 50-metre mark, he lines up for goal and absolutely launches it. And as you can see, there's two Crows defenders going back to smother the ball. They get a very unlucky bounce, and this actually bounces up and higher, so they're unable to, I guess, smother it through for a behind. That's just the shape of the Sharon sometimes. How's the defensive effort here from the Saints? As you can see, Bolton has the ball and he's running away, and I can't see exactly who that is. I'm not sure if it's Filippo, but he's running away, and eventually just enough pressure on Bolton to misguide the kick, and he kicks it out of bounds on the full. This is another great defensive play that probably went fairly unrecognised. After Simpkin tries to break the tackle from Dersma, he gets the ball knocked out mid-tackle, so it's holding the ball. And then as Dersma has the ball, he tries to fake a couple kicks there from Simpkin, but he's not buying it. And he goes back and actually tackles him again. And then now it's a holding the ball free kick to Simpkin. The old double oddity. This is probably a bad video for the West Coast Eagles. As you can see, Chandler gets the ball, he breaks away from two defenders, and there's another two in the goal square that sort of half don't know whether to go to him or stand on their man, and Chandler's able to break through and just kick a fairly easy goal with not that much defense on him. I feel like this one could have been 50-50, as Ryan did have prior opportunity to get rid of the ball, but was tackled, and the tackle slipped high, but was that because he ducked or not? I'm not entirely sure. This could have gone either way, and I am not envious of the umpires sometimes. After a tackle on the wing, the ball was going to be balled up from the umpire, and as you can see, he stops play, turns the time off, and you can hear him say 14 Fremantle or 14 St Kilda. It's actually Liam Stocker in the end who has to come off for a HIA, so I'm not entirely sure if that is a change of direction from the AFL, who now have control over whether it's HIA or not, or whether it's the clubs, because usually you'd have the runners come out and say, "Nah mate, you need to come off, we need to check your head," but for some reason the umpires actually stopped play and made the players have a HIA. Has that rule changed? I wasn't aware of that. Does anyone know if that's changed where the AFL now have the power to do that? I mean, he did over-exaggerate the contact, but this is clearly two hands in the back and a push. The umpire completely missed this one. In the fourth quarter, with only 5 minutes left, this was a pretty exciting sequence of play after Merritt is able to get the ball because it takes a bad bounce and Comben isn't able to take it. He hands it over to Langford, who runs towards goal and kicks it from just outside the 50, and it looks like it's going to bounce through for a goal, but it just loses speed enough for McDonald to rush it through for a behind. This was pretty exciting, this one. A couple crucial mistakes in the fourth quarter, this one from Darcy Moore. As he goes down to ground, he tries to smack the ball away to get it out from near their goal, their defensive goal, the Cats' offensive goal, and he just doesn't hit it well enough that Henry's able to take the ball and snap an easy goal and put the Cats in front by a point. This doesn't happen too often. Shea Bolton completely shanking the kick. Cooper Sharman was absolutely elite in round 8, and as you can see, he's going back to kick his fourth goal, which he's only ever done once, and this is straight out in front, and somehow he too completely shanks it. At the start, I actually really liked that the umpire didn't pay this a high tackle, because to me it does look like he raises his arm or drops his knees to try and get that high contact. But for me, that should be your prior opportunity. If you're doing that to try and get the umpire to give you a free kick, then that is your prior opportunity. You could have gotten rid of it at that point, but he didn't, and the umpire actually calls it a ball up. I feel like this should have been either a high tackle or a free kick to Sarong. No in-betweens. After there's a ball up, Caldwell just throws it over to his ruckman, and yeah, you can't do that. That's a free kick against. I don't know how many times we've seen this and why the players just continually do this. As Toby Green is lining up for goal, you can see all the hecklers in the crowd just giving him a piece of their mind. And then there's this old fella who's offering him a Dorito. Must have put him off because Toby misses. Hello and welcome to round 10 Oddities. This first clip you can see that Bailey Dale has broken the record for the Western Bulldogs for the most disposals in a single game. He broke it on 48, he did get one more, and it looked like he might have got the next one to make it 50, but unfortunately he ended up on 49. Still a very good effort from him. As we know, the Bulldogs completely obliterated the Bombers, and Riley West just says no thank you sir, as he completely just ragdolls him like a little child or something. At the end of the Crows and Collingwood game, there's actually a free kick which is paid to Isaac Rankin for a high, and Nick Dacos goes towards Rankin and gives away a 50-metre penalty. It doesn't matter because the Pies are going to win regardless of what happens next. They actually start playing the team song of the Pies before the kick is taken, probably because if that kick was taken where it was, there's no chance of him scoring, but it's a 50-metre penalty, so midway through, well, at the start of the song, they actually play it and then stop it. He takes his kick, doesn't score, and then they restart the song yet again. There are multiple umpires here in this vicinity, and you can see that as Luke Parker kicks the ball, it actually comes off the leg of the defender of Richmond and bounces out of play. The umpire clearly hasn't seen it and he's paid insufficient attempt, but this is just such a bad call. You can clearly see it changes direction, and there's 4 umpires in that vicinity. I thought this one here was another good example of possibly why the umpires should be able to ask the question if they can go to the replay, not issued by the players but the umpires themselves. There's 2 umpires who are right there, boundary umpire and a field umpire, and both of them don't really know what happened, and because they appealed that the Sydney get the free kick. But you're watching the replay, you can clearly see that it hits McGovern's foot and then bounces down towards the ground before going out. But there's no way for the umpires to actually go back and watch the replay or anything like that, so they have to make the call. So it's probably not entirely on the umpires, and we don't want to delay the game for any longer than it has to be, but it has to be better than this. Walter from the Suns has taken an absolute screamer. This one here is definitely a contender for Mark of the Year. I actually have absolutely no idea what Charlie Curnow was trying to achieve here. As you can see, he takes a mark inside the forward 50, and as he goes towards goal, he changes his mind whether he's going to kick a drop punt or try and go around the body or something. He clearly doesn't trick the defender and has to run around and take a shot at goal. Makes it look really awkward, and in the end he actually just scores a behind. In the end, Holman still gets the free kick. I thought the umpire gave Battle heaps of time to dispose of the ball. Mid-tackle, he just sort of throws it up and luckily gets a boot to it. The umpire actually pays insufficient intent in the end, but this has to be holding the ball, right? I thought that Tim English was very smart in this situation here. Most players would try to get to their feet and try and kick through a goal, but sometimes you've got a defender who's right there, or someone that you don't know is behind you, is bearing down, probably going to tackle you or push you over the line. He does this team thing and he pushes it back, and then Libba's able to kick the goal. This is a really good team goal in the end. Yes, first of all, I am a Crows fan, so take this with a grain of salt, but you can see that Wayne Miller does get a handball to this in the replay. The umpire who's actually paid this is behind Miller, so there's no chance that he's able to see this. The umpire that is closest and the umpire who's downfield don't call this because they've probably seen that it is a handball, but the one who's further back behind Miller, the only one who doesn't actually have vision of Miller's handball, potential handball, is the one who makes the call. This is just an absolute stinker and leads towards a Collingwood goal. I thought this score review was a little funny, mostly because the umpire couldn't see it, so you got to give him the benefit of the doubt. He can't actually make the call whether it went through or not, but watching the replay, it's clearly a goal, and it just looks a little bit funny that Ned Reeves is trying to spoil this, and he is a million miles off. This could have been an awesome play here by Campbell as he gets the ball inside the centre square. He's able to burst through. His defender is not able to keep up with him. Lynch gets the ball back to him, and for some reason Campbell, it looks like he changes his mind how he's going to kick the ball. Ends up pretty well shanking it, and he's actually very lucky that he even scored a single point for this. Sometimes you don't have to do all the flashy stuff. You just have to kick the bloody goal. Might be too early to say, but this kid Dempsey is going to be someone who is absolutely awesome. I'd be surprised if he doesn't score some sort of points on the weekend in the Brownlow votes. While he didn't have a huge amount of stats, but he did score quite a few. I think he scored a couple goals, and I think it was his third quarter where he just completely tore Porter apart. They were just not able to keep up with him. I really like the way that he plays, where he starts on the wing and then runs forward almost immediately once they've cleared the ball. And people who just don't have that stamina like he does are going to have a really big problem against him. He's probably one of those wingers who scores goals, which is fairly rare. So it's very exciting to watch this kid grow up and play some awesome footy. Initially, looking at this replay, you think it would be a free to Pendlebury. Watching the replay, it does make sense that it goes to Zach Taylor. But just look at Pendle's face. He cannot believe that he doesn't get a free kick here. I thought this chase here from Joe Richards, the much smaller man, was awesome. He chases down Mark O'Connor and tackles him down to the ground, and you can just see that he's furious with the tackle, where he just holds him in and doesn't let him get that handball away and gets paid a free kick. So very well done to him. That is my defensive play of the week. This steal here from Ryan was absolutely awesome. As you can see, it looks like the Saints are scrambling to get the ball out of their defensive 50, and as Ryan runs past, he's able to just pick the ball straight out of his hands and it goes through, kicks a goal. What's a week at the footy without Harry McKay shanking the kick completely? There's clearly something going on between Andrews and Melksham. They were going at each other all day, and there was that water bottle incident which you can find on Reddit. But this here, it's clearly a push. 2 hands in the back. He's pushed Andrews out. Melksham doesn't agree with it, and as he's told to give the ball back, you can see he's a little bit aggressive to the umpire, but he just throws the ball back straight at Andrews. And this is an easy 50-metre penalty. I have no idea what he's thinking at this point. He's clearly frustrated, but you've just cost your team. Riley West was just the dad of Essendon on the weekend. As you see, he lays this really nice tackle, and most players would just stop there and wait for the umpire to call not holding the ball or ball up, whatever it might be. But he doesn't agree with that. He just picks the ball up and kicks a goal. That's just a player who's willing to persist with the play. While it wasn't really raining, it was extremely wet and slippery at Adelaide Oval on the weekend. And as you can see, several players fall over, one being Tyson Stengel, who probably doesn't do this too often, and he's used to playing at Adelaide Oval. And yeah, I just thought it was a little bit funny that so many players were slipping over. After a bad handball leads to a turnover, you can see Riley West is on the ground, and he just completely throws this to Norton. There's no way he got a hand to this. This is a throw. In a marking contest, Broad goes for the ball and Bolter sort of stays down, but he's looking at that backup, and as he falls down, it actually makes it look like he's tackled his own teammate. As the ball goes inside the Brisbane Lions forward 50, you can see that the ball actually takes a really awkward bounce, and right at the last second, Gardner's able to push his defender out, grab the ball and kick a goal. He's got to be stronger than that. I thought this was another umpiring doozy, at least in my opinion. The commentators were on the same boat that watching this live, it actually looks like it should have been Scrimshaw's free, and then watching the replay, it could have gone either way, to be totally honest, but I thought that Scrimshaw one was a little bit more obvious, especially where the umpire was standing. But in the end, Long's kick, and he goes through, kicks a goal. Anyway, that's it for this week. Thank you so much for watching. If you'd like to watch more of these, do subscribe. It pushes out the notification so you can watch all the videos that I release. If you haven't, please click like, leave a comment. It helps the algorithm push this out to other people. And yeah, thanks for watching. For the first, threatening that they were going to make that miraculous comeback against the Bombers. And as you can see, Corey Warner is able to get the ball, and Redmond just holds him up long enough that his teammate Dersma comes in and lays the nice bump / tackle to get him over the goal line and through for a point. This was a great defensive play by Redmond, but also great teamwork from Dersma. This back with the flight of the ball, it's not as dramatic as some others that we see, but Mark Keane from the Crows is able to take the mark. I reckon this is the first double oddity of the week. As you can see, Cozzy Pickett is clearly tripped. You can see it on the broadcast, and the umpire is not that far away, somehow didn't pay the trip. And then James Sicily just throws the ball up to himself to gain possession around the goalpost to not run it through for a behind. Really not sure why the umpire didn't pay a free kick to Cozzy Pickett there. I thought he was in alright position that he was able to see the trip. Otherwise, Cozzy Pickett was just going to run into an open goal. In the fourth quarter, a centre bounce and the Crows get possession. Dawson kicks the ball inside the forward 50. And I feel like Burton's actually done pretty well here to, I guess, stop Fogarty from taking the mark. And he's done enough to not give away the free, but also make sure that Fogarty doesn't mark it. But in the end, it doesn't matter because Isaac Rankin is there and he just soccers it straight off the ground through for a very nice, quick goal. It's good to see that Eddie Betts has still got it. He can still clunk the mark. I thought that the tap here from Delata was really clever. You don't see him, he won't get a stat for this. There's not really much. He'll get a score involvement, but there's not so much as a stat for a tap like this. But it's just extremely clever, especially for someone so young and newish to the game, I guess at the professional level, that a lot of players would just grab this out of the contest and then get tackled and it's a ball up. But he's done the smart thing, tap it onto your teammate who you know is running behind you and it leads towards a goal. So yeah, hopefully he gets recognised for that sort of effort inside the club. As the ball goes inside Port Power's forward 50, there's a few Crows that fumble the ball. No one's able to really get to the ball and clear it out. And then enter Jason Horne-Francis, who's able to just bounce off his defender there, grab the ball, running away from the goal, just puts it on the boot and it goes through for a very nice goal. After this big collision between Blakey and Merritt, it's actually good to see, refreshing to see, that the AFL have used the common sense. The match review officer actually said that Merritt was making a genuine attempt at the ball and that his actions did not constitute a breach of duty of care that he owed to Blakey. So it's very good to see that they actually used their brain for once and he didn't get suspended for this. I do think it's an action trying to win the footy. I don't think there's any malice in it. It's just unfortunate that that contact did happen. As Sam Powell-Pepper is running towards the goal, he takes a shot at goal and he just needs a very lucky bounce because this looks like it's going through for a point or possibly even hitting the goalpost. He gets the perfect angle bounce on it so it goes through for a goal, but not only that, it actually bounces up higher so Hinge isn't able to smother the ball or rush it through from behind rather. As the ball is thrown inside GWS forward 50, you can see that Neil's in the ruck, and as he punches the ball, you can see he's put his hands on his head. He knows straight away that he's made a mistake there, that he's just made too good of a contact and hit the ball out of bounds on the full, which is a free kick to GWS. And then Tom Green says thank you very much. He actually goes back and slots a very nice goal. As the umpire has bounced the ball up, the ball actually must have had a little bit of spin on it because both ruckmen are unable to get to the ball, and before it bounces, Cripps is running through looking for the tap but just misjudges where the ball's going to go. He's trying to run past to get the tap from his ruckman, but unfortunately the ball hasn't actually bounced and it hits Cripps on the way down, so that is a free kick to the Saints. How's that for an oddity? He's not the first and he definitely won't be the last to miss a shot at goal which could win your team the game. There was no scores after this, so if he kicked this then it's most likely that this would have been the winning kick. You can see it through the hips as Blitzars kicks the ball. He does hook his hips out to the left, which eventually the ball hits the the goalpost and gives them a point, and they end up losing by 4. I thought this was a quick little funny one. As Cherry kicks the ball, he loses his boot. Always love to see a good Falcon. As Caminiti is going for a mark on the ball, he misjudges it. He's not able to really get his hands on it and just slips through his fingers and donks him straight on the head. And thank you very much to the Fox Footy, the AFL, for having so many different angles of this, because we at home really do love a Falcon. I'm sure that Francis would love to have his time back as Reid isn't able to secure the mark. He drops down and Francis takes the ball. He runs around his defender and then is in the open goal. He's just got to kick it. And somehow he's completely missed this one. I just don't even know what to say. Sometimes Francis is really good and sometimes he does stuff like this. This one here was another double oddity for me. As you can see, Thilthorpe tries to handball it out and somehow just completely mungs it. You can see the way that he's handballed it. It just looks really awkward too. This ends up being a turnover and then Dawson looks like he lays a tackle. It could be a bump so the umpire doesn't pay it. And then eventually gives a high free kick to Ollie Wines. After Trainer took a mark just outside his 50, he went down to ground fairly easily. I think he was looking for the 50-metre penalty. The umpire was having none of it, but trainer was making sure he kept an eye on his defender. And while he wasn't watching, he popped up and it goes through. It looks like he kicks the goal, and commentators say it's a goal, but it's not. It's actually hit the post. As Jeremy Howe has the ball, he eventually kicks it forward to a marking contest. And Cameron and Jackson have a chance at marking the ball. They both look like they've got hands on it, and usually you're supposed to pay the umpire. The umpire's supposed to pay man in front. For some reason, the mark was paid to Luke Jackson. Do you think that was the right call? In the marking contest in the forward line for the Pies, the ball eventually comes down to the ground. Mason Cox looks like he has a chance at marking the ball, comes down to ground, and he actually kicks it. But watch the way that he's kicked it. He's actually sort of flicked this off the boot. If this was a kick with his right boot, it's probably going out of bounds on the full, or a point at best. But as he's kicked it, he sort of used his ankle to flick the ball, and it eventually goes through for a goal. So this was actually a pretty good goal in my opinion. I think Owens would want this back. After there's a turnover, the Saints are able to get the ball, and there's three of them there running towards goal. Owens takes a shot at goal, but he just doesn't really flush it that well. And it's just a soft little kick, I guess, at the umpire's feet. But there's a defender there who's able to take the mark and stop the goal. In the fourth quarter, the Swans were really trying to make the comeback to beat the Bombers. And as you can see, there is another three players here who have a chance to take a shot at goal. McInerney has the ball, and for some reason, he's just completely shanked it. He has so much more time. He's got other options to pass to teammates. And it basically just kicks it into his defender, who's able to smother it, spoil it, and it goes through for a point. Particularly in this game, the Swans were very hard to watch. And that's it for this video. Thank you so much. My computer is back up and running, so this is round 9. Hopefully we're all systems go for the next round. Really want to thank you for everyone who does watch every week. If you are new to the channel, leave a like, subscribe. I'm trying to get to 20,000 subscribers by the end of the season. It's probably not going to happen at this rate, so I really need you guys to subscribe if you want more of this content. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to round 11 oddities. In this first clip you can see that Berry collects the ball, he actually fends off Harley Reid and then gets tackled by another player and get taken down to the ground, and somehow this wasn't paid holding the ball. I guess the umpire just gave up because of the score and how much time was left. Just put the whistle away, I guess. I think this one will be quite interesting to see what the AFL and what Fremantle are able to do. As you can see, Pearce here cleans up DBJ, but he looks like he has eyes for the ball for majority of the time. It's pretty much only the last second that he looks away and looks at the player and then makes contact. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. He has been given a suspension, but the club are looking like they're going to challenge this. And I mean, you can run it in slow-mo all you want. Life doesn't happen in slow-mo. And I think he will get suspended purely from the outcome, which I don't agree with. Should be the incident. Whether he did change his eyes, his contact where he was going to be looking at the ball, where he's going. Did he look away and not contest the ball? Did he look at the man to try and take him out? It's hard to say. It happens so fast in real life. What do you think? Leave a comment below if you think Alex Pearce should be suspended for this or not. In the Dreamtime at the G game, you can see in the first quarter, the ball comes down to the ground. Tim Taranto gets the ball and he takes a shot at goal, or whether he's trying to centre it. It's a little hard to say, but you can see that he connects with it very nicely. It goes through for a goal. And just watch his reaction. He actually looks and he can't believe that he's kicked a goal. He goes, oh wow. I mean, whether this was a throw or not, this play here by the Suns could have been a team goal of the year. As you can see, there's several players that keep the ball in and just keep moving it along until Humphrey isn't able to pass the ball, or I'm not sure what he's trying to do here. You just got to handball that off, and then it could have led to an awesome team goal. So we go from a almost team goal to a brilliant single play here. As you can see, Holmes gets the ball on the wing and he takes 3 bounces, and there's a defender chasing after him. It's Harms, who's not able to keep up, As we know, Holmes is an excellent runner, and no one from the forward line comes to him. I guess if they do, then he can pass the ball off. No one comes to him until it's too late, and he kicks it from inside the 50, and it goes through for a brilliant individual goal. This is very hard to do after you've run so far. He would be absolutely buggered. I don't like to criticise individual players too often here, but LDU has so many options. He can kick it out to the wing, he can handball it to his teammate who's right there. Instead, he tries to go for the meterage. I think I've noticed this recently with a few players that they try to kick it long, whether they are trying to get that long meterage count total in the game. I've seen quite a few players do that recently where instead of trying to hit a teammate, they're just trying to kick it 50 metres to get that onto their stats. At least that's my opinion. Anyway, going back to this clip, you can see that he turns it over and Collingwood are very easily able to hurt them back from this. I thought this was a very selfish play, and he's got to do better than that, surely. I thought this one here was an excellent bump. It's towing the line. If he goes a little bit too hard, he could be looking at weeks off here, but the Evans and Simpson bump here is exactly what you're supposed to be doing, is right at the last minute, turn your body sideways. Unfortunately, Simpson came off second best, and it looks like he's done his AC joint there. As he runs off, you can see there's that little disjoint, as you can see when that happens, and unfortunately he's going to miss a bit of time. But well done to two young players who just are going very hard at the footy. The coaches love this stuff, and I guess we love it too as spectators. What do you think about this mark here? Do you reckon he held it long enough? I've seen many key forwards with a bit more notable names do less than this and get paid a mark. What do you think? I think there should have been a mark. This one here, I don't actually agree with the umpire's decision. I feel like Alex Neil-Bullen did something very smart here. As Sandy Brock is running towards the boundary line, usually your defender will tackle you over the line and then cause a throw-in. But as you can see here, Alex Neil-Bullen doesn't actually tackle. He just puts his arms out to allow Brock to bump off his chest, and then he goes out of bounds. I think the umpire's made a mistake here. I think this should be insufficient intent. He hasn't been tackled over the line. He's just walked over the line. For me, that should have been paid insufficient intent. What do you think? The comment of the week goes to Lenza142, who showed me this clip. As you can see, Harris Andrews gets the ball and he just absolutely winds up with the handball and then just handballs at 35 metres. I wish we saw more of this in the game. You've got to love a massive handball. I kind of hate this from the commentator sometimes. Dunstall says that he's going for the ball and he's accidentally clipped him in the ear with his elbow, and he said that before he saw the replay, and as he sees the replay he sort of laughs. I know he's being a bit tongue-in-cheek and yeah, I guess trying to be funny, but this is clearly not an attempt at the ball. Just say you got it wrong and just say, oh, actually, no, he didn't go for the ball at all and he just hit him in the back of the head. Just own it, mate. I thought the umpires had a doozy with this one as well. As you can see, it's the first quarter, so you can't blame fatigue for this one, for a skill error, but it is wet. It was very wet. He tried to kick it to a teammate and accidentally kicked it too hard and it goes over his teammate's head. Bounces out, and the umpires paid this insufficient intent. I don't feel like this is that. I don't think that's the right call. I feel like he's just missed the kick. It's just a poor skill error. For me, that shouldn't have been a free kick. I thought this goal here by Jeremy Cameron was also very nice. The pressure in the first quarter from Geelong and Western Bulldogs was so immense that all players were starting to make some massive mistakes. You can see this one, you could almost play the Benny Hill music because it is just an absolute circus. After the ball's thrown in, the North Melbourne's forward 50, you can see Jerry takes possession and it almost looks like he's looking for a handball, trying to give it to someone. No one comes to him and none of the defenders try to tackle him, so he just chucks it on the boot and it goes through for an awesome goal. At the start, I actually thought this looked really bad from Keys. I thought he could be in a bit of trouble here for taking out the defender's legs. But watching the replay, he actually gets bumped from his defender. And yeah, nothing more to see. I thought this marking contest here and the call from the umpire was completely ridiculous. He obviously doesn't have the second angle that we do. But you can see Hardwick has almost no control over the ball in the first instance, and you watch the replay and he's barely even touched it. Ainsworth has taken a very good mark over the top, but unfortunately the mark was paid to Hardwick because he was the man in front. I thought overall Norton had a fairly stinker of a game, but he kicks a goal here purely because he's fallen over onto the ground, and during the marking contest he's not there. He's able to bobble up and get the ball and kick a goal. Sometimes it's better if he doesn't fly, I guess. This call could have gone either way. Unfortunately, Clayton Oliver has jumped up as he sort of tackled, and then it causes his tackle to be high and Chad Warner gets the free kick, but it's also a high fend off, so the umpire could have picked either one, and you can see Chad Warner just has a little smile. He knows he got away with one. After Dawson kicks the ball inside the forward 50 for the Crows, you can see there's a downfield free kick. So Pedler has the ball and Alex Neil-Bullen runs over the top, so he tries to get the handball over to him for an easy goal. The umpire says no. He goes back on his mark and he tries to handball the ball again so he can get someone else a goal, and the umpire also says no. Is there a specific rule around why he's not able to take advantage and play on here? A handball is continuing the play. It's a play on call, so why is the umpire not allowing this? I don't know. Anyway, that's it for this week. A little bit shorter video. Thank you again for watching. If you made it all the way to the end of the video, today's secret word is eagle. And if you're new to the channel, please do subscribe. I'm trying to get 20,000 subscribers by the end of the season. It's not going to happen at this rate, so I do need you to subscribe. If you're already subscribed, leave a like, leave a comment. It helps out the algorithm to push this out to more people so we can grow this community. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to round 22 Oddities. Unfortunately this week I'm not going to be able to talk as much as I usually do, which might save your ears a little bit, but I have come down sick yet again. I just can't seem to get over this sickness, and when I do, something else happens and I get sick again. Anyway, in this first clip, I'm not sure if the umpire is called Mollison, but I did see that, I don't know, I don't like to say that umpires are biased, but I felt like the Bombers did get a fairly rough run when he was umpiring there. As you can see, Cameron makes the first contact with Redmond. Redmond only has eyes for the ball, and the umpire pays this. Last week we saw one between Sicily and Taylor Walker, which I said well done to the umpire for not paying that. Here, all he has is eyes for the ball. Cameron initiates the contact, and he is the one who gets paid the free kick. This is an absolute blinder from the umpire. The Demons made an almighty push at the end of the game to try and win it, and how is this mark here from Darcy to save the game?
Richards down to English. English is just going to throw it on the boot. It's an up and under. He plays on. He goes short out to English.
It was a very physical game between the Hawks and the Pies, and as you can see here, in the first minute, Howe was knocked out. I don't think it was dirty at all. This was just an unfortunate incident where two players ran into each other. Jeremy Howe, very unfortunate. He was knocked out before he even hit the ground, and this one just really hurts to see. You just hate to see any player cop this sort of injury. How's this for a double oddity? Bond gets called for holding the ball. He tries to evade the defender and can't get around him. In the end, Cole gets the free kick. He goes back and he puts his hand up. You can see he's shooting his eyes from the sun. The umpire actually calls play on because I think Cole went off the mark, which was probably a bit contentious. But anyway, Cummings sees that and he runs straight at him. And Cole's looking down the field trying to block his eyes from the sun. He doesn't see Cumming right there, holding the ball again. Ben King could get Mark of the Year. This one was extremely impressive. This one here could almost be its own video. Dylan Schill actually pushes Mark O'Connor from the Cats under the ball, which then actually hurts his teammate. As you can see, this could be extremely dangerous. If he fell, same as this, he could have broken his neck, his back, possibly could have even killed him. I know that's probably fairly extreme for most viewers, but these sorts of things, you just don't play around with the neck and the back. and the AFL has actually given him a 1-match suspension for, in the end, injuring his teammate. The AFL trying to stamp out that action of, in a marking contest, pushing someone on the hips to push them under the ball, which can lead to injury. So that's quite interesting. I think that is the first case where a player has ball from a very similar position. That is the definition of oddity. Wanganeen Miller was again pretty good on the weekend. The first half he was very quiet, but was able to break free from that tag a little bit later in the game. And this goal here, which was probably one of his first possessions of the footy, ends up kicking the ball and it takes the perfect bounce and goes through for a very nice goal. This one here was also very strange as the Saints try to get the ball away. Prestia puts his foot out, it goes out of bounds on the full, and as they're running back, Rowan Marshall, the ruckman for Saints, actually goes up to McIntosh and pulls his headband off, and the umpire pays a free kick for that. After Roberts takes the mark, he goes back and the umpire eventually calls play on, and he actually just kicks it straight into the man on the mark, which is Manor. He handballs over the top, but Tyson Stengel is unable to make them pay. Not too sure how the umpire didn't pay this 50 metres after Georgiades takes the mark and Pearce just punches the ball away. It's well after the mark. The umpire usually pays this, but for some reason they didn't. I think Campbell Chesser would like to revisit this situation after not trying to tackle Fogarty. He just bounces off of him and Fogarty ends up kicking a goal. This had to be a tackle instead of a bump to tackle Fogarty. Would have been holding the ball. He decided to bump. He lost. Fogarty kicks a goal. Do you think Bolter should have been paid a mark here? I think yes. I'm glad the umpire didn't pay a free kick for this after you see Josh Dacos jumps in the air, Nash grabs him, he goes to tackle, he actually lets go of him instead of driving him into the ground. That could have been a lot worse, and you can hear the umpire say no, he actually protected him, which I agree with, so well done to the umpire. I thought this one was a little bit strange, and why there wasn't a score review for this after they pretty much score review everything. DeGoey goes for a kick at goal, he doesn't quite make the distance. Looks like the way the Hawks defenders are acting, looks like the ball's gone over. Membry gets the ball and kicks a goal in the end, but the umpire actually signals that this has hit the post, so I don't know how he's seen that or if he's got any sort of support from the bunker, but yeah, what do you think about this one? How's the call out here from Roo? Right from the start he says Murphy Reid and ends up going through, and Murphy Reid kicks a very nice goal. After Close takes a mark, which may or may not have been 50 metres, he played on anyway, kicks towards goal, doesn't quite have the distance, and then Nevitt just steals the ball and unfortunately kicks the ball into the point post. This would have been a very nice steal and goal. After the ball goes out of bounds on the full, you can see the boundary umpire is absolutely confused. What is he doing here? He doesn't know where the mark is or whose free kick it is. He's just wandering around like a headless chook. After Toby kicks the ball inside the forward 50, Cadman takes the mark and then he just handballs to someone out of screen, and I thought, what is he doing? He goes to Callum Brown, who makes it harder for him. He has to evade 2 defenders before he can take a shot at goal. I didn't know that Guthrie had this speed in him. Well done. The Hawks dropped an absolute sitter here for this one. Newcomb handballs the ball over to Chol. It's a little bit too far for him to get the ball and take control. It's down on the ground, he takes a shot, unfortunately goes through for a point. Is this one not holding the ball? Is he not getting tackled while he bounces the ball? Not sure if he sticks the tackle enough for the umpire to call this, but it's probably holding the ball. I think the umpire's got this one wrong. Berry definitely ducks. He knows the contact's coming, so he ducks and then gets paid a high free kick. He's initiated that high contact. I think the umpire should just leave that and probably called holding the ball because he's the one who's initiated the high contact. I just don't like this players ducking for the free kick. I hate it. Pay holding the ball for me. Just like this one, I think this is the right call from the umpire. After the player initiates the high contact, gets tackled, that's your prior opportunity, holding the ball. I think Dudley's given away one of the most obvious 50-metre penalties in AFL history. The old commentator's curse got Fogarty here. He says he's a very reliable kick and he can almost put it in your book, and he proceeds to miss. Big Darcy the ruckman almost forgot which way he's going right there at the end of the game. The way this ball tumbled must have been pretty odd for the defenders. As you can see, it gets past quite a few of them, and Bailey Fritsch is able to run on and kick a goal. After the ball spills out the back, McNeil takes a quick shot at goal. He actually misses, just complete airy, but he has enough time to pick the ball up and actually kick a goal this time. Melksham used the body very nicely and was able to control the ball and take a very nice mark in the end. This goal by Jack Lukosius was some individual brilliance.
Little knockdown was clever. Ducks out of one. Oh, he faked him. He mesmerised them all. Jack Lukosius.
This steal and eventual goal by Caleb Serong was pretty awesome, and to top it off, he bangs it from 50. You don't have that much time when Maurice Rioli is on scene. You better watch out. That's it for this week. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully I'm better next week. The code for this week is BOTTLE, as in water bottle. Leave that in the comment below. Let's see how creative you can get. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to Oddities for the 2025 season. This is the opening round, and what a disappointing round it was at the start, mainly because of Cyclone Alfred, but then also the scoreboard. I don't know what they were thinking. I think everyone else has already made comments on this, but it just totally looks like American sort of sports. It's way too big in my opinion. They just need to make this way smaller. Anyway, let's get straight into the video. In this first clip, you can see that even though the game is completely won, Toby Green still shows that captain's effort to run down Membry, and he's unable to kick his first goal for the Pies. This was an easy goal, but well done to Toby Green for saving it. This play from Eamon was pretty impressive. As you can see, he tries to sidestep the defender and he fumbles the ball, somehow able to get the handball off, get it back, and goes through and kicks the goal. It's a pretty good team effort and even better individual effort, really. I guess we knew it wasn't going to take very long to get the very first Falcon of the year. As you can see, completely misses this mark and just comes straight off his noggin. Probably two things for this clip here. As you can see, after the mark is taken, there's a slight swipe down and the umpires paid this 50 metres. I thought this sort of set precedent for the game that there was going to be a lot of 50 metres. There was one that wasn't too long after this, which was also paid, and then they sort of just stopped it completely. Do you think this one is worth a 50 metre penalty? I don't think there's enough to make a 50 metre penalty for this one. And well done to you if you had this on your bingo card for Sam Taylor to kick the first goal for GWS. He's only ever kicked one goal before this, so yeah, there was no chance anyone picked that, surely. Toby just doing Toby things. After he gets a free kick for a high tackle, you can see that he lines up Schultz and knocks him down. Who's in the wrong here? I mean, Schultz probably shouldn't have been that close to the defender, but you can see Toby Green is actually, he eyes in and he actually braces for impact and tries to hit him. So what do you think? Should this been a reversal or a 50 metre or nothing like the umpire paid? What do you reckon? I thought this kick by Blakey was pretty impressive. In the wet, you can see that he gets to see the physicality of our game. This all started with a very nice little spin move there by Meek, and the ball gets passed around by the Hawks very cleanly, I might add. And then this kick by D'Ambrosio to get it inside the 50, just a short little spear pass straight back to Meek, who goes back and kicks the goal. A very nice team play there by the Hawks. After Frost came on for the sub, he gets the ball. This is his first disposal, and he goes to kick it outside of their defensive 50, and he just completely scrubs it across the ground. This was probably one of the worst kicks of his entire career. I think he was just a little bit too casual with this, and as you can see, it's an absolute stinker. After Heaney gets the free kick, you can see that he pushes Meek, and then Meek pushes him back, but he pushes him so hard that he actually pushes him into Warple as well, and their heads collide. A little bit of friendly fire there. From the other video we saw a little bit earlier with Sam Taylor, who ended up kicking the goal here, I thought this was a professional foul, as they call it in other sports, from Himmelberg. He clearly holds up. He's not in the contest, so he shouldn't be able to touch Jamie Elliott and let alone tackle him to the ground. Feel like the umpire missed this one. Feel like it should have been a free kick, a 50-metre penalty rather, to Jamie Elliott. What do you think? As Jeremy Howe goes back with the flight of the ball to try and spoil it or mark it, you can actually see here on the replay that he gets taken out by his teammate, and the way he folds, I was quite surprised they didn't try and take him off a little bit earlier. He went down to the club rooms to get checked, but was able to come back. The way he sort of folded definitely looked like he was possibly knocked out. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. I think the Pies probably should have pulled the pin on him. And I'd be interested to know what your opinions are on this one. I feel like this probably should have been played on. I think the umpires got it right for this one. Cadman marks the ball, and a little bit after that, Jeremy Howe punches it out. Do you think he controlled the ball enough to be considered a mark, or is this a clean spoil? I think he was still in the air. He didn't have enough time to, I guess, control the ball and come down to the ground with it. Not that you have to come down to the ground to be considered a mark. In my opinion, I think this was the right call. What do you think? Should have this been a mark or play on? After the ball goes inside the forward 50 for the Pies, the ball dribbles away from Brody Myercheck, and I think he was a little bit frustrated and sort of stumbles over his feet a little bit, and he kicks the ball and it goes under the stands. So you wouldn't have been able to go and get this ball until after they've taken those stands out. It looks like they're temporary because they're sitting on blocks. But yeah, that ball was long gone. As the ball goes inside the Hawks forward 50, you can see that it comes to ground and Sheldrick goes to kick the ball. He gets a slight push in the back, which means he misses the ball. He's unable to kick it, and then Will Day comes through and kicks the goal off the ground. He probably would have preferred to go to ground and just knock it out, or just, yeah, try and get it out of the danger zone, but unfortunately he missed and Will Day capitalised. When the game is this close, James Sicily has marked the ball 10 metres out. 15 at absolute most, and as you can see, he half plays on like he's got a handball over the top. The defender comes to him, and this is pouring down with rain. You just need to go back and kick this one through. Luckily, the Hawks don't stuff it up, but in such a close game, oh, come on, man, don't do that, giving everyone a heart attack. And that's it this week. I hope everyone in Queensland is safe. Hopefully next week we'll have a much better round of footy. Only 2 games on, so it was a little bit slow. This video is not too bad length in the end, but hopefully next week we'll have a even bigger video to bring to you. And thank you for watching, and I guess the code word for this week's video is super. Can you put super in the comment below, and let's see how creative you can get. Thanks again for watching, guys. See you next week. Hello and welcome to finals round 2 of the 2025 AFL season. Unfortunately, my Crows are knocked out. That was the first time that someone has been minor premiers and got knocked out in straight sets for quite some time. Very disappointing to see, but anyway, hopefully they'll be better next year. Not a very long video today, but in this first clip you can see that a free kick is paid to the Brisbane Lions, and the umpire waits to blow his whistle to say whether he has to bring it back or play on advantage. Brisbane Lions clearly have advantage, and for some reason the umpire decides right at the last minute when Bailey's got it and there's no one around him to call it back and say that there's been no advantage. I feel like you got to let this one go. I'm sure both Bailey and the Brisbane Lions fans were pretty upset with this call here from the umpire, but anyway, let's move on. How was this goal here from the little wizard? You can see that he gets the ball and he's running towards the boundary and he takes a shot on the right boot, and for this to go through, that is a incredibly hard kick, and you can see him just turn to the crowd and I think he says, "Now what? Now what?" That's probably goal of the week and possibly even goal of the final series so far. That's a very incredibly hard kick to do and he's just absolutely nailed it. Charlie Cameron had a night to forget. As you can see, he's had a couple chances at this. Big O takes the decision and try and take the shot at goal. He doesn't get it. It's smothered. It comes down to Charlie. He has a shot at goal and he kicks it straight into the post. You can see he puts his hands up like, oh my god, who put that post there? The old crow throw was back on the weekend, and some of them a little bit more obvious than others. This one, how do you not pay a free kick for this? The Crows had to bring this sort of pressure for pretty much the whole game, and unfortunately it came out of two guys who aren't as big notable players at Crows, of Keys and Pedlar. You can see Hawks had multiple chances to get this over the line. They didn't. Keys keeps it in, and then Pedlar takes a very nice tackle. You can see he's allowing that one arm free for Jaff to kick the ball or dispose of it. He doesn't. Gets paid for holding the ball, and Pedlar goes back and kicks a goal. Would have been great to see a lot of the other players from Crows to bring this sort of pressure and this attitude towards the game. How's this mark from Ty Gallop? It actually looks like he's fumbled this ball, but he's somehow able to grab it. The ball's knocked out later, but the umpires paid a mark. This was a clumsy mark, but in the end, it counts. Now, I was late to watching the Crows game. I had other stuff on, and when I was able to sit down and have a look at the scores, there's only been 3 minutes played, and the Hawks have kicked 3 goals already. The first goal they kicked within seconds of the opening bounce, and I had to go back and watch it because I was thinking, what the heck just happened? How are they 3 goals down already? And Jai Newcomb was just absolutely elite in the first half. He just tore the Crows to absolute pieces. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to bring this sort of pressure again. And hopefully he does, because his first half was absolutely elite. I reckon this play here from the Lions was possibly goal of the year contender. I know it doesn't count because of finals. Unfortunately, Ashcroft also only kicks him behind. But you can see this kick here from Charlie just hits Ashcroft lace out as he's running towards goal. While Charlie didn't have a great night in front of the sticks, this pass here is absolutely elite, and hopefully he brings more of this next week. Peatling has done this all year, and I'm surprised the umpires haven't picked up on it. If this was Ginnivan, no doubt he wouldn't be paid a free kick for high here. He does it every time, where he just drops his knees right at the last minute and gets paid a free kick. Either way, you can see Sicily here just absolutely hates the call, and he is absolutely furious. Look at him. Even his teammate in Meek comes over to tell him to calm down, and he tells him to bugger off. He is just absolutely livid. Now, this is the last clip, and I would absolutely love your input on something like this. Do you think the umpires got this one right? I think it could have gone either way. I feel like the umpire might have been able to bring this ball back, but in that sense, it does look like Weddle tries to fend off or try to play on to take the advantage. But yeah, it's 50-50, but in the end, I think this is the right call. But let me know below, what do you think? Anyway, let's hope for a very good semi-final round. I think it is. There's going to be some absolute ripper games. Hawks versus Geelong. Who could have scripted that any better but the AFL? And then the Hawks and the Lions. This is going to be an excellent week of footy. Hopefully some really awesome games. See you next week. Hello and welcome to round 16 oddities. I can't believe we're in round 16 already. In this first clip you've probably seen this all over Facebook and YouTube, etc. But you can see that Long is given an enormous amount of time to dispose of the ball, and he eventually does make contact and gets rid of the ball legally, but the umpire gave him so much time, and then West Coast Eagles are tackled and then give away a free kick, and everyone says that Collingwood pay the umpires. That's obviously not true, but man, this just really fuels the fire, especially on Facebook. Again, you've probably already seen this clip floating or something, I don't know, but probably even a face reveal if I was able to get to the footy grand final, or at least if he held the ball, it hit the goalpost, therefore it should have been a behind. I mean, Crows absolutely smoked him anyway, so it doesn't really matter for the end result. But I don't know, I think it hit the post, so it probably shouldn't have been. It did go to a score review, but the umpire said that it was a goal, so I guess you just pay it. This one here, you can see Taru has the ball, he's trying to clear it out of his defensive 50, and he clearly comes off the boot of Shea Bolton. The umpires, there's two umpires right there, and the boundary umpire is also right there, and he says that it comes off above the knee. I actually have no idea what the boundary umpire is looking at, because even from sitting here in South Australia, I could see that it was out off his foot, and the replay shows it came off the bottom of his boot. Probably not the sort of double oddity you want to be involved in here for Marcus Windhager. After he gets a dangerous tackle free kick, he kicks it back towards his defensive goal, and unfortunately wasn't able to nail the kick. He has to go back and he corrects his mistake, picks up the ball, but then he's tackled again and gets a dangerous tackle. 2 dangerous tackles in about 10 seconds. This one here just pretty much sums up Charlie Curnow's night against Port Adelaide. You can see he gets the ball probably about 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle or so, and he lines up for goal, and I don't know what he does here, but he just completely shanks it. He was so out of character, it was really weird to see, and Port just absolutely smoked Carlton. After Mackenzie kicks the ball inside the Hawks forward 50, it looks like Meek's going to take the mark. Fortunately, he wasn't able to hold it onto the ball long enough, or the umpire didn't think he did. Ball comes down to ground, and just watch Gunston's pick up, just with one hand, guides it straight to the boot and kicks his 6th goal for the match. The old boy still has it. I have absolutely no idea why the umpire didn't pay this a free kick. I don't think Saligo initiated the high tackle. I reckon this was initiated by the Richmond defender. The umpire is literally right there, right in front of him. I don't think he did the Watson and lowered his body and drew the high kick by lifting his arm up as they do, which I agree that in that instance it wouldn't be a free kick, but for me this looks like it should have been a free kick. Umpire's right there, I have no idea why this wasn't paid. Have a look at the time left in this. There's only 25 seconds left. The ball goes inside the Dockers forward 50. They need a mark. I mean, they're going to probably win the game anyway. Jackson just turns his defender around and just marks over the back of his head. He's just so strong. Callum Wilkie is no pushover as well, so he marks this. He knows he can take his full 30 seconds. He actually goes back and does kick the goal. He had an awesome game. He will probably get some Brownlow votes as well. This hit by May was pretty big. The MRO decided not to charge him or anything, no fines, nothing like that. They thought he was trying to spoil the ball. It's probably right, I think, from watching the multiple replays that they had. I think it makes sense. I think I'm okay with this one. It was a very big hit, but it's okay. There's probably a couple things here that I saw, at least in this. Mitch McGovern gets the ball and he's got, well, not certainly an open panic, but he can definitely run towards goal a little bit better. But he takes a shot and just completely shanks the kick. It's absolutely horrible. I mean, they already knew they were down by 60 points, so probably not trying as hard as he could. But I feel like Doherty probably either should have tried to block a little bit harder so he could run in and kick the goal, or Doherty should have just run straight towards the goal and just get the easy handball over the top from McGovern to Doherty and kick the goal. I think overall this was just an absolute shambles. So was Carlton the whole night. So this has pretty much summed up their night completely, and just listen to the Port fans, they love it. How was this goal here from Watson? He started in the mid, got the ball, cleared the ball, got it inside the forward 50, even had time to fumble, pick the ball up and then go through and kick a goal. You just love it when there's brilliant. The ending of the Freo and St Kilda game was actually pretty good to watch. I really enjoyed it. And this smother here, this spoil here from Caminiti was absolutely awesome. He timed it perfectly and didn't give away a free kick. In that instance there, that was a very good defensive play, so he gets my defensive play of the week. Probably not something we'll see too often, I wouldn't imagine, is the big ruckman picking the ball up off the deck and handing it over to the other tall full forward. Both of the blokes are close to 7 foot, 6 foot, whatever plus. They're big boys. Handball over, kick a goal. You just love it. Man, this Darcy kid, he's an absolute freak at the moment. He's showing so much potential, and yeah, I think the competition needs to watch out for a bloke like him. He's got the makings for potentially being an all-time great, I think. Have a look at this kick here from Chol. He's a left footer and he's on the left foot boundary. He's got to kick it from just outside 50 metres. You can see he actually goes to the left a little bit, and in a Buddy-esque type kick, he's absolutely nailed this from just outside 50. What a beautiful kick.
He's 28th of the season from a tough angle. He can do mercurial things, this man.
After Jeffrey dives on the ball, it does come loose, and then Cozzy Pickett, you can see it's between his legs and he just holds it in. The umpire is blind to this. He can't actually see this, so he thinks Jeffrey still has control of the ball, and he pays a hold on the ball free kick. And I'm not sure if you can see it in this replay here, but you should see Cozzy's face. He's just grinning. He knows he's just completely conned the umpire into this one. Not much to say about this one, but how is this contested mark from King here? He's just stronger than the rest, and he's grabbed it from pretty much the right of the back of the pack, and yeah, just takes a very nice clean mark. I thought this was another strange no call from the umpire here, as Perryman gets the ball. He doesn't legally dispose of the ball, but then also it's probably a dangerous tackle. The umpire doesn't call either, so I thought that one was a little bit odd. Liddy is taking a set shot at goal after this is his second game, I believe, and as he goes for goal, it looks like he's kicked it, and you can see him celebrate and then just go, oh no. You realise it's actually hit the post, and he's fooled the commentators as well. As Fraser gets the ball, or the embarrassment from everyone seeing it, especially on national. A little bit smart, a little bit clever in the comments below. Guide me to the comments. Thanks, guys. Bye. Here you can see Zach Butters lays the perfect tackle, gets called for holding the ball against Will Powell, gives him a little push, Will Powell gives him something back, and he gets paid a 50-metre penalty. Butters misses the goal, and then as the ball gets kicked back in after the behind, Liddy takes the mark, and then Will Powell hits him late, and that's another 50-metre penalty. That would have been absolutely livid. It's not the first Gold Coast Suns coach which we've seen go absolutely off against his players. How's this one for an oddity? After the ball was kicked at quarter time, the umpire hadn't actually called dead ball by that time. By the time the Freo player touched the ball, it actually goes through and rolls through for a behind. Later on they did update the score, and this counted as a behind for Fremantle because both players didn't kill the ball. Take everything I say here with a grain of salt. As you know, I am a Crows supporter. I thought Mark Keane was over the line here. You can see that as his leg is down, he's got the ball in his right hand, and that part, his knee is over the line, and the ball is in the opposite side of the body, so the ball should definitely be over, because his knee is. Anyway, the umpire, this goes to score review. They can't determine whether this has gone over or not. Whether it went over or not, I think it's touched the post as well. And anyway, doesn't matter at the end of the game, but you think the umpires are going to be doing this more in the finals with the score review? This could mean that the games go on forever if they keep score reviewing almost every single goal. I reckon Jai Newcomb had goal of the year wrapped up with this one if only he could have kicked straight. Unfortunately, I think he will get the point of the year, but if he kicked this straight, I reckon this is dead set winner for goal of the year. Dersma and Goldie had a pretty tough head-on collision here. Now, was that Dersma that did something very similar to, I can't remember who it was, Jonas possibly, back when he played for Port Adelaide? I can't remember, I probably could go back and find it, but anyway, this was a pretty full-on collision and Goldie sat out the rest of the game. The last 2 minutes from Toby Green here were absolutely amazing. He takes this mark on the corner pocket. You can see Whitfield's actually pointing out there, saying go that way. He's done the right thing, because if he doesn't mark it goes out, it goes for a ball in their forward 50. The commentators don't see that for some reason. They say, oh, it was a shank, but you can see him clearly point. Anyway, he goes back, Toby Green hits the post, and then goes back. Absolutely no care for anyone, not even his own body. Goes back and takes the match-winning mark. This is some pretty courageous stuff. He just cannot see who's coming the other way, and he takes a perfect mark. Unfortunately, Lockie Whitfield cops the brunt of the mark. Well done. This marking attempt by Jai Cully was extremely dangerous. You can see that he just gets his legs taken from underneath him, and he lands on his face. Like, he's just full scorpion, this one. Things like this are just absolute coach killers. You can see that Wardlaw is held onto and then dumped in the tackle after getting rid of the ball or the ball coming out. He gets paid the free kick, which is right, in my opinion. The umpire's made the right call. And then you can see his teammates come in to try and stand up for him. For whatever reason, they're just so overzealous. I don't know if they're trying to make a stand or just prove themselves. I don't know. But he just completely pushes Hinge over. Hinge goes down fairly easy, and it's just a reversal. That is just probably one of the definitions of a coach killer. I thought this one here was quite funny from Peatling. You can see he doesn't know whether to handball it or kick it. He tries to kick it and just completely misses the ball. I thought this one here was a little controversial after Jack Ginnivan kicks the goal on the siren, but I believe the rule is that it has to wait until the umpire has called time off. They hear a little whistle in their ear. You'll remember what Ray Chamberlain said. Anyway, do you think this one was a goal, or should have it been taken back? As a no score, I mean. As Ethan Reid goes for the mark, you can see Blackiston just face mask him. He just puts his hand over his face. How the umpire hasn't seen that, I have absolutely no idea. I reckon if you're Keeler here, you've got to be absolutely livid at your teammate for stealing this goal away from you. He's done a nice little turn there, faked his two defenders, and goes through and kicks a goal. And then right at the last minute, your teammate kicks the ball and steals the goal off of you.
In Alice Springs a few weeks ago, Jared, he did touch on that.
Neil's probably lucky not to get called for holding the ball here. Anyway, the ball goes inside the forward 50 and Martin taps it on. Possibly a throw, but I think this is fine enough. And then Stengel goes through and kicks a very nice goal. Good team play, but the umpires let a couple things slide in my opinion. We see ones like this get paid fairly often after Reid pushes Aaliyah in the back, very close to the boundary line. Aaliyah might have been able to pull up a little bit quicker, but either way he does go over the fence and hurts himself. As you can see, the picket fence is behind the screens, and I think he's actually put his hip into one of them. You can see he's a little bit ginger after this. This probably should have been a free kick. After Ollie Lord notices that he's not able to get to the marking contest, he actually braces for impact and he's tried to make contact with the Gold Coast defender, and he's actually hit his head. You can see, I don't know if he's actually knocked out. The way he falls down definitely looks like he's been concussed or knocked out, possibly. And this is, for me, a very dirty act. I think he's tried to hurt his opponent. He's got it wrong. He's hurt himself, but this is not a good look.
Is going to have to come off. They're going to have to stop play there. He braced late.
And again, we saw this last week, but the umpires made a pretty bad call here. Starcevic has nothing but eyes for the ball, and the umpires paid a free kick for front on contact. You can see he doesn't know who's there. He only has eyes for the ball. This is not a free. It should never be a free. Just let the guys compete for the ball. If they're doing it legally, let it go. Another questionable call here from the umpires. You can see that Cosy Pickett lays a very nice tackle on Isaac Quaynor. He doesn't dump him down into the ground and try to hurt him. It's a legal tackle in my opinion. The umpire has somehow called this a trip against Pickett on Quaynor. Go figure, how do you see that one? I don't know.
They're just not on the same wavelength of field. How that's a trip is beyond me. He's got him above the knees. Still flicked in.
I'm sure Acres would love to have this one back. As you can see, the Bombers try to clear the ball out of their defensive 50, and Acres has an absolute sitter. He just takes it into the chest, and it bounces out, and somehow he's not able to complete the mark, and the Bombers get out free. For this one, have a look at the score, and then have a look at how hot the ball is at the moment. You can see that Eamon is running backwards. He tries to handball on his left, which he is a lefty, and he makes a bad mistake of hitting the ball straight out of bounds on the full. Do you think this was deliberate enough or insufficient intent to keep the ball in? I think these guys play at a very high caliber. He's running back and handballing it, which isn't the easiest thing to do, but I think this is the right call. I think he had other options of teammates. He's obviously backpedaling closer to the line. I don't know. I think it's 50-50. Either way, I think you're going to piss a lot of people off. Anderson was absolutely awesome against the Bombers. You can see here he just reads his play like a book and is able to steal the ball and kick a very nice goal. How's this from Archie Jones? He's just come on as the sub, gets the ball and kicks a goal pretty much straight away. But how do you fall for this? You can clearly see this from a mile away. That's exactly what he's going to do, is to fake you. Instead of corralling him, he goes for the easy, well, what he thinks is the easy tackle, and Jones is able to kick a very nice goal. Brisbane were up to their old tricks of hitting the post or kicking behinds. They can cost themselves some games, especially come finals time. They won't want to be doing that. I think a goal like this would be really demoralising for the Bombers. I mean, they're already down by almost 100 points at this stage of the game, and you can see that no one's around him. He kicks it in between 4 defenders, and he's able to just kick this one off the deck for a goal. Here's another example of a coach killer. North Melbourne came back in the second quarter. They played really well against the Crows, and in the dying seconds, Dylan Stevens gets the ball. You can see it's a shank. He obviously hasn't meant to kick it like this. He's trying to clear the ball. He miskicks it straight to a Crows player, and then the siren goes for half-time, and he has a set shot at goal. That is a coach killer. How's this one for a double oddity? This probably should have been closer to the start of the video. After Motlop takes the mark, you can see that he eventually steps off his mark, and as Dersmer is chasing another player, he tackles him and gets called for holding the ball. So it's his free, but his teammate takes advantage. After Dersmer's on the ground, he doesn't see this happen, so then he stands up and he gets tackled, and he's probably thinking, why am I not able to take the kick? So he just handballs it out again. This is just absolute calamity between these two teams. Not sure what the umpire's looking at here. He's right there. You can see Impey has plenty of time to get rid of the ball, and eventually he just throws the ball up and hits it with his elbow, and the umpire just calls play on. This is clearly holding the ball, and the umpire's like 5 metres away, probably 10 metres away. But how does he not see this? This one here again, I have no idea how the umpire hasn't seen this. You can see Fritz just puts 2 hands straight in the back and pushes his defender. This one is clear as day. Somehow the umpire has not seen this. This should have been a free kick, Collingwood, in my opinion.
He pushed him off the line.
He pushed him to open up the space. Having said that,
How's the mark here from Peatling? That was pretty nice. Unfortunately, he plays on a little bit too quick.
what a mark from Peatling. Just plucked it with the one hand, and then he tried to get it moving.
Matt Rao had a very nice goal at the end of the first quarter. You can see the commentators say the only way they're going to score is by a mark, but somehow the ball gets down to Matt Rao, and he just breaks through the middle of the pack. Just none of the Bombers defenders go to him, and he kicks a very nice goal, and look at his reaction. He loves it. After Saad tries to shimmy Merritt, he eventually kicks the ball off, and Shield's able to take the mark. As Shield runs in, you can just see he's so casual with it, so relaxed, and he just misses the goal. You'd probably prefer him to speed up, slow down, I don't know, do something, but he's just way too casual with this and completely misses the kick. This is something you do at practice every week. And how else could we finish the season off except for an Essendon shank? You can see the kick here. He's probably 30 metres out, isn't able to make the distance, and the Wiedering, he's just standing there and takes a very easy mark, non-contested, because Bombers don't even have anyone on the line. So, yeah, that is pretty much the Bombers season. Anyway, that's it for the regular season. I will try to do some finals series. Anyway, leave a comment below. Put in your team of who you think is going to win the 2025 AFL Grand Final. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to round 15 of the AFL Oddities for the 2025 season. I'm trying to get to 20,000 subscribers by grand final day. At this rate, I'm not going to do it, so if you're new to the channel and you like this sort of content, please do make sure that you subscribe. After Jed Walters gets a free kick for a high contact, he goes back and he sort of just walks in, doesn't take his run up. I'm sure this isn't his usual style. And he's just so relaxed with the kick. He leans back on it and just look, he's completely shanked it. I reckon this might be one of the worst misses I've seen in a very, very long time. How's this for a double oddity? After Atkins takes a mark, he takes too long to get rid of the ball. The umpire calls play on and he doesn't see Hipwood coming from behind him. Lays the tackle, holding the ball. Hugh McCluggage picks up the ball and tries to take advantage. He sort of hesitates and then stops, and then he also gets run down. That is two holding the balls in about 5 seconds. It's the literal definition of a double oddity.
Hugh McCluggage, there's no need to play on. There's no options ahead of the ball. Just allow the free kick to unfold. Take the time off the clock.
After the ball is tapped down, Nick Dacos gets the ball and he goes for the handball back to his ruckman, who's not expecting the handball, and he just hits him square in the face. Luckily, we got the second camera angle and we can see him get hit in the face twice. I reckon this call here by the umpire is absolutely shocking. After you see Quaynor's not able to take the mark, Dan Butler gets the ball and Quaynor tackles him almost immediately, and Dan Butler's unable to take the kick, sort of just drops down to the ground. The umpire's actually paid a holding free against Quaynor on Dan Butler. Looked like Butler had clean possession of the ball. He tried to kick it mid-tackle, and the tackle didn't linger too much longer after he disposed of the ball, illegally I might add. Yet the umpire saw that this was a free kick to Dan Butler. Butler went back and kicked the goal. After McGrath takes possession of the ball, he kicks it inside his forward 50, and what a game this Nate Caddy had. This probably was the best game he's had of his very young career. He's only 19 years old. You just got to love it when these young guns stand up and absolutely deliver. After Zerha snaps around the body, he's probably only 30 metres out. He didn't kick it very well, didn't have the distance, but it goes to the goal line and Wiedering saves the ball by trying to spoil it so it doesn't go through for a goal. But unfortunately he's put it back into the field of play where Nick Larkey just picks the ball up and kicks it over his shoulder with two of the Carlton defenders just sitting there watching. That would have been a very frustrating game for you Blues fans. This kick here from Connor O'Sullivan, who is a defender for the Cats. It's only his 15th game and he hasn't kicked a goal. So he goes back, lines up and completely shanks it. The Bont was an absolute beast in this game on Sunday. As you can see, he steals the ball here from Taranto, who tries to handball it to a teammate. He's able to take control of the ball, and most people would be selfish here. I reckon they would have taken a shot at goal, but the Bont is a bit of cut above the rest. He knows that his teammate Riley West is there, so kicks towards him, and Riley West takes a very nice one-handed mark, which leads to yet another Bulldogs goal. At least on the broadcast, we could definitely hear that the ball had been touched. Lyman didn't hear it. He was a bit astounded by this, but it was a very nice mark. Unfortunately, Hipwood gave away a free to Stewart after he pushed him in the back, but this would have got Lyman's confidence right up. At the last second, I'm not sure if William saw this, but he saw Curnow out the side there. He sort of hooks the kick, and Curnow, while this mark wasn't probably one of his best, it's still a very nice mark, but the control of body and I guess control of your immediate defender was something that's probably very good for the young forwards of today to have a look at, how he uses his body to make sure that you're keeping your defender at bay, and then just the last second use your body to push them out of the marking contest completely and then take a relatively nice mark, an easy mark. After the Gold Coast Suns. Why are they wearing this Guernsey? Anyway, as they run out of their defense, he's tackled and the players sort of stop. They were just waiting for the umpire to make a call for holding the ball. But you can actually hear the umpire say that he got a handball away, or he says handball, so then it's still play on. But it's quite funny to see all the players sort of standing in that vicinity. They knew it probably should have been called holding the ball, and they just stopped, and eventually the umpire calls play on, so they just keep playing. I'd love to know your opinions on this one. As Kane Farrell gets the ball, he fumbles the ball over the point line. And do you reckon this was enough to make it look like it wasn't deliberate? There is an element that this was a mistake, but I think he's purposely fumbled the ball. The defender is within the 9, so leave a comment below. Do you think that should have been a free kick against him? I thought this was another strange no decision by the umpire here. As Merritt chips the ball over the top to Perkins, he probably should have taken this mark in the first instance. He knew the contact was coming, but as the ball bobbles up, the mark is technically still live and Clark bumps him. For me, that should have been front-on contact because he made no genuine attempt at the play. It was just unfortunate that the ball bobbled up. What do you think? Now I'm recording this on Sunday night, so I don't know what the outcome of this one is going to be, but with the way that the game is going where you can take a suspension or you can basically end someone's career like we saw with McGovern, who has recently been medically retired by the AFL, doing these sorts of things where Lynch is not in the contest and he's just almost looks like he's punched or elbowed English in the back of the head. I personally think this should be a suspension. The way it's going, he made no genuine attempt at the ball, so I think the umpire should have paid a free kick and a 50-metre penalty. It was far too excessive for me. This marking contest between Brennan Cox and Will Setterfield was pretty interesting. Will Setterfield's not a small man, but he's just bounced off Cox and it looks like it really hurt. As Mason Wood is lining up for goal, he is a left footer, and he's trying to do a snap around the body from quite far out, which usually you have to absolutely belt the ball to get it done from there. And he's just hit the wrong side of the ball completely, and he's missed the mark by probably about 30-40 metres. Absolute stinker. The nice little fake here from Long, which then gets the ball inside the West Coast Eagles, Gold Coast Suns, forward half. And then Ben Ainsworth is able to kick the goal off the deck. The Gold Coast Suns came out absolutely flying, but somehow still lost the game. The nice little down step, and then he's able to hold the ball in one hand and get it down to the boot. Fraser is pretty impressive for such a young fella. You can see after he sort of just smiles at Liberatore and he's like, I have no idea how that worked. Bailey had a nice little pirouette here. We see this happen fairly often when the player is aware that they've spoiled it, that they can actually go back and then mark it if it's come from a kick. We'll see this several times where a player will punch it and then they have a chance to grab it on the second opportunity to class it as a mark. Some of them don't do it, but Clark was very smart and he did it here. I thought Stevens was extremely lucky here. If he turned this ball over, he would have been in quite a bit of strife from the coach. But you can see that he takes the mark, he tries to play on, falls down to the ground, then Mitch McGovern comes in and luckily for Stevens gets him a little bit high in the tackle. Mitch McGovern does not believe it, but the free kick is probably there. And that's it for this week. Thank you very much for watching. If you've made it all the way to the end of the video, you're a regular, you know that there is always a secret comment at the end. And this week it is Vegas, as in Las Vegas. Put that in the comments below, but be sneaky about it. Don't let them know what we're onto. Thanks for watching. See you next week. Written down as one of the worst no calls of all time in AFL. After Hoff runs down Ashcroft, you can see that all the players stop because they just know it's holding the ball. You can see that he has prior opportunity to get rid of the ball, doesn't get rid of it, and then gets tackled, but somehow the umpire just calls play on. You can see everyone does the right thing and they don't touch the ball because they know it's holding the ball, but the umpire hasn't called it, which is just so bizarre to me. The umpire needs to call this. Thought this one was also quite strange. The umpire didn't call anything. You can see McDonald collects the ball. He has a chance to handball the ball off. He doesn't, and he gets tackled and goes to ground, but the tackle kind of gets unstuck as he hits the ground. Do you reckon this should have been holding the ball? Typically you see it get called once the player goes to ground. Both the tackler and the person being tackled go down to the ground. It's usually a free kick. This probably should have been paid holding the ball for me. If not, in the back. But yeah, the umpire just said play on again. I'm not entirely sure what Sardis was trying to do here, but he just gets in the way of Durham, and luckily he realises it's his teammate and sort of just lets him pass. But this was a little bit strange to me. I don't know if he forgot which team he's on, or he just didn't know which way Durham was going to go and eventually got out of his way, but you don't see this every day. As Richmond collect the ball, they try to kick the ball forward, but it eventually goes out of bounds on the fall, and you can see the camera crew try to mark the ball, and you can just hear him go, "Oh!" as he completely drops the mark. When this one initially happened, I was a little bit confused, but then after hearing the commentators, this does make sense. As Harley Reid kicks the ball, it gets bumped late, so it's a free kick, but it's downfield because the ball was already in motion. So the ball should have been down, and then when the ball gets returned, it goes back to Harley Reid, which it was supposed to be a downfield free kick to the West Coast Eagles, but the ball went back, so then that's a 50-metre penalty for heading the ball back to the wrong person. I felt like this probably could have been handled a little bit better. The umpire didn't exactly get to the position in time to say, you need to go back to here. But then, on the other hand, the players need to know they've been playing this game long enough that it was a downfield free kick, and he probably should have just held onto the ball and put his hand up to his ear saying, you know, who do I pass it to? And eventually not giving away a 50-metre penalty. At this point in the game, it was kind of crucial because the Lions were mounting that comeback, but to give away that downfield free kick and then a 50 could have been extremely costly for them. I found this one a little strange because there wasn't really given an explanation until a lot later, but as TDK kicks for goal, it looks like it goes through, and then the scoreboard flicks over and says that it's a goal, but then you see Hawks kicking the ball in. So it's a little bit strange because I was thinking, why is that not paid a goal? Or if it's touched, why was there no score review? They didn't even review it. But in the end, they actually said that Silvani gave away a free because in the contest, he's pushed him in the back. So it was actually a free kick in the goal square, and then therefore that means no score at all. As Kane Farrell receives the ball, he's probably 55 to 60 metres out as he kicks it, and he clears the goal umpire by at least another 5 or 10, which at the very extreme end of it, that's a 70-metre kick. This is an absolute bomb. I thought this mark here by Liam O'Connell was extremely brave in his only second game, and he's an Irishman, so he's not super familiar with our game, but the courageous mark here didn't go unnoticed, so very well done to him. Hopefully I'm not too biased here, but this was probably one of the most impressive goals of the week. There is another one by Sam Powell-Pepper coming up, but as you can see, that Rankin is chasing the boundary line at full pace, and he kicks it just inside the 50-metre from the arc and just completely slots it through for a goal. This is incredibly hard, especially when you're doing this at full pace. So this is nominated for one of the goals of the year so far, only early on, but very nice goal. Well done to the Illawarra Hawks, who won the 2025 NBL season in the Game 5 decider. Sorry to switch games here, but I just thought this free throw was an absolute stinker. They're not called shanks in basketball if you're not too familiar, but holy moly, this was absolutely terrible by Lee. Take another look. Okay, now back to footy. This is the other goal here by Sam Powell-Pepper. As you can see, he's running away from his defender, but he's actually running towards the boundary line, and he kicks it while running away on a very harsh angle and kicks it through for a goal. This is incredibly hard, and this was a very nice goal. So if Rankin, as a footy player, if you had to put yourself in Cottrell's shoes, this is probably one of the hardest kicks, even though you're completely open. After a free kick is awarded to Curnow, the Carlton team decide to take advantage, and the umpire is very late to call the advantage, or at least they couldn't hear that the advantage has been taken. And so you can see that Cottrell has the ball inside forward 50. He sort of stopped and there's no one around him, and eventually he hears the umpire saying advantage, advantage. So then he has to sort of focus and go through and kick the goal. This could have easily ended up as a shank, as he wasn't really focused and wasn't paying attention, but in the end, luckily for him and Carlton, that he did kick the goal. For me, this is another example of a really crappy hand pass that doesn't really achieve much. I guess Melbourne are trying to get the ball moving so they can get some scores back, but as you can see, Woden takes a bounce and he just completely fumbles the ball and eventually ends up being a North Melbourne goal just because he's unable to bounce the ball and panics when a defender is coming at him. Jath copped one straight to the plums on the weekend. Ouch.
So those two are such
Kingy with Sicily forward. What have the Hawks done down back to change it up?
a thrown Hardwick back. So those two are such
This is an absolute coach killer. As Jamie Cripps goes back to have a set shot at goal, the security guard is clearly a Brisbane Lions fan and he's playing some defense there. Eventually the security guard does move and Cripps goes back and it's well worth the wait because he kicks the goal.
He's out of rangefinder already. Right flank for the right footer. Jamie Cripps. What a finish.
Sicily gets the better of Wiedering in this marking contest and then goes for a snapshot around the body and just hits the wrong side of the ball. So welcome to Shanks 2025. How's this effort here from Draper after he gets paid a free kick for a hold? He is, I guess, not quite straight out in front, but this is usually a drop punt for a right footer and he goes across the body. You can see that he holds the ball so weirdly and he's not on a typical angle that you would go through. A snapshot, he's gone past that halfway mark, so he's sort of kicking back against the body, which is very strange. But as you can see when he lines up, you probably won't be able to hear it on here, but you can actually hear the fans watching him groan and go, oh no, like he's kicking across the body. But he kicks the goal and eventually he actually tells the fans, puts his finger up to his mouth and says, shush, I know what I'm doing. Ended up with 2 goals, I reckon, so he might be right. Sam Day was just trying to do the team thing here, but you can see that he actually kicks it straight into the defender on the mark, hits him, McGovern, in the chest, bounces off, eventually does go to the Brisbane Lion player in McLaughlin, who kicks his first goal in the AFL, but this could have been a coach killer. Jason Horne-Francis gives away a free kick for a high tackle and eventually is very mad as for some reason he goes back and pushes him again and eventually gives away a 50-metre penalty and then a little bit of argy-bargy back and forth right before quarter time. Not sure what this was all about though. I did mention this quite a few times last year, but this is another great reason as to why you definitely want to try and keep your feet as much as you can. So kids who do watch this, try and keep your feet. As you can see, that Kako gets the ball, breaks the defender's tackle rather, and not one, but twice, and then it's able to run through, and he goes and kicks a goal, so well done to him. Looks like Rory Lobb is not a fan of as the ball goes inside the Cats forward 50, you can see the ball's paddled back by Nasiah Wangadeen Miller, and you can see that he taps the ball back, and eventually he looks like he kicks it, but Close might also kick it, and the umpire just says goal. I mean, it gets reviewed anyway, so that's fine, but surely Close knows that he didn't get a foot to this, so if he puts his hand up like it's a goal, they're going to review it anyway. And yeah, it's obviously well done by Wanganeen Milrow. He's done well enough to get this ball over the line and only a point. After the ball goes inside the West Coast Eagles forward 50, you can see Oscar Allen gets the ball and off 1 or 2 steps, he just slaps the ball onto the boot. And luckily for him, the shape of the Sharon is very unpredictable, and as it spirals towards goal, it changes directions a couple times and then bounces to the right to go through for a goal. So I guess that's what you get with such an odd-shaped ball, but very lucky. Got to appreciate the effort from both teams here in the first quarter, as everyone just wants their hands on the ball. You can see that one of the Freo players is about to look to kick a goal sharp and just gets tackled, bumped off the ball. The ball gets harassed around a little bit, but well done to the Dockers. They're able to get the ball back, and Tracy's able to kick his second goal. He ends up with 4 goals on the day, so well done to him. Fortunately, not enough. Wanganeen Miller again. He fakes off 2 defenders and he goes through to kick a goal, but unfortunately only gets a point. So for me, so far, this is the point of the season. If he was able to kick a goal here, I feel like this would have been possibly one of the goals of the year. Fortunately, he doesn't, so point of the year for me. You see this get paid very often for front-on contact, but I feel like Caleb Serong has done really well to not give away that free. I feel like this is the right call. As you can see, he only has eyes for the ball. He does make contact with the ball, a little bit of contact with the arm, but you can see that his intentions are only for the ball. So I'm more than happy if the umpires stop paying that and just play on like this one was. I feel like that is the right call for what this situation is. And well done to Serong for stopping an almost certain goal. Dorco knows exactly what he's doing here. As he gets the ball, he sees the player run over the mark and make contact with him, so he just falls down onto the ground and gets paid a 50-metre penalty. He's pretty sneaky like that, but I mean, he ran over the mark, so fair enough, 50-metre penalty. It's just stupid by the defender there, but Zorko, he does this stuff all the time, doesn't he? Anyway, that's it for this week. This is probably one of the longer videos I've made of a single week. I don't mind doing these longer videos if it's only one a week. So if you do like that sort of situation, let me know below. And I'll do the occasional update of my Brownlow tally probably at the end of round 5. And see what you guys think of my analysis so far of the first 5 rounds. Anyway, thank you for watching so much, and I really do appreciate it. I'm trying to get to 20,000 subscribers, so if you are new to the channel and you made it all the way to the end, surely this channel deserves a subscribe. You can help, if you are already subscribed, you can help push this video out to more people by leaving a like and put a comment below. Just tell me anything. Tell me about your day, what's your favourite colour, what's your favourite animal. Let's do that. Let's do favourite animal. Leave a comment below with your favourite animal. So the people who haven't made it to the end of the video will see all these animals, crocodiles, elephants, dogs, whatever it might be. And they'll be like, what the heck is going on in these comments? So leave that below. Let's confuse the rest of them. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Hello and welcome to round 23 oddities of the 2025 AFL season. We're coming to a close of the AFL season. We've got one round left, plus the extra game on a Wednesday, which is weird. But anyway, in this first clip, you can see that Salem tackles his opponent. He realises the umpire's actually not going to make a call, or it might not go his way, and the ball's free, so he just decides to pick it up and run away with it anyway. I feel like this is pretty much one of those definitions of what an oddity is. I don't think I've ever seen this before. I showed this earlier on the channel in a short, so if you saw that, please leave a comment below. Let me know that it went out to you guys. I've wanted to do shorts for a little bit, but anyway, here you can see that I think Zach Bailey has a solid chance at getting the goal of the year. There's been some really good goals this year, but I think this may be one of the contenders. What do you think? Now, for whatever reason, I am still sick. As you can probably hear it in my voice, I just can't seem to shake this thing. I've been sick for like almost a month now. Anyway, if you made it this far into the video, we're only a minute in, but please do leave a like and subscribe if you're new. Leave a comment below. It pushes the algorithm out to more people. Appreciate it. And how's this? The old crow throw is 100% back. Even Cummings said after an interview he knew that Keys had thrown this, and he still went through and kicked the goal anyway, didn't he? After Thilthorpe cops one right on his noggin in a marking contest, the ball goes down to the ground, and you can see that there's a bit of a contest between Hinge and Sidebottom, and the ball goes out of play. The umpire pays insufficient intent, but they don't know who it's actually out of. Watching the replay, it was off of Hinge, and he gets the free. The umpire has been absolutely conned by Hinge putting his arms out and pleading for the free, even though he's the one who's kicked it out. At this point in the game, there's 5 minutes left, and Harry Sheasel is on 49 disposals, so the team knows that, and they just want to get it to him. They know they want to get him that 50 disposal mark. After a free kick goes to Jerry, he can see that Sheasel's hanging around. He eventually gets the ball, but Morris Rioli says, not on my watch. He actually ends up with 54, but this was a great tackle. Roberts from the Bombers kicks the ball inside the forward 50, and Menzies is able to take the mark, and he is 10 metres out, straight in front. The commentators say that he's usually got the yips for a kick like this, and it obviously got to his head because somehow he has absolutely shanked this kick. This is another short that I put out, and you can just see after Shea Bolton kicks the ball straight into the forward 50, Tracy has the chance to go back and kick a very important goal and somehow just completely stuffs it. He's played on, I guess the moment got to him, and in the end he gets pushed off the ball and it's a rush behind. Ouch. I'm not a Saints or Bombers fan, and to be honest, don't really care too much for either teams, but far out, I thought the Bombers got a really rough deal with the umpires on the weekend. You can see this example here. The umpire clearly says, no St Kilda ruck, no St Kilda ruck, and just as the ball's coming in, he actually says, no Mason, as in no Mason Wood, you can't contest that ball. He makes contact with Goldstein in the ruck contest. This is a clear free kick. How the umpire did not pay this is absolutely beyond me. This was a very nice mark here by Williams over Bont of all people. After Sean Manor absolutely launches it from beyond 50, you can see that McLean reckons he's touched it. He goes back to the replay and you can just see that his ring finger has just touched it. You can see it bend back. On the Channel 7 version, BT is absolutely losing his mind, saying, how can you determine that? I feel like it's pretty clear that it is touched, but that is just by the tip of his finger that he's been able to spoil this. I think this clip here is a great example of how much the pressure was on for both teams. Both teams' defensive 50 was extremely important in both sides of who was going to win. But you can see here that the Crows are pressing, the Pies' defense is standing up. The pressure of this game was just amazing to watch. I had a great time watching this, especially because the Crows won. Harry Mackay took the ball out of the ruck and kicks a goal like it's absolutely nothing. This was a wicked goal. Again, I'm not entirely sure how this wasn't holding the ball. You can see that Chad Warner tries to fend off the tackle several times and is eventually tackled down to the ground, and the umpire hasn't paid it. For me, I probably would have liked to see this one be called holding the ball. He tried to fend off twice, was not successful, and didn't dispose of the ball legally. He had one arm free, so that's holding the ball. After Taylor Walker takes a mark, he tries to kick the ball into the corridor, and it's a very bad kick. Eventually, Schultz ends up with the ball and is tackled by Worrell, and you can see this could have gone either way. The umpire could have paid push in the back for Worrell's tackle landing in his back, or the other call should have been holding the ball. I feel like the umpire, for me, I know I'm a Crows fan, feel like it should have been holding the ball. Schultz had time to dispose of the ball, he didn't, and was tackled down to the ground. You can see both the Crows players sort of stop wanting to go back and take the free kick, but the umpire just calls play on. So, I don't know, what do you think about this one? It should have been one way or the other, surely. After Stengel takes a mark, probably about 45 metres out on a very tight angle, he goes back and you can see that he's getting some advice from a fan from the Swans, and as he goes back, he absolutely nails the goal, which is a very hard thing to do from that pocket, and you can just see that the fan from the Swans sits down and he just has to eat humble pie. Yet again, another example of holding the ball that was not paid by the umpire. You can see Simpkin has time to dispose of the ball, he gets tackled down to the ground, and then the ball comes loose. This is a very easy holding the ball call. The umpire was probably too late in the game, just didn't care. Play on. What do you think about this call from the umpire? Do you think this was enough to be play on? After Murphy gets the ball, you can see he does turn around. I don't know if he takes enough step to be considered off his mark because he's running with that momentum. You can see he turns around, he slips over and eventually gets tackled and called for holding the ball. Do you think that's the right call? I feel like the umpire probably could have given him the opportunity to come back after his momentum was carrying him forward. But either way, in the end, it probably is the right call because he does step over the mark. But I don't know, you see this sort of stuff get called back very often. Curtis has thrown his hat in the ring to be considered for goal of the year. To be able to kick this off your left boot and the force that he's done it for it to go through for a goal, this is absolutely threading the eye of a needle. After Lewis takes a mark in the forward pocket, you can see he's going to snap around the body on the left, and he just doesn't make great contact with it. He barely kicks at 20 metres, and it's a very easy mark on the line here by Salem. How's Lawal's kick off the ground here? He could be playing for the Socceroos with a kick like that. Probably won't make goal of the year, but this is a very nice goal. Very well done to the young fella. Naz has been absolutely on fire the last couple of weeks, but this one here is probably a moment he'd rather forget. He tries to fake two defenders, and eventually when he kicks, he gets pushed off the ball and turns it over. Probably should have just gone back and take a set shot at goal for this distance, I would have thought. In the context of the game, I feel like the umpires put the whistle away too much. Goldie probably should have been called for a holding the ball free kick for him. I feel like he had opportunity to dispose of the ball, he didn't, and Goldie tackled him. For me, that's holding the ball yet again, not paid. And for the last clip, I wanted to show this one here by Darcy Fogarty. After a contested mark, he goes up, takes it, and he's able to hold onto the ball all the way down. But the mark looks pretty spectacular in a pack mark like this, where he's able to grab the ball at the highest point of his jump and come down with it and secure the ball and eventually kick a goal for the Crows. That's it for this week. Thank you very much for watching. If you do like this video, that would help me out, and leave a comment below. That always helps the video get pushed out to more people. The more comments, the better it is. And today's secret comment that you can put down below is easy, as in the Crows won, but it wasn't easy. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to round 5 oddities of the 2025 AFL season. In this first clip, you can see that Lockie Scholl, I don't know if he had enough hands on it that you can consider this a mark to him, but it's definitely at least touched by him, and if two players come back down with it at the same time, the umpire can actually call this a ball up. I don't think Dempsey's the only one who had hands to this and paid a mark to him. I think this is an absolute doozy. You gotta love the couple fakes here that Dudley's had. He's faked these two defenders out twice. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get the ball a little bit later on and go for a shot at goal. It was a very hot day, so he was probably pretty gassed, and as you can see, they were up by quite a bit, so he would have been tired with only 3 minutes left, but you gotta love fakes like this, and then double fakes, even better. As Eric Hipwood smashes the ball inside the forward 50 for the Lions, you can see Rayner takes a spectacular mark, and as you watch on the replay, have a look at how far back he has extended. That is at the top of his flight, and he's reaching all the way back. It just looks spectacular. I hope there is a couple shots out there from the photographers that just show the full extent that he had to reach back to take this clunk. And those balls are really hard to catch, to mark. When the ball comes in that long and that fast, it's coming at quite a speed, and for him to clunker like that, it's a spectacular mark, really. Mark of the week for me. As Anderson gets the ball outside the mid, he tries to go for a torp inside the forward 50, but it comes off the side of his boot, and a spectator is actually able to mark the footy. He drops his beer, but rest assured he picks his beer up and makes sure that he finishes it. This has just got country footy vibes all to it, and I absolutely love it. The commentators did comment on this, and I actually wonder why defenders don't do this more often, where a player's tackled down to ground and you see Pearce takes his hands off. So I guess that does give the Richmond player the opportunity to handball the ball or get rid of it in some way. And I'm quite surprised more defenders don't do this, because a lot of the time when they get tackled, they'll just hold the ball in waiting for the umpire to blow the whistle and play the ball up. But as you can see, Alex Pearce, he just lets him go, and he's making sure he doesn't get the ball out, but he's still giving him that opportunity, and because he doesn't, it's holding the ball. So I wonder if players will start to do this a little bit more. It's a fairly risky move to do in your backline, but if we do see more of it, I'm all for it. I think this is really clever. Is anyone able to tell me when the last time an AFL coach was wearing sunnies in the office, in the box? I don't know if I've actually ever seen that before. The comeback from the Brisbane Lions was actually pretty incredible when they were down by so many points and came back to win. But this was probably one of the better plays that I thought. There was a couple really average kicks inside the forward 50. And you can see Archie maybe threw it, but Bailey picks the ball up pretty cleanly and then is able to just dribble it along the ground through for a goal there, which is pretty hard to do on such a tight angle and with a couple defenders there, but he's done a very good job. So that's a candidate for goal of the week for me. Sometimes you do want the umpires just to make the decision, but sometimes when they are 50-50 like this, I think the umpire couldn't be 100% certain whose hand this actually came out of. And then the umpires paid a free kick to Sydney here. You can see that both of the rucks are able to get their finger touched to the ball. It probably does come off Cameron last. So I guess on technicality, it probably is correct. But you can see that both make contact with the ball. And as it happens, it sort of does come off of Cameron in the end. But then, is that really deliberate? I guess it is technically the rule. If you hit it out of the ruck, out of bounds on the full, it is a free. So, I don't know. I'm a little bit on the fence about this one. What do you think? Leave a comment below. Do you think that should have been a free kick or should have been another play on ball in, I guess? I found this one extremely odd. As the ball goes inside Port Adelaide's forward 50, you can see Georgiades and Impey both have contact with the ball. Impey is the man in front, so maybe he should have been paid the mark. But you can see that the umpire doesn't call a mark on anyone. Georgiades is on the ground with no one tackling him or anything. And the umpire doesn't call play on. He actually just calls it a ball up, which I guess is probably the right thing because they both had hands on it. But I don't know. I think Impey was in front. I think Impey had enough hands and control on the ball that should have been paid man in front. This one was also another really strange one for me. At the very start of the D's and Bombers game, there's a ball up and Viney gets the ball and Setterfield tackles him, and Viney's just that strong that he can pick him up and pretty much just throw Setterfield off the top of him without really even touching him. As the Crows have the ball in their defensive 50, Keane kicks it to Hinge, and it's not 15, so the umpire calls play on. And you do like this content, if you're new to the channel, please do consider subscribing. If you're already subscribed, leave a like and leave a comment below. It really helps the algorithm to push this video out to more people so we can get more people commenting and getting involved in this. So the next video here, you can see that Petrarca is able to get the ball out of the ruck, and as he's running towards the goal, he would have kicked this 99 out of 100 times probably a couple years ago. But as you can see, Durham's able to just get enough hands to push him in the bum, to not be pushed in the back, and it affects his kick, and Petrarca's not able to kick the goal. So this is really well done by Durham to be able to affect Petrarca like this. He probably took a little bit too much time to kick for goal, but well done to Durham for that defensive play to be able to push him on the bum, not give away the free, and also stop and pretty much a certain goal. I'd like to know your opinion on this one. As you can see, Patrick Voss has just absolutely hit Vlosten for no particular reason at all. His team's up. I don't understand why he would be so frustrated and do something like this. It actually broke Vlosten's nose. And recently, I think that is probably worth more than 3 weeks for me. I just don't want it in the game at all when you see someone lining up for a mark and you just can have a free shot at him. Not as a free shot, he's got 3 weeks. He's not a key player for Fremantle. I don't see how this is 3 weeks. I think it's careless. It is dangerous and totally unnecessary in the game. So for me, this should have been more than 3 weeks. Make an example. Never do this again. How's the local lad showering down the visitors with some water? You gotta love it. It's, yeah, another country vibe video. Love it. As the Pies kick the ball inside their forward 50, McCartan takes the mark, and you could only assume that he thought it was touched because he just immediately plays on and for some reason just hands the ball over. Jamie Elliott isn't able to kick the goal, but this could have been an absolute coach kill if you turn this over inside your defensive 50 and they kick a goal off of you playing on for no reason at all. At least if it was touched and most players just pretend they didn't hear it, mark the ball and just pretend it's a mark. I don't know. This seemed really dumb for me. This mark from Shea Bolton was quite nice. He actually, in the end, did drop the ball, but you can see Vlosten takes his eyes off the ball, so it was paid a free kick for a block. But at least from this, the original angle, it was a pretty good mark. unfortunately wasn't able to hang on. So, doesn't get the mark, doesn't get the contest for Mark of the Week. Now this one here is probably a little bit controversial. As you can see, I originally thought it was just a bit of showboating that Willie Rioli has grabbed the ball and he's showing it to the defender to say, come on mate, got your number. And he's gone through kick to goal, and then Jath pushes him in the back and he's paid a free kick, so he goes through and kicks another goal. At this point in the game, Power had won that anyway, so it was kind of a bit pointless, just a bit of showboating and a little bit of boisterivity. That's probably not a word, but anyway, it actually came out today, as in Monday, that there was a little bit of beef between Willie Rioli Jr. and his old man who has passed away, which I know is probably not something that is supposed to be talked about here for the Aboriginal culture, but it seems like Willie Rioli Jr. definitely has some sort of gripes against the Hawthorn Football Club. Probably not so much against the individual players, but the club itself. So I haven't actually read fully into it, so if someone is a bit more up to date with the story, leave a comment below or a link to a description of what's actually going on here. I don't think this is going to be the last time that we're going to see this. Is this the new age rivalry between Port Adelaide, Jack Ginnivan, Ken Hinkley, who's out at the end of the year? These two teams are starting to really hate each other. Could this be somewhat of a rivalry? I don't know. I thought Sidebottom was extremely clever in these sorts of tackles. As the defender has his head down, he doesn't try to forcefully go for the tackle, because you see the umpire pay this all the time for a high tackle. But you can see that he sort of just leans on top of him without actually tackling him as the defender's driving towards him, to show that he hasn't been the one who's instigated the high contact. And luckily for the viewer, the umpire doesn't fall for it, and it's a ball up. A couple things in this video. Have a look at the sunset. It's absolutely stunning. Unfortunately, Norwood, the lights there were definitely not up to AFL standards, so the video is not me recording. That's why it's so dark. It's just that dark at the ground. It's a little bit strange to have that twilight game there. Probably should be day games only. But anyway, as you can see, the ball goes inside the Brisbane Lions forward 50 after a bad kick in from the Dogs, and it goes through a couple hands. It ends up with a goal. This was a pivotal moment in the game for the Brisbane Lions. They were up by 2, but they just absolutely stormed home and beat the Bulldogs convincingly. And this is an absolute coach killer to take that kick in and completely miss your mark and ends up with a goal. You'd just be so frustrated as a coach. It might just be me, and I haven't watched a huge amount of the Carlton games, but Patrick Cripps just doesn't seem to be that explosive and dynamic as he has been the last couple years. Correct me if I'm wrong, Blues fans below, please leave a comment. But in this, I feel like Cripps has way more time than he probably thinks he does. I mean, they're up by almost 50 points anyway, so it's probably not that crucial to the game. But you can see that he's not that comfortable kicking off his left. But he had plenty of time, in my opinion, to sort of straighten up and kick on the right, or go across the body if you have to even. But he just, I don't know, for some reason goes to the left and completely shanks the kick, which is very strange for someone like him who's always in the Brownlow contention. After a 50-metre penalty was paid to Port Adelaide, you can see Aaliyah has the ball, and he started off running slow, and then he runs fast thinking, maybe there was one last player to have. You can see Ken's just saying, slow it down, there's 26 seconds left, I've already got the lead, don't cough it up, just take that lead, take the advantage. And as you can see, he goes through, and Ken Hinkley's telling his players, go down, and then Connor Rozee runs straight past. Your captain, look for him, get it to him. And then Rosee's just not even looking. And he just handballs it straight behind him. Like, why is Rozee running straight past him if he's not looking for the handball? It's just a little bit strange, but it doesn't matter in the end. But a bit strange from Aaliyah to give that handball off. Just take note of where you are in the game. Just slow it up, just stop, take the lead, and go into the next quarter. But also, Rozee, what are you doing? If you're running past him, be sure you're going to get the handball. Be ready. I thought McCartan was very lucky and about 1/2 of a second a missed kick away from getting an absolute spray from your coach. After he juggles the marks several times, he's not able to just clunk it, hold onto it, and then Crisp comes through, but unfortunately misses and kicks a point, so luckily for him. A couple really nice contested marks here in this next clip. But the first mark, there's already one defender going up for the contest. The other one should be covering behind in case it does spill out over the back. But for some reason, they make the decision to both go contest the ball. Melksham takes a mark and is able to break away from both of them. This is just pretty poor from both of them, especially the teammate that came in from the side. You're just going to be aware that your player's already there, so if Melksham takes a mark, you can stand the mark or stop him from being able to take that next play. Ends up going down to Cozzy Pickett, who kicks a goal. Unfortunately, we weren't given a second look at this mark here by Merritt, but I'll put it in slow-mo, but it kind of does look like he has two grabs at it, where it's one hand and then he sort of reels it back in. Whether it is two touches and goes over the line, it is an incredible one-handed mark, but was it in one continuous motion where it wasn't touched and fumbled over the line? I'm not entirely sure. The umpire paid it a mark. It's probably 3 touches in the end, actually, and yeah, I don't know, but great mark, but yeah, fumbled over the line for me. Plus the boundary line umpire is right there. He can see the whole thing. If there's any player on the Port Adelaide roster that I reckon I would love to have on my team, the Crows, it would probably be Jason Horne-Francis. He's obviously got some off-field issues with the ice bath incident coming back home. Anyway, let's not get into that. You can just see in this play here how much more he wants it than anyone else on the oval. He goes down after the tackle. Somehow it's not called for holding the ball, but anyway, he gets back up and knows he's going to get tackled high, or at least tackled, but he still goes in for the ball. He goes hard every single time, and you just love that from such a young player. He's an absolute champ. I would love to have him on my team, but hopefully he fixes his off-field issues a little bit sooner. I thought players like this get paid probably 9 out of 10 times. As the ball goes forward for Port Adelaide, you can see that battle ends up on the ground with the ball, and as he's being tackled, I guess you could probably argue he was trying to handball to his teammate, but he over-handballs the handball knowing that the boundary line is there. 9 times out of 10, I feel like the umpire's going to pay this as insufficient intent to keep it in. I feel like this is a pretty clear free kick to Port Adelaide. And on the other hand, I feel like this one from the umpire was an absolute stinker as the ball is inside Collingwood's forward 50. Roberts gets the ball and mid-tackle just kicks it, trying to clear the ball out of the area. And you can see Haywood's there, and Haywood gets pushed into the fence and hits the cameraman or whoever he is, their laptop. And usually you see if you're pushed out of bounds like this somehow, or not somehow, but is usually a free kick to the person that gets pushed. For some reason, it's not even a free kick, and the umpire pays insufficient intent. I know he's trying to clear the ball out, but there is another player there. There's 2 Swans players there. For some reason, the umpire thinks that this is still not enough and pays a free kick. This is just, for me, I hate that call. I hate it. After the Crows turn it over in their forward pocket, just outside the forward 50, Ben Keys gets the ball and he takes a couple quick steps and just bangs it from 48 metres on the left from that angle. That is a pretty hard kick to do off a couple steps with the defender bounding down on you, so I love that kick. Well done. Sometimes Aaron Norton is the best kick on the team, but most of the time he's one of the worst. And as he's in the defensive half of the ground, he tries to kick back to the lobster, and he completely shanks it, comes off the side of his boot, still goes towards him, but he has torped this pass in the back line. That is extremely dangerous. There's no way he meant to do that on purpose. But yeah, he's able to take the mark, so I guess that's still an effective disposal. How good was this handball here by Sidebottom? You can see that he just absolutely keyholes him. This takes quite a bit of courage and experience to be able to nail this, and it actually ends up with a Collingwood goal. It all started with quite a cheeky play. I thought this was another terrible call by the umpire here. After Liberatore gets the ball, he has his hands free and he's tackled down to the ground, and while he's on the ground, the umpire gives him probably another 2 or 3 seconds to dispose of the ball, and he does, and it ends up as a Dogs goal. But he's given so much time while he's standing, and then he goes down to ground and he doesn't dispose of it. 99 times out of 100, that is paid as a holding the ball. For some reason, the umpire lets this play on and the Dogs kick a goal. Bizarre, no call for me. And this is the final clip of the video, and just yet another example of poor umpiring in my opinion. It's clearly a throw, and then after that, he drops the ball mid-tackle after he's had chance to dispose of it. That's not holding the ball, and then Eric Hipwood almost looks like he passes it to another player, which you're not allowed to do. That is also technically a throw. The umpire hasn't paid anything. Anyway, I thought the umpires were pretty average this week. Well done to everyone who showed up to the gather round. it always helps out South Australia. I think last year it brought in about $92 million to the state, which is incredible for South Australia. It's one more year. I'm hoping the AFL will give me a media pass, and maybe I'll do a face reveal then. I really don't know, but anyway, I probably won't get a media pass from them. They might hate me, who knows. But anyway, thank you so much for watching. Today's code word is channel. Try and put that in the comments below. Confuse the people that didn't get all the way to the end of the video, and I'll see you next week. Hello and welcome to round 3 of the 2025 AFL season. These are my oddities for the week. If you are new here, please stick around, and if you do like this channel, please consider subscribing. I want to try and get to 20,000 subscribers by the end of the AFL season, and the only way you can do that is by liking the video, commenting, and of course subscribing if you're new. In this first clip we can see that Will Day breaks away from the pack and he kicks the ball inside the forward 50, and I'm almost certain he was only doing this to try and kick the ball inside the forward 50 and pass it to a teammate, but the wind at Tasmania was insane, and it was from the screen it was going right to left, and as you can see the ball catches that wind and gives it a little bit more momentum and actually goes through, and he kicks a goal. This possibly could be one of the contenders for goal of the year. I found this clip quite funny because you can see Libba clearly throws it and he argues with the umpire like he actually got a handball away, and I guess the only reason you would do this is if you are certain that you did handball it, but the replay shows this was 100% a throw. I don't know why you argue this, just cop the free and move on, mate. I thought it was quite a funny situation overall. As Thilthorpe takes the mark inside the forward 50 for the Crows, he goes back and takes a set shot at goal. And as soon as it comes off his boot, you can see it's a complete shank. Somehow this has come off the side of his boot. It goes as a shank, but somehow helicopters all the way around and eventually goes through for a goal. This has to be one of the luckiest shanks of all time. As the Blues move the ball down on the wing, Charlie Curnow's able to take a uncontested mark on the 50-metre line, and then eventually the defender comes there and he easily fakes the defender, and just watch the replay of how he's kicked it. This is also a somewhat of a shank. It's a bit of a helicopter ball in the end, but luckily enough it goes through for a goal there, but it's a pretty easy fake for him. Unfortunately, as a defender, I don't know what else you could do. Now, here is my controversial question of the week. As you can see here, Mansell has pushed his defender under the ball and eventually does get hit in the head. You can see as soon as he goes down, his legs are folded underneath him. As soon as he stands, he's extremely wobbly and groggy. Definitely had concussion or was possibly even knocked out from this. Ryan Mansell was actually offered 3 weeks for this incident here. So first question is, do you think that's fair? Do you think 3 weeks is about right? I honestly thought 2 or 3 weeks. The players were warned about this sort of action, especially after the Jinby situation earlier in the season, in the pre-season. So they know they're not supposed to do this. So I think 2 to 3 weeks is about right because he was injured. Again, I don't like to pay it on the outcome, more so the incident. But my actual controversial question, I want you to leave a comment in the section below. Do you think there should be an ejection rule like there is in basketball and other sports, where there is a foul that is that bad, that could cause harm on another player, that other player that has caused that harm should no longer take part in the game? What do you think? Should the AFL bring something like that? Or is that going a little bit too far? Let me know. Leave a comment below. I really liked the pick up here from Jason Horne-Francis. You can see that the ball's almost going one way. He's able to scoop it up and go through and kick the goal. I thought this was pretty clean hands. Nick Larkey was one frustrated man on the weekend. You can see that he open hand slaps Keane. I haven't actually checked the website to see if he was fined for this. I don't know if it's even, well, it's definitely not worth a fine in my books. Possibly a free because it is in the neck area. But this second one here, surely Keane gets a fine for staging. You just don't do this. This is just embarrassing, man. Stop it. Looks like somebody forgot to pay the electricity bill. You ran away. I really hate it when the umpires get sucked into paying frees like this. As you can see, after Motlop gets the ball, he's chased down by Kennedy, and Kennedy goes in for the tackle, but at the last minute, Motlop drops down to his knees, causing the high tackle. The umpire has to be smarter than this. You can see that he's purposely dropped his knees to get the high tackle. This should have been holding the ball for me. I hate seeing players duck their knees. I know the Crows did it a lot on the weekend, so bear that in mind. I think it's for every club, not just everyone else's club. But I think this shouldn't be paid a free kick. I don't like it. If that was Jack Ginnivan, that wouldn't have been paid. I think I might have to start coming up with different awards throughout the year. We're going to end up with 1,000 awards, but this is almost goal of the year, or still of the year, possibly. The umpire didn't pay it, but do you think Haynes had enough of the ball to be considered a mark? As you can see, Richards is right there. Haynes does control the ball and brings it down slightly, but is it long enough that Richards isn't able to steal it? He doesn't make contact with him, takes the ball and kicks the goal, but the umpire says no. What do you think? Should have that been a mark, or should have it been play on and Ed Richards gets the goal? What do you think? This was possibly one of the plays of the day, the individual plays of the day. As you can see, the Wizard gets the ball and he fakes out a couple of the GWS defenders and he's able to get the ball to Gunston on the 50-metre mark. Fortunately, Gunston is not able to kick. Aren't completely convinced. After watching the replay, the umpire got completely fooled. I don't think this should have been a mark at all. Caldwell tried to sell the dummy on Rioli, and it wasn't convincing enough. Rioli was ahead of it. He was already lunging for the smother, but Caldwell ends up tripping and slipping over as he kicks the ball. I'm not entirely sure if McRae heard another umpire say play on or anything, or if he just didn't think this was going to be a mark. But after Ross takes the mark, he tackles him after the fact, after he's already landed on the ground, and rolls him over. And this is a clear 50-metre penalty. I just don't know what was going through his head at this point in time. With only 6 minutes left in the quarter, the game's been played for quite some time now, and you can hear the commentators, specifically Gary Lyon, talk about getting the ball into the users who use the ball very well. And he says, for example, you need to get the ball to Caleb Daniel. He's played really well tonight. Except Caleb Daniel doesn't play for the Dogs anymore, mate.
We always say into the hands of the best users. So for the best way through here, Caleb Daniel from the back half for the Bulldogs is where they've looked.
We talk about coach killers week in and week out, and you can see here that Pryor goes up for the spoil. Probably could have marked it, but he goes to the 2-fist spoil. Unfortunately, he just doesn't make very good purchase of the ball itself. He essentially just hits the ball up closer towards Port's goal, and Porter able to end up and kick a goal, a gimme almost. If you were the coach, you'd be absolutely livid why he didn't kill this through for a point or out of bounds. There's a little bit to this, and you probably won't see it in the footage, but after the ball is taken for the kick-in, kicks over to O'Sullivan, the young fella, and Curtin is actually standing the mark, the outside 15 mark, I think it is, as the ball gets kicked in. And as O'Sullivan looks to move the ball inside, he clearly doesn't know that Curtin hasn't moved back. He's actually still standing there, and he goes through and gets the mark and eventually kicks the goal. He's only a young fella, so we've got to give him the benefit of the doubt, but that's possibly another coach killer. I'm not entirely sure whose decision it was to put the Port and Bombers game on the Thursday night. It was probably one of the worst games I've seen for quite some time. Obviously, don't have too much love for Port. I do love the way they used to play last year, but this year's been terrible. Anyway, as you can see, Sam Durham is lining up for goal, and he completely shanks it. I mean, just look at the scores, 3-10. The Bombers kept Port in this for way too long. These are gimmies later in the year. He absolutely has to be nailing these if they want to make finals. I thought this tackle from McNeil was really important in the context of the game. As you can see, Akers is trying to get away, and these tackles are really hard to land, but McNeil is able to hold on to the shoulder strapping of all things, as Akers tries to fend off, so therefore he gives up his prior opportunity and holding the ball. So well done. This point was pivotal in the game for the Dogs to be able to get the win. Harley Reid had quite a nice hanger here. Not too much verticality on this, but it was a nice mark nonetheless. Able to clear the space, so he was the only one available to take the mark. Well done to him. Come on, Drapes, you got to help your man up, surely. As the ball travels inside the Gold Coast Suns forward 50, there's a bit of a marking pack and the ball spills out, and Ben King's able to take the ball and he goes to kick a goal, but somehow just kicks it straight to the defender in the goal square. Sometimes this guy is on, sometimes you just think, what is this bloke doing? That's an easy goal for him. He should be kicking hundreds of these. After the ball goes out to Harry Sharp, he unfortunately doesn't mark the ball and it bounces off his chest, and Flying Ryan doesn't take much time at all to pick it up and kick a dribbler from about 40 metres out. This is incredibly hard to do with the accuracy to get it through for a goal, so this I think could be a contender for goal of the year for me as well. I think it's incredibly hard to kick, goes through for a goal, and at this point in time he kept West Coast Eagles, well, put them in front actually. After the ball goes inside the Suns forward 50, you can see that May is late to the contest and I guess wants to make his presence felt against his old team, and gives away a very dumb 50-metre penalty and gives Gold Coast the early lead.
And in many respects, that's the underrated nature of what role he's providing for the Suns. I mean, he's king.
While the Suns have the ball inside their forward half, you can see that Melbourne are too concerned about whether the ball travelled 50 metres or not, 15 metres or not, and you can see them just all complaining to the umpire, looking, saying, as if that's 15 metres, and Johnny Noble just sneaks around the side and uncontested just catches Melbourne completely sleeping, and this is not a good look this early on in the season. They're too worried about complaining to the umpire rather than trying to man up, and yeah, this is an easy goal for Johnny Noble. His first goal for the Suns. The commentators said it, and I think they're right. I think Melksham actually lost sight of where the goals were, as Clayton Oliver kicks the ball towards the goal. You can see that Melksham gets the ball and tries to soccer it off the ground as if he's just tapping it on to make sure of the goal, but he's clearly in front of the points. I think Ollie Wines proved on the weekend that he still has it. You can see how easy it is for him to fake this handball off, and the defender bites at it really hard and opens up the forward 50, and he goes through and kicks a goal. You'd love to be able to see him get back to his Brownlow medalist era, but unfortunately age catches up with all of us. As Port are getting the ball down the boundary line, they're trying to advance the ball, and the kick goes a little bit wide, and as you can see, Willie Rioli tries his hardest to keep that ball in play or touch it before it goes out, and I guess he just loses control of how close the boundary line is to him and just runs almost full speed into the fence, and those things are quite spiky because of the LEDs in them, so that one would have hurt. Saad actually takes a really nice marking contest with Darcy. As you can see, there's a huge height difference, but Saad just went early and was able to pluck the ball before Darcy got it over the top, and then proceeds to pretty much shank the kick, and then he tries to get the handball back from Hollands, and that's also a stinker. I know that's Saad's game, he likes to do that run and gun sort of thing, but sometimes take your time, man. As the Crows pass the ball around inside their forward 50, you can hear the commentators say that Tex is open, he gets the ball, and they say, you may as well put this down in the book, and then he just shanks the kick. Not entirely sure if you could class this as commentator's curse, but it's pretty damn close. I've tried to slow it down and zoom in the best I can. As you can see, Van Rooyen gets the ball into hands, and he just completely throws it. I have no idea how the umpire didn't pay this a free kick. This one is so blatantly obvious, and you see everyone kind of stops for a little bit, like expecting the free kick to be paid, but for some reason the umpire doesn't play it, and it's just play on. I don't think Pink will get a easier interception, a steal like this ever again. As you can see, Taylor Walker's going to kick the ball, and he changes his mind, tries to drop it down to either bounce it or put it on the ground and pick it back up again. As you can see, unfortunately, the ball just bounces straight towards Pink, and he's able to just pick the ball up and kick it away. After Sheasel kicks this ball, for me, I think this one was completely out of bounds. The boundary umpire is there, somehow didn't pay it. It looked out of bounds on the full by quite a bit. The breeze at UTAS Stadium was pretty insane. As you can see, the boundary umpire throws this ball in, throws it probably a little bit too high rather than sharper, and you can see that the ball almost comes back to him. It should have been a 30-metre pass, throw in. in the end it ends up only going about 10 metres because the wind just pulls it back. Another breeze clip here. As you can see, Toby Green gets the ball and doesn't look like he puts a huge amount of effort into this kick, but it goes through because of the wind. When Zach Williams is fit and firing, he is pretty hard to stop. As you can see, he gets the ball in the back 50 and he's able to fool Tim English with the handball and run through and eventually set up a pass for a set shot at goal. Unfortunately, in the end, he actually did come off because he was injured yet again. He's had a long history of soft tissue injuries, rather. It's just really sad to see because when he runs and guns like this, he's a really fun player to watch, but unfortunately, he's just been hampered by injuries pretty much his whole career. Before we saw Riley O'Brien take it up to Sherry and lose, and in this one you can actually see Darcy Fogarty run full speed into the back of the ruckman, and you can see Sherry just gets straight back up and just keeps playing. This dude is either dumb as rocks or tough as nails. I think I'm going to go with tough as nails because I really like the way he plays. But also, this probably should have been a free kick to him anyway. And I guess I want to try and start a new segment right at the end of the video, so thank you for watching if you made it all the way here. What I want to do is highlight one comment from either one of the posts or on the channel itself, so if you want to be featured in this video, make sure that you do leave comments below. But this one goes out to Marcus Power 3513 for his comment on the fact that Hawthorn scored all their goals in the second and the third quarter only, and they still won. And I had to fact check that, and he was right, so well done for him. He got the comment of the week. If you would like that to be you, leave a comment below, like, and if you made it all the way to the end of the video, surely I deserve a subscribe. Let's get to 20,000 people. Thank you so much. I'll see you next week. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Okay, I'm sorry, I had to. In this clip here, you can see Jack Ginnivan lines up for a goal in the fourth station here, where Gold Coast take the mark, and you can see he's about to handball, he's about to play on, and the Crows defender tackles him, or stops him from allowing that handball, and gives away a 50-metre penalty. So you can understand why people get frustrated, because the umpires are calling two different things for pretty much the same scenario. And do you think both of these were right, or do you think that the umpire should have called them back and let them take the kick behind the mark, I guess, to, I don't know. What do you think? Leave a comment below. Now we're in the second half, probably the third quarter of the AFL season for 2025. I've been trying to get to 20,000 subscribers by grand final day. It's not going to happen, but I do still appreciate it if you guys like these sort of videos to please do subscribe, like to support the channel. Please do subscribe, leave a like and leave a comment. Alright, let's go to the next clip. In this one here, the defensive effort by Maurice Rioli was absolutely awesome to see, and you can see that Hoff has the ball. He thinks he's clear. He's just running straight through the corridor, trying to get inside the forward 50 for the West Coast Eagles, but Maurice Rioli just chases him down. He's got to run close to 100 metres here to chase him down, and gets him just at the right time. And this is one of the defensive plays of the week. There's actually been quite a few this week that have been excellent. Probably would have, but he does the great team thing, kicks it into his teammate who's in the goal square, and gets a very easy goal. This is just a brilliant individual effort, and you just love to see a defensive play of the year sort of award, maybe on Brownlow night. I think this one would win. As the ball goes inside the forward 50 for the West Coast Eagles, you can see Liam Ryan gets the ball and it gets away from him a little bit, but he's able to get a boot to it, and he just gets the luckiest bounce of all and just totally clears the defender and goes over the top and goes through for an awesome goal. The team defensive effort here from the Brisbane Lions was awesome, as Bontempelli kicks the ball inside the Dogs forward 50. You can see that Gardner and Wilmot just do not give up. Gardner's down on the ground, he gets back up and then spoils it eventually with the mini tackle, and then Wilmot with the deflection with the smother, and this is yet another brilliant team effort. Now, hopefully you haven't seen this yet, but Unfortunately, this was a point in the end, but this has to be probably one of the best points you'll ever see. Gunston was that close to getting a goal of his career. As he goes towards the boundary line, he just puts a tiny little left-footed kick to it, and it bounces through, and it looks like it's gone through for a goal, but the Port defender's able to get a hand to it and stop it from being a goal. But this is just brilliant. You can tell that the experience that he's got is the reason why he's able to kick goals like this, or points like this, I guess.
Looking at this angle, we can see the ball is touched before crossing the back of the goal line. Decision on the scoreboard.
I thought this one was quite strange from the goal umpire here. I mean, 9 times out of 10, when there's something that they're not entirely sure of, they just go to the review. I know they get reviewed before the ball up anyway. Sometimes things do get missed. But I thought this one was clearly off the Sydney defender, and you can just tell by Curtis's reaction, he hasn't really gone up and celebrated the goal. To me, that's a pretty dead indicator that he knows he hasn't got a foot to it. The umpire just straight away calls it a goal, goes to review, and of course, it's touched. And the commentators were saying this one was a little bit controversial because there wasn't enough evidence for them to think it was overturned. But you can see from the angles, I think it is pretty clear that the Sydney defender gets his hand to the ball, and I don't think Curtis touches it with his boot at all. And look at his reaction. He knows he hasn't. There was a whole bunch of feeling in the Hawks and Port game, especially in that first quarter. The Port defence gave away a free kick to Hawks, who kicked a very easy goal. And then after Port's first goal, after Mitch Georgiades kicks a goal, for some reason Sicily just throws down Lukosius down to the ground right in front of the umpire after the goal's been kicked. And that's probably the worst spot you can do it because it is a free kick to Port in the forward 50. And Lukosius goes back and kicks a goal. And there's been 3 goals in less than a minute to open the game. It's just crazy. How's this kick here from Tom Green? He's just kicked it 50 metres check side and then onto the chest of his teammate. That is a very hard kick to do, and to do it in the midfield is pretty cocky. Luckily for him, it came off really nicely. In the absolute pouring down and windiest conditions you'll probably see in a very long time, a free kick was paid to Ollie Wines as he was held in the ruck contest. And you can see Liddy picks the ball up and he starts to run off, and the umpire does call advantage. You can see that he's actually picked the ball up, taken a few steps after the free kick has been called, and he calls advantage and then holds the ball up. The umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt and he's able to go back. And this one, I guess, is kind of similar to the first, the second and third clip that I showed you. And why was that not called back? But this one was called back. The consistency of the umpiring is just extremely frustrating to watch at the moment. Mason Wood has put his name down for a contender for goal of the year. As he picks the ball up, he just puts a beautiful little left foot kick to it, very similar to what Jack Gunston did earlier in the video. Luckily for Mason Wood, this one actually goes through for a goal. But just knowing the experience, knowing how hard to hit it, where to hit it, and I guess most people would just smash this and it won't have a chance for goal. He's dribbled this perfectly and it's gone through for a brilliant goal. Sometimes you think the umpires sort of get caught up in the excitement and the crowd hype of the game. As you can see, Kyle Lohman almost takes an amazing specky. It goes down to ground, and I'm not entirely sure who the player is, but they handball it over to Levi Ashcroft, who goes through and kicks a very easy goal. Unfortunately, the umpire has seen that the pass to him was the throw, so it goes back to Rory Lobb. But you can see he's celebrating, and it takes him a while to realise that it's not a goal, and the crowd were not happy. I reckon the umpire should have paid a mark here just for the theatrical essence of it. But in all honesty, I actually think this was a mark. I think the umpire missed this one. There's a few mistakes here that the Cats made as Brian Myers gets the ball up straight through the midfield, right through the corridor, and he kicks it inside the forward 50. He probably had enough time and space to have a shot at goal if he wanted to continue running, but he did run quite fast, so he was probably a bit tired at that point. Kicks it towards Shannon Neal, who's unable to take the mark, but he goes through, tries to kick it with his left boot and just completely shanks it. You have the Coleman medalist there, just do something creative, go over the top and let Jezza run on, kick a goal. And yeah, he just completely shanks this kick, and yeah, it's just a disgusting kick. In the Hawks and Port game over at UTAS Stadium, the wind and the rain was just that forceful. As the boundary umpire throws the ball in, you can see it go up in the air and catches the wind, and it actually moves away, probably about 10 or 15 metres away from where it was supposed to land. It takes a while for the boundary umpire to adjust, and in the end you can actually see him throw it more towards the opposite way, so he's throwing it into the wind, so it does land roughly where it was. And the ruckman took quite a bit of time to realise this and I guess adjust their game. You could see that the Hawks player was probably a little bit better than Jordan Sweet. I think it was Meek who was in the ruck, because he would always stand downwind where the ball's going to bounce. But anyway, the wind down there at UTAS was absolutely no joke. As the Dogs are inside their forward 50, Tim English does the right thing and taps it on towards goal, and only Aaron Norton could miss something like this. He's gone through trying to kick a goal and it's come off above his knee. He has probably one of the worst field kicks in my opinion. Just watching him kicking it to teammates, he turns it over. Anyway, this one here was an absolute stinker. All he had to do was drop it down, but he's tried to boot it through too hard with the defender right on him, and he's complete goals. As he does, he just makes it look so easy. But yeah, I thought the defender was pretty soft, pretty weak there. After Bailey Dale takes a mark, I thought it was fairly obvious he took it inside play, and when he kicks it back in, he actually goes around the point, the goalpost, and kicks it through the behinds. That probably should have been a point. If you do that, it's a point, but the umpire's called a score review. This one. And this is the last one for this week, but this mark here should have been paid to Peter Wright. He's got clipped in the back of the head and the defender's chopped his arms. This is a clear free kick. For some reason the umpire didn't pay it. I thought the Bombers were a little bit unlucky on the day, more from the umpires. The kicking is what hurt them yet again. And anyway, that's it for this week. Thank you very much for watching. The code word for this week is dummy, as in he's completely spit the dummy. Let's see some creative comments below. Put it down below, let me see who comes up with the most creative sort of comment, and of course don't let them know that we're leaving the secret comments below. Again, thank you for watching the video. Please leave a like, subscribe, and if you'd like to share the video, get me exposed more to more people. That's probably not right terminology. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next week, and sorry this video is late. I'll see you soon. For me, the AFL sends so many mixed messages with things like this, where you can see Nash knocks out Brian Myers, and you can see as soon as he gets hit, he's knocked out. It's not because he's hit the ground, he's knocked out even before that. It'll be interesting to see what the AFL do, because they do. I think this is going to be 5 to 7 weeks is what most people are saying. I think it is going to be about 6 weeks, especially going off of last year with, or the year before with Peter Wright, how he got 4 weeks for that high bump. This one looks a little bit more intentional. I think this is going to be 6 weeks. Then on the other hand, we have players like Noel Bolter who got suspended for 6 weeks. This went to court and he got a slap on the wrist. He got a $3,000 fine, can't consume alcohol, and he can't be out after, I can't remember what it is, 10 PM or something, from 10 PM to 6 AM. And that's for 3 months before he can stop that. So he's going to get punished by not being able to play those night games. But what about the victim, the person that got attacked by Noel Bolter over a pizza of all things? For me, the punishment just doesn't fit the crime. Anyway, leave a comment below. How many weeks do you think that Connor Nash is going to get for this high hit? I know that this has been highlighted a little bit, especially through these AFL shows, 360 and so on, but this free kick, this 50-metre penalty from Bailey after it was coach killer decision, whether he did run over the legal limit that he was allowed to, I'm not entirely convinced. Either way, he didn't stand on the mark, gave away a 50-metre penalty, and it resulted in being a 77 metre penalty, which was a shot at goal. If this was 50, that's 27 metres shorter, and this would have been a kick from inside the square rather than a shot at goal. Do the umpires not have any sort of assistance from the umpire's box or anyone above that can be able to digitally measure 50 metres? It's 2025. Now, I haven't seen the results, so I do apologise if this has already been resulted, but you can see this young fan here as Alir spoils the ball over, marks the ball, then the young fan sort of throws the fan. I think he loses control of it, but I'm not going to give him the, I guess, benefit of the doubt. He shouldn't be doing this in his direction anyway. It doesn't matter if it's your team or if you're frustrated, whatever. He should have done that into his hand, behind his seat, not towards a player. It'll be interesting to see what happens because he's such a young fan. Whether they will suspend him for the rest of the year or not, I don't entirely know. I feel like if this was an adult, he would be suspended. I mean, not allowed to come to the stadium for the rest of the year. We'll see what happens. Is that too harsh of a penalty? What do you think?
A little banner from the fence.
After a 50-metre penalty is given away after the defender runs over the mark, Bontempelli gives the ball off to JJ and he runs past. He can hear that the umpire has given a 50-metre penalty to the Bont nonetheless, and he still decides to play on. He kicks for goal and he does kick a goal, but imagine if he didn't. Imagine if he missed. You wouldn't hear the end of it, and I guess you just don't take the ball off the Bont when he would have had a shot at goal, so you have to make sure this one goes through. Luckily for him, it did. That's a pretty risky move, but it paid off. High risk, high reward. Now just keep in mind that I am a Crows fan, but how is this not holding the ball? As Rankin fends off one defender, then he has a little gap of time before Tom Green tackles him again and takes him down to ground. I guess the tackle does break right at the last second, but surely Rankin has had enough opportunity to dispose of the ball. He doesn't, gets tackled down to the ground, then the tackle breaks. This should have been holding the ball for me. Overall, I feel like the umpires had a pretty shocking weekend. This is just one example. There are a few later in this, but if I just talked about the umpires, this episode would be 3 hours long. The commentators on the day did talk about this, but if you had to pick two people, I guess these two specific people between Hill and Libba, who was going to win the 100-metre sprint, there is no chance I'm taking Libba any time of the week, any day of the week. But he's proved me wrong, because he's chased down Hill, he's tackled him and got him for holding the ball. As you can see, the crowd give him a standing ovation, and that is very well deserved. If Shea Bolton actually did do this on purpose, then he might be one of the smartest footy players out there. As you can see, once he gets the ball from Clayton Oliver, he kicks the ball, but he purposely kicks it. It looks like he does purposely kick it down towards the ground, so it bounces over the top. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't kick this down on the ground. You're not kicking it to the advantage of your teammate, and he had time to kick it up, just a normal drop punt through for goal. But I don't know if he's just trying to get extra style points or what, but he's kicked it on the ground, it's bounced over and gone through for goal. This has to be a nomination for goal of the year if he did this on purpose. I think this one is the wrong call again by the umpire here. You can see that he's very close. It's in the last minute of the first quarter. I feel like the umpire just got a little hung up over the situation. But as you can see, Blitzhaus has the ball. He does have a little bit of time to dispose of the ball, gets tackled down to the ground, and then sort of just flicks it over for a rush behind. This should have been holding the ball for me. I think this is the wrong call by the umpire, who was right there and just wouldn't make the call. Also, if you made it this far into the video so far, this is a very big episode, so I just want to thank you so much for watching. If you're new to the channel, please do subscribe. I do videos like this every week. If you already like the channel, please leave a like, leave a comment. It helps push it out to more people. Let's keep going. This one again, I think, is a very poor example of the umpiring on the weekend. After Butters gets the ball from the throw-in, he jumps to get his hands free so he can handball, but from the impact of the tackle, he's not able to get his hands to the ball. This is a clear throw. The umpire is right there and just doesn't make the call. After the ball goes inside the Swans forward 50, there's a bit of a contest between McLean and Alir, and Alir wins the free. And from first looking at it, you see McLean is clearly disgusted with the call, and I thought it was the same. I thought Alir fell down and dragged him down, But if you do watch the replay, it does look like McLean puts a block on to stop Aaliyah getting to the ball. By watching the replay, both of the players ran past the ball, so the ball wasn't going to be in their landing zone. And McLean does take his eyes off the ball a little bit, but he puts that early body contact on, which happens in pretty much every marking contest, to put your opponent off balance or whatever to give you a better chance at marking the goal. Things like this don't usually get paid. It's not a total stinker from the umpire, it's just a little bit odd. After the Blues are putting the ball inside forward 50, you can see that Durden takes a mark almost out of nowhere. I definitely wasn't expecting him to be contesting this mark, but you watch the replay and this is quite courageous because he only has eyes for the ball and he's running back with the flight. This can end very badly. It has many times, but he only has eyes for the ball, so it's a very courageous mark and very well done to him. You can see that the Blues boys love it. Now, we don't do this every week, but probably should. I think this is the defensive play of the week for me. As you can see, Harry Edwards puts his body on the line, stopping the goal from the Essendon forwards, and he just takes the hit. He knows that this is coming, puts his body on the line, just makes sure that this doesn't go through for a cheap goal. So well done to him for putting his body on the line and stopping a almost certain goal. After the ball is heading towards the Saints forward 50, Higgins breaks free and you can see he receives the ball and I don't know if he's passing this or going for a shot at goal. I think he doesn't even know. He sort of goes halfway in between and doesn't really do anything with it. And then it looks like Wilson saves the day by keeping the ball in and then kicking a goal. But watching the replay, you can actually see that there is a bit of a gap in between the point post and the ball. You can see the umpire's shorts through that, the colour of his shorts. So this is not a goal, it's only a behind and a goal gone begging. This is probably the first double oddity of the week after Tyson Stengel is lining up for goal. Somehow he just completely shanks the kick, but it doesn't go off the side of his boot, it's just a real floater. And Barras takes the mark and then gives it to Amon, who kicks it out. And then Impey marks it. It looks like he marks it, but the umpire says it's play on. It looks like a chop of the arm, so this probably should have been a mark or a free kick. It isn't, and then eventually the Cats get the ball back and kick a goal. The Hawks had every opportunity to win this game, but as you can see, Chol gets the ball and he's running towards the goal. There is someone coming over towards him and he's got to kick it on his left foot, and somehow he completely shanks the kick and he hits the post, so it's a behind. I just don't understand how a key forward does this. You got to love this from Willie Rioli. You can see that he's taken a shot at goal there, just a quick snap out of the pack, and you can see straight away he puts his hands up. He knows it's been touched. The umpire still go to goal review even though he's the one who's kicked it and he knows it's been touched. And of course, yes, it is touched. You got to love the honesty, but when it's on the other foot, you see way too many defenders say it's been touched when they know they haven't touched it. Or when sometimes it's 50-50, they do it so there is a score review. I don't know if there needs to be a penalty for this, for trying to trick the umpire or whatever, but at least the score review is usually pretty accurate. With only 2.5 minutes left, the West Coast Eagles get the ball and send it inside their forward 50. I'm assuming Liam Ryan didn't know that this was a mark. Maybe he thought this was touched and he had to play on, or whether this point of the game when everything was so close that he had to try and hurry the game up. As you can see, he runs past a few defenders, takes a shot at goal and completely shanks it. Just look at the scores and the time left. This was an extremely important part where he had to kick a goal to keep them into it, and he hasn't. So not completely up to him, but this is the point in the game where it pretty much made it impossible for them to win. This clean ball movement was very reminiscent of the Melbourne of old, when they just completely dominated the competition. You can see here that the hands are very clean and it almost looks like a training drill where they're trying to work the ball in between themselves to get the ball out and then perform the switch, and it works for them. Melbourne are able to get the ball down inside their forward 50 and they get a free kick, and then he goes back and he kicks the goal. But the clean hands are very important between some of the older players there, Petrarca, Salem and Clayton Oliver. They all work together, they work really well, clean hands, and ends up being a golden opportunity for Melbourne. Take a look at the score and the time. You can see that the Cats are up by 1 point with only 3 minutes left. Hawks have it in their defensive 50, and I think it's Weddle. I can't remember, I can't really see on the video, but I believe it's Weddle. And the Hawks don't have to panic at this stage. It's only 1 point. The game's not out of reach. They would have been told that there's about that 3 minutes left. And they do want to play a little bit risky to get the ball inside their forward 50. But surely you're told from a junior level that you don't set it up 30 metres out directly in front of your own goal. If you aren't 100% sure that you can make this kick has to go down the line towards the boundary line. So at least it resets. You can't kick this ball inside your own forward 50 unless it's a certainty. Whether he hasn't actually just seen the defender there with, the offender kneel, and then in the end, the Cats are able to get the ball back and kick a goal. And at that point in time, when it's 7 points with only 3 minutes, they'd have to kick 2 goals to win it, or a goal and a point to draw. And it just almost became impossible for them at that point. The umpire missed this, and I definitely did in live. It was probably only on the replay that you were able to see that Curtis used his leg to wrap his around Wiedering to drop him down to the ground to essentially trip him. I mean, it's holding the ball anyway before that trip. But are you allowed to do that in a tackle? I wouldn't believe so. Would that constitute a trip or not? What do you think? What's your opinion on this, on players looking back at the defender and showing a little bit of cheek like this? Do you mind it or do you not? I think in the context of this one, I think it's fine. He shows up 2 or piece. I'm not entirely sure what that is all about. He's actually kicked 5 goals at this point, so not entirely sure what it's all about. But what do you think? Leave a comment below. Do you think you should do this sort of showboating? Is it not in the spirit of the game, or is it just some guys having fun? What do you think? I feel like the Crows and GWS game was probably one of the weirdest games I've seen in a long time. The skill of both teams was absolutely appalling. I know the conditions weren't great because it was quite gusty and it did rain and was quite dewy pretty much throughout the whole game. But if you gave this shot to Toby, again, 99 out of 100 times, I reckon he nails this, and this is the one that he doesn't. You can see that it's the third quarter. GWS have only scored 1 goal for the entirety of that game to that point, and he has a chance to pretty much double how many goals. Well, no, not pretty much, definitely double how many goals they have kicked in the game, and somehow even Toby misses it. You know, it's a rough day when he misses these ones where he has these for breakfast, lunch and dinner. After a marking contest on the wing, you can faintly hear the umpire blow his whistle, and it's a little bit confusing because I think it's the out of area umpire that's paid the free kick, not the umpire who's right there. And you can see that the players who are there are also confused about whose free kick it is. You see Bergman gets the ball and it's possibly his because the umpire points his way and then he points the other way. It's just very confusing. All the players sort of come to a stop because even they don't know. Usually you see it when it's a known free kick where you've known you've given it away. The player puts a hand up because they know it's their free kick. But you can just see that no one puts their hand up because they're confused. They have no idea whose free kick it is and what for. After watching the replay, I have no idea whose free kick it is either. After Cozzy Pickett kicks a goal, goes back to the centre square, and it only takes 12 more seconds for him to kick another goal. Cozzy Pickett was absolutely on fire. After Powell takes a mark on the wing, he sends the ball back inside the Suns' forward 50 and it just bounces past the pack and goes over, and then Graham gets the ball and he's half tackled, and as you can see he's going to kick the ball and kick a goal, but Vlosten stops him and he doesn't kick it, but luckily he has enough time to go back and take a second swing at it. But at this point in the game, when you're 18 points down, how nervous would have he been when he's taken that first swing at goal and he's missed it? But luckily, he had enough time to make amends. After Akers gets the ball inside the forward 50, you can see that he tries to use his left boot to kick it to a teammate. It comes off the side of the boot, and just watch the replay. As soon as he kicks it, you can see him say something, and then you just see him laugh. He knows that this is a complete shank. Maybe he's laughing because he knows he's going to be on Holding the Ball channel. I wonder. After Chandler marks the ball, probably about 65 metres out from goal, maybe 70, he kicks it in towards Petty, and the ball is very low and very hard, just trying to kick it to his advantage. The ball just happens to bounce past and just eventually goes through for a goal. I'd like to get your judgment on this call here. As you can see, the ball is inside GWS's defensive 50 and the ball is bouncing towards the boundary line. It does look like the defender, Sam Taylor, actually hits the ball back towards Buckley. Well, he tries to at least. Doesn't make great connection with it and the ball eventually bounces out. It's in the wet. At this point in the game, it's been raining, it's been dewy. You can see the skills are very low because of this, and he's hit the ball towards his teammate, I think, and the ball goes out and the umpire pays insufficient intent. I'm not entirely sure about that. What about your opinions? Leave a comment below. After Harley Reid gets the ball, he kicks it off his left boot and it goes out of bounds on the full, and it's Mason Redman's free kick. And as you can see, Cripps has the ball and he should pass it back straight away, I guess. I feel like the umpire's fairly quick on the 50-metre penalty. I don't know if it's probably... I mean, he does hold the ball for quite some time, so it's probably correct, but I feel like this is a pretty harsh penalty for not that big of a delay in the game. Jack Gunston, who's been playing this game for so long, and is probably one of the guys that if you had to put your life on it, he's going to kick this. And somehow he's just completely hooked it. You can see in his action, the way he hooks his hips, that this was going to miss. But it's very unusual, very odd to see Gunston miss so badly. Again, I am a Crows fan, so I may be biased in this decision. But as you can see, Neil Bullen is searching for the ball after the smother. He has his head down over trying to pick the ball up, and at the last minute, Himmelberg moves his body, braces for contact, he turns his body to the side and makes high contact with Alex Neil Bullen. For me, this is an easy high free kick. Somehow, Fogarty's come in and hit Himmelberg a little bit high, and then it's a GWS free kick. I feel like this is the wrong call. It should have been the first free kick to Neil Bullen. Anyway, moving on. Jason Horne-Francis is lining up for goal, and you can see after he kicks it, it comes off the side of his boot, and you just see his expression after. He just knows that is an absolute stinker. As GWS kick the ball inside the forward 50, you can see that Riccardi puts two hands in the back of Keane, who does have a habit of selling the contact to the umpires and flopping. But anyway, you can see there are two hands in the back, so this should be a free kick. But Keane made sure that the umpire definitely saw this. I really want him to take this out of his game. We've seen him in the last 2-3 weeks flopping and doing things like this. I hate it in the game. The free kick is there. Just let the umpire call it. You don't need to exaggerate this much to make the umpire see it. After Melbourne kicked the ball inside their forward 50, Cozzy Pickett uses Petty as a stepladder and takes the mark. And I just love Petty's reaction. He sort of looks back and thinks, oh, who's taking this mark? And he sees that it's Cozzy, someone who's absolutely on fire in this game, especially at this point. And he can't help but just laugh. And that's so much better than the body language and attitude that we've seen from Melbourne recently. So you got to love being able to see this from teammates again. Aaron Norton could have had an absolute bag full on the night, and I think he ended up kicking, was it 2 goals, 2 behinds, and 2 out of bounds on the full. This was an absolute gimme after Webster just handballs it to him. At this point in the game, it doesn't really matter, but these are easy. He's right there, takes a shot at goal, and completely misses it. He could have had an absolute bag. The North Melbourne faithful were absolutely livid with the umpires on the Good Friday game. Do any North Melbourne supporters know how to spell livid? Again, I feel like this is probably another good example of the poor umpiring over the weekend. As you can see, Henry is aiming to pick the ball up. He doesn't actually take possession of the ball, but he's tackled by Jones. He impedes his run at the ball, and the umpire is right there. You have a look at the video. He is right next to him, and the umpire just allows this to play on. He gets tackled down to the ground when he doesn't take possession of the ball, and he's trying to pick the ball up. This is an easy free to Henry for me. Cam Rayner came through and just went absolutely bang on Nick Dacos. You can see he goes down, and it looks like he's going to be hurt, but he actually bounces straight up and gets the ball on the very next possession. So it was a big hit, but obviously not enough to put him down for too long. Leave your comment below. I know it's very late in the video, but this one here, I think this is completely stupid by Bailey Smith. I mean, he knows the umpire's right there. He does cop that little bump, but throwing the ball or pushing the ball into Impey's face, it's going to be a free kick every day of the week. No matter how hard you push it, it's not part of the play, it's not part of the game. This is a very dumb decision by him. Impey goes down. Some people say fairly easily, but if you cop the footy to the face like that, I'm sure you probably, maybe not go down to the ground, but you would be hurt a little bit, at least a little bit of a sting. And yeah, it's just stupid by Bailey. He doesn't need to be doing this. Wasn't able to capture it very well on the video, but Steely Green traps the ball with his right boot, goes through, picks the ball up, kicks it inside the forward 50, and Tom Lynch just nonchalantly taps the ball behind his back, who Maurice Rioli picks the ball up, bumps Collins off of the play, and goes through and kicks the goal. Do you think Lynch did this on purpose, or was it just a fluke by him pretending like he was trying to keep the ball in so it wasn't paid insufficient intent? Or do you reckon they actually lined this up for possibly a contender for goal of the week? Thought this one from Jacob Ware was quite funny. He's trying to evade Taylor Walker, trying to sell him a couple pieces of candy, and Taylor Walker just has absolutely none of it. He's able to get the kick away, eventually Ware does, but it's quite funny to see him just sort of turn around on the circle. As the commentators say, kind of looks like he's on a lazy Susan. And that's it for this week. This has to be the longest episode I've done, single episode, for a very long time, if not ever. So if somehow you've made it all the way to the end of the video, surely I deserve a subscribe, a like, and a comment below. Really helps push this video out. Again, I'm trying to get to 20,000 people by the end of the AFL season, by the grand final. So if you can help me by doing that and sharing it to people who might like this sort of content, I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you made it all the way to the end, I do also have a super like option or a become a channel member if you would like. Helps me out to keep pushing these videos out. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next week. Hi and welcome to Oddity's round 1 of the 2025 season. This is the official opening of the AFL season. Anyway, this first clip here from the Hawks was really awesome. It took 2 kicks to get it from the back line into the forward. One thing I do want to highlight is the block here. So Hawthorn obviously have been practicing this. It's very reminiscent of a basketball play where the the offense team sort of set a screen so then the player can run around and get the ball. You see someone like Steph Curry do it all the time, but here you can see that the screen is laid, and then so Impey's able to get the ball and run out to the open side. So they clearly plan this where they push everyone over to one side, which creates that space for Impey to run on, tap the ball and kick it inside the forward 50. So well done to the Hawks, and I doubt this will be the last time we see that play this year. It's probably going to happen again. I mean, if it ends up being a goal, why not? Keep doing it. Talking about coach killers this year so far, this is probably twice that I saw Iden do this, where the ball is up for dispute and he just punches the ball to basically no one's advantage. And somehow Brent Daniels has got the ball here and kicked a goal for Melbourne. Can anyone tell me how that works? Christian Petrarca and Brent Daniels do not look the same, guys. It's really put on a show this week to prove that they belong in the AFL. And Murphy Reid kicked his first goal here by tricking Brian Myers, but he was not done. He actually goes on to kick 4 goals in about 4 or 5 minutes. I've seen some people say 7 or 10 minutes, whatever it might be, but either way, he's kicked 4 goals in a row for the Dockers, and very well done to him for your first game. How's that?
The goal-kicking mid at junior level. The kid they affectionately call Bruce. He get it out wide. Chapman. The sub, the defender wasn't quite sure what to do. Reedy around the body. Here's Reid again for 3 in 3 minutes. The youngster is keeping the Dockers alive. Where's Murphy Reid? Instead, that's the kick you're talking about, Tom. It was deep. No, Reid again. He could have got him. Oh, the kid is putting on one of the...
Ben King took a hanger on a 200 centimetre player, so that's almost 4 metres tall. I mean, he's arching over, so it'd be about 3 metres tall, but still, that's pretty impressive. I'm not entirely sure if his boot was causing him some issues or what was actually going on, but you can see Nankervis's boot is on his left foot, and as he walks back, you can see he puts his right foot down and actually takes his boot off, and then says to the umpire, like, no, my boot's come off, I need to put it back on so I can kick. He's done it himself, and the umpire's right there, so I'm not sure how he's got away with that. Surely you just say, nah, come on mate, you got to keep going. This might be the first double oddity of the season as the ball bounces between Blakey's legs, which was quite funny. But then the ball goes over to Ashcroft, who takes control of the ball, and mid-tackle from Wicks, he just completely drops it, but the umpire doesn't call holding the ball. So, not entirely sure why. There was a couple here where I just thought the umpires have just completely fallen asleep and just didn't call anything. When the game was all but done, Martin has a chance to try and make the score look a little bit more respectable and boost his scores, but as he goes to kick the ball, he just completely trips over in the last 40 seconds. It was a dewy game, but I just thought this was a little bit funny. I know that Powell Pepper likes to go out and show his dominance, his physicality of the game, but he has to be so careful with things like this. If he goes an inch or two high and hits him in the head, he's got to be missing for 5 or 6 weeks. Just a little bit unnecessary, I think. The game was already lost at this point, but you would hope that your more experienced players, your more experienced defenders, wouldn't sell your teammates into trouble like this. As you can see, McGovern just handballs the ball straight into someone's chest way too hard, so he's not able to take the ball. It bounces off, and then the Gold Coast Suns are able to kick a goal off of this. You just have to do better than this. Either pass it away or kick it away, whatever, but you're just selling your teammate into trouble here, and it makes him look bad, but as you, the experienced player, I think it makes you look a lot worse. That's just my opinion, guys. I think this clip here just sums up the physicality of the game and two players who are just willing to put their bodies on the line just to win the ball. You can see that there's luckily no injuries from this, but both guys had only eyes for the ball, and these sort of big collisions here is what sets our game apart from any other game in the world. You just love to see these two competitors just going for the ball. It's a big hit, but man, you just gotta love this. Defense of Freo was pretty average in my opinion, and you can see this is just probably a coach killer in my opinion, where the ball just gets over the back and Ollie Dempsey's able to kick the goal when, yeah, the defenders just don't kill this ball and just let it get through for a relatively easy goal. If you have a look at the start of the clip here, when it gets over the top, you can see that there is a Gold Coast Sun in the forward 50, almost at the goal square. So if this ball goes over the top, this is pretty much a certain goal for the Gold Coast Suns. But you can see here that Hugh actually stops the ball and smothers it. So well done to him. A shout out for West Coast, which probably didn't happen too much on the day, but well done to him in this specific play for stopping an almost certain goal. Not entirely sure how Ben Keys didn't give away a free here for front on contact. You can see that he's not facing the ball and he makes contact with Hill, and then after that also drags him down, but somehow still doesn't give away the free. I mean, I don't know what the umpire's looking at, but for me this is clearly a free. This is the other play that I was talking about with Connor Iden, where the ball's in dispute. It's sort of, he taps it once and then it goes twice. I'm assuming he's tapping it back to a teammate, but if you've played any sport, you don't tap it into your, I guess, your defensive goal square, surely. Like, tap this towards the boundary line. Even if there's someone there, just keep it away from there. For some reason, he taps it back there, and it ends up being an easy goal for Melbourne in such a critical point in the game. Just really weird defending for me. Another debutant this year who has gone through and kicked a goal, the first goal for Essendon and the first goal of the game. But I feel like this is deserved a little bit of a special mention because, as you can see, he knows that contact is coming, and a first gamer knowing a much bigger defender is coming at you, he definitely could have shied away from that or shanked the kick because he knew the contact was coming, but he still went through and kicked the goal, took the contact. But yeah, very well done to him. Deliberate rushed behinds like this, I actually don't mind being paid because he does have other options. I think sometimes it can be a little bit of confusion around this whole rule, but you can see here that it's pretty clear that he gets the ball, McGrath, and he has a chance to handball it to a teammate or do something with it. He does slip over and then tries to do the safe thing and go back and put it through for a behind, but you can't do that when you have other options or you've had prior opportunity. So this one, like this, I really do like it, like the call, so well done. For me, it's the correct call. The commentators did make a point of this a couple times during the call, that the players are now starting to get the idea that the tap on is working. You can see here, if the West Coast player actually takes the ball, he's most likely to get tackled and then cause a stoppage. Instead, he taps it on and then they're able to continue to play. It's a very smart play here by the West Coast Eagles, and would love to see more continuous play like this from them. This was probably pretty ominous of what was to come for the St Kilda defenders. As you can see here, that Rochelle just wanted the ball more. He gets past his defender and soccers it towards the goal square, and the Crows are able to kick a goal here. Surely, if the Swans defender knew that there was another player there, he might have put in a bit more effort. But unfortunately, you only get one chance at this, so make sure you do it right. After Peatling gets a free kick for a high tackle, you can hear the umpires blow their whistle and pay a free kick, but the ball keeps away from the Crows and they keep tumbling it forward. They don't take possession of the ball till a few seconds later, and then the umpire says advantage. I'm not entirely sure that is advantage. I know they probably have a directive to continue the play and keep things moving, but for me it just feels like that was not an advantage, and it was too discontinued from the original play that it wasn't really a continuous play and wasn't really, I guess, advantage, at least for me. Ones like this, you see him get called back all the time, so I think that should get called back, and yeah, I just think this is a bit of a blunder by the umpires. Felt like this play here was one of the reasons why Richmond were able to come in and win the game. You can see that Carlton were just extremely poor with their handballs. They felt the pressure from the Tigers, especially from the young players. You see players like Oddity mess it up, where he just handballs it to basically no one. He handballs it back and gives the Tigers the opportunity to kick a goal. It was very unusual for such experienced players to play so badly, to be honest, against a team of Richmond who most thought they were not going to win that many games this year, and they won their very first one. So well done to Tigers. I didn't tip you, to be honest. I will be totally transparent about that. There's no way I thought you guys were going to win, but well done. So this may be a rougher year for Carlton than a lot of people expected, so I'm kind of looking forward to that. At this point in the game, it's not completely done. The Cats don't have it in the bag. Freo did kick 4 goals, especially from the youngster, so they could have made a comeback from here. And Bailey Smith did play really, really well for his first time for the Cats. But I just feel like this ball has to go into another player, probably Neil there. I just don't understand why you're taking that shot at goal when there is the team option. There were a few times where I thought Geelong were quite selfish. Individual players were trying to kick their own goals when there was a much easier option of passing it over. They got the win in the end, so that's all that matters, but those little things can creep in over time and cause your team the win. In the end, it doesn't matter, but it's just something to look out for, that Bailey Smith, you need to pass this one. Big problems at Freo, especially with their goal kicking. Josh Tracy here, who's possibly one of their better kicks. You can just see that he completely shanks this. It's an absolute floater and hits the point post, so it's out of bounds on the full. Just not a very good showing from Freo. Geelong were very dominant on the day, but yeah, they not looking good so far. I know it's only game 1, so we got plenty of time, but sorry, Bubs. Now, this is the last clip, and thank you so much if you made it all the way to the end of the video. I do appreciate your support. I'm trying to get to 20,000 subscribers, so if you did make it this far, surely if you are unsubscribed, you can change that right now by clicking the button, leave a like, leave a comment. It really helps the algorithm push this video out. So if you'd like to support the channel, that is one way you can do it. So with this last one, what is your opinion? Leave a comment below. Was this play on like the umpire called, or should have this been a 50-metre penalty? Did Sicily go step over the mark and I guess cause that play where he steals the ball? Is that illegal still? Is he allowed to do that? Should that be 50 or is it play on? Let me know in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome to round 7 Oddities. I can't believe we're in round 7 already. That is crazy. This video will be a little bit shorter than the one last week, mainly because I had some major issues with my computer. I wasn't able to boot it up. I just had no screen at all, so it's still going to be a decent amount of time, but just not as big as last week. Anyway, let's get into the first clip. Not entirely sure what Sam Powell-Pepper was doing, but as you can see, he's kicked it straight into the man on the mark. This was a certain goal, ends up not being. This is the first double oddity of the week as Eric Hipwood gets the ball, tries to handball it to Lucky Neal, but he just misses completely. Misses it by quite a few metres actually, and the umpire says it's insufficient intent, and therefore it's a free kick. And as Jones goes to play on, he plays on out of bounds, and Lucky Neal forces him over the boundary, so it's a throw-in. Happens in footy and also happens in real life. It's the retaliator who gets the worst of it. As you can see, Simpkin pushes Jason Horne-Francis in the back, and he pushes him back and somehow gives away a free kick, and eventually a 50-metre penalty for umpire abuse, I think it was in the end. The umpires have to be more aware of this. They know they're targeting Jason Horne-Francis. We saw one earlier in the match where there was a push in the back like Simpkin did at the start, and that was paid a free kick. But this was reversed and then eventually led to a North Melbourne goal. The way that Jason Horne-Francis marks this ball and then lands on his teammate but takes it down so gently, I thought this was a little bit odd, but thanks to his teammate for allowing him to land very softly. This was goal of the week for me as the Pies took on the Bombers. The ball goes inside the forward 50 and it bounces down, and then Bobby Hill grabs it, turns onto his right boot and kicks it from the pocket, and this is in the wet. You can see how many people are in ponchos, and he still absolutely nails it. While sometimes the bump does have a very nice effect on the players, and it does look very good when you can lay a big bump. I feel like Freo would have got a free kick if this was a tackle rather than a bump. Sometimes you just have to choose the tackle. How's this from the big ruckman Rowan Marshall? As he gets the ball, he's on his knees and he's trying to get it to his teammate, but the big O is standing right in front of him, so he knows he can't go over the top, so he just completely nutmegs him, just goes straight through his legs. In the end, in the slow-mo, we can actually see that this bump is fair from Liam Stocker, but if this was an inch or two higher, or Lohmann turned his body a little bit earlier, this would have hit him in the head, and he probably would have been missing 3 weeks. And I think this is where we are in the status of the game at the moment, especially with someone like Paul Curtis, who got the 3-week suspension. If you decide to bump, if you decide to tackle, and someone gets knocked out, then it's a suspension. So this one here from Liam Stocker is not a suspension, but no doubt if this hit Lohmann in the head and he was concussed, it would be 3 weeks. Now, I'm not saying that it's always the incident and the outcome, that's sort of what everyone talks about, but it's a really fine line, and it's a changing point in our game at the moment, that if this continues to happen and people get suspended for legal tackles or legal bumps, it's going to be, like Luke Parker said, it's going to become touch footy. Anyway, I'm glad that this clip here didn't get him suspended, because I think that is the right decision, but he's treading a very fine line. Everyone's saying that the bump is dead. Let's make sure it doesn't happen. This kick here from Toby Green was also fairly odd. He did this the other week against the Crows too, where he missed an absolute sitter. These things he kicks 9 out of 10 times, probably 99 out of 100 times he kicks. And for some reason this year he's just got the whoops. You can see that he's straight out in front and somehow misses this goal. This was at the start of the game of the Dockers and the Crows game, and you can see Josh Tracy gets the ball just outside the 50, probably 55 or so metres out. Basically takes 1 or 2 steps and just absolutely launches it and completely flushes it. This was a really sweet looking kick. I had to slow this one down so you could get a context, understand the context of what happened here. As Connor Rozee takes the intercept mark, he actually does take a couple steps off his mark, and Jai Simpkin runs over the mark to try and tackle him. Luckily, the umpires actually used his real common sense here and called them both back. I think that's the right choice. Connor Rozee probably played on earlier before Jai Simpkin went over, but we've seen stuff like this before where the defender does run over the mark because the person looks like they've played on and they get paid a 50-metre penalty. But I think this is the right choice, get them both to come back. He did take a couple steps to make it look like play on, but I'm not sure if it's enough to be considered play on, and then you've got to be leaning the other way too. So I thought this was very good by the umpire. This one was really unusual, odd even for Vloston, who's got the ball, he's taking it in from the kick in, and he just kicks it straight to Harrison Betty. And then it's quite funny because you can actually see him point to the umpire and say, no, that wasn't 15. But I'm sure if his teammate marked it, he wouldn't have said that. After Aaliyah intercepts the ball, he bursts away from Jack Darling, and he's got a couple options there that he can handball it to or kick it down the line. He does this little chip kick and he just kicks it straight out of bounds on the full. In a milestone game for Archie, he almost had goal of the year or possibly goal of the week, who knows. But I want to give this point of the week. I thought this was very good. He bursts through the pack, knocks someone over and then kicks it, but unfortunately just goes straight up and eventually through for a behind. As Lynch marks the ball inside his forward 50, as he goes back for his set shot, you can actually see in the background that Ben Brown is sitting there watching his old teammates from Melbourne. It's a rare sighting of Sideshow Bob. As the ball goes inside the forward 50 for the West Coast Eagles, always kicks the ball up looking for a marker, and then Jamie Cripps goes up and doesn't make front-on contact. Could be very close. The umpire could have paid a free kick against him for Sicily, but he's able to get the ball down to ground and then tackle the defender, who gets called for holding the ball and kicks a goal. Earlier in the game, Charlie Curnow let a goal go through, and this one here, why wouldn't you if the skipper's taking a shot at goal from 65 metres out? But he lets this one roll through and it actually goes through for a point. This is the reason why this rule was brought in. As you can see, Iden is going for the ball, but he goes down to the ground and actually takes out Kennedy's knees and legs. It's an extremely dangerous thing. The reason this was brought in is because this can break legs. Now, I'm not saying that it should be a suspension, but possibly a fine for an action like this, just to reiterate, to let the players know this is not acceptable. This could have actually ended someone's careers if you broke both of his legs. It just doesn't need to happen. Now for this clip, please keep in mind I am a Crows fan, so I might be slightly biased for this, but I feel like Max Michelani didn't have a huge amount of time to dispose of the ball. It's not like he had a massive amount that he had another option. He does get the ball and take a step, and then Dudley tackles him, pinning one arm, and he makes no attempt to get rid of the ball. So I guess technically, yes, that is the correct call, but at what instance was he able to get rid of the ball legally? Just because someone holds one arm back and tackles you down to the ground facing forward, I don't know. I just don't think that this should have been a free kick for me. What do you think? As the D's are passing the ball around, it gets over to Langdon, who's almost immediately tackled or bumped as he takes possession of the ball. And as the ball goes down, it does look like it comes off of his foot. There's a bit of confusion, but the boundary umpire actually calls this as out of bounds on the full. After King gives away a free kick to Jai Amos, he handballs the ball back to him very fast. It was obviously over aggressive, and the umpire's seen this as if he's just thrown it at him. He didn't throw it, he handballed it back, but he did do it way too hard that most people would not try to catch this, because you could hurt your fingers, but he gives away a 50-metre penalty. I mean, he's probably going to kick the goal anyway, but not so much a coach killer, just a little bit funny. As Ed Richards kicks the ball inside the Dogs forward 50, it bounces down and Taylor tries to pick up the ball, and he does handball, but he slightly misses it, and then Harms is able to just get a boot on it and kick probably one of the easiest goals he's ever done. The handball here from Cosy Pickett was so fast that the umpire actually thought it was a throw.
McIntosh slapped it down. Pickett flicked it out to Windsor, but it was flicked out to Green.
Are you allowed to do this while standing on the mark? Are you supposed to stand, not run around in circles and jump all over the place? What's the rules about that? I thought this was an interesting no call here from the umpire, as still Sidebottom gets the handball. It does look like he tries to evade a little bit, almost bracing for contact from Merritt, and in the middle of the tackle the ball comes loose. He drops the ball. This should have been holding the ball for me. As the ball is inside the Crows forward 50, it bobbles around a little bit and eventually goes to Rankin, who kicks a goal. But just take a look at him. When he kicks it, he just turns around and immediately knows this one's going through. As Isaac Kako kicks the ball inside the Bombers forward 50, I think he's going for a massive kick, trying to kick it from about that 50 mark. But watch the replay, it comes off the outside of the boot, but lands in the hands of Durham. So yeah, exactly how he drew it up. As the ball goes inside the Brisbane Lions forward 50, you can see Wilkie takes the mark, but he juggles it over the line. At least for me, it looks like it's clearly gone over the line and should have been a throw-in, but the umpire, who is pretty close, has paid this a mark. Anyway, that's it for this week. Thank you so much for watching. This video is a little bit different than usual. I've been sick, my computer hasn't been working. It's been a pretty average weekend for me. But anyway, thanks again for watching, and I'll see you next week. Hello and welcome to round 4 oddities of the 2025 AFL season. You'll notice this video is not as long as it usually is. Unfortunately, I've had a couple of assignments that I have to get done. One is due tomorrow, as in the 9th, which will be, I guess, today when the video is released. And I am nowhere near ready, so I do apologise for a shorter video. I've been trying to juggle quite a few things. But anyway, in this first clip, you can see that Isaac Rankin is tackled mid-mark. Now, whether he held the ball long enough or not, he was tackled in a mark, which is a very unusual situation. Umpires are more than likely going to put the whistle away. They don't usually make calls that could make or break the game, typically. And anyway, this one here, as we know, the AFL have come out and said that the umpires got it wrong. But what's the point in saying that when it doesn't change the result of the game? You don't get to go back and give him the shot at goal. Whether he kicks it or not, who knows? But this is the 4th time that this has happened to the Crows in the last year, 2 years, I think it is. And yeah, it's just, as a Crows fan myself, it's just so disheartening to see over and over again. I mean, if you kick the point, then it's a draw. If you kick the goal, Crows win. It's just crazy to think that this just keeps happening for some reason. I don't know what else you can do. Umpires are human. They make mistakes like everyone else, but it just seems to be a pattern against the Crows. I don't know if that's true. What do you think below? How good is this goal by Ashcroft here? You can see that he finally gets the ball, and as the defender's coming to him, he makes the decision to kick it down towards the ground rather than trying to kick it up to stop the defender from possibly making the spoil. It just bounces through for a goal. Like, I know at this point in the game, the Brisbane Lions had it won, and so there's probably not that much excitement, but this is a truly incredible goal, and it probably deserved a little bit more hype from his teammates than what he actually received in the end. This is a really hard kick, and yeah, well done to him. Do you reckon this could be goal of the year? Maybe not goal of the year, but it could get goal of the week, I reckon. There was a point in the game where I was actually watching this without sound, and you can see that Zach Jones and the umpire just passed the ball back to each other. I thought the Wiggles started playing hot potato or something. Good guy Broad's just letting Charlie stretch out a little bit. Don't know the situation behind this, but whether Harms is pissed off his teammates or what, but this is an incredible goal. For him to get that on the boundary line, running at pretty much full speed, to kick it on his right, for this to go through for a goal. And you can see after the goal celebration, he puts his arms out like, how's that? Like, that's a wicked goal. You'd be so happy if you kicked that. And you see his teammates just give him this pathetic little high five. Is there something more? Am I reading into this a bit too much? But, I mean, come on. What a wicked goal. Give the man some love. There's a few interesting points to see in this clip. You can see that Jones is the one that starts the play. He kicks it from the wing, probably about, I don't know, 40 metres out from the 50-metre arc, and he continues to run. So the ball goes to Toby Green, who probably unwisely plays on, but luckily he's got a left and a right foot, so he's able to kick it inside the forward 50. And you can see Jake Stringer tap the ball, and the commentators didn't actually think that he tapped it on purpose, but watching the slow-mo replay, you can actually see that he's purposely tapped this back to Jones, who goes through and kicks a goal. So well done to Jones for continuing that run, Toby for playing on, for setting up the play, but more importantly for Jake Stringer for that really important tap on for Jones to be able to pick the ball up and kick the goal. This was a really well-timed play in the end, and you just love to be able to see these little taps. Stringer doesn't get any sort of statistics for that, but you just got to love that in a teammate. As Freo kicked the ball inside the forward 50, you can just see the speed and turn of Shea Bolton here. He's able to pick the ball up and just burn off his defender so easily and just run into the open goal. Just shows you the varying speed of some players in the AFL. This one here is quite funny. I mean, you can definitely blame the sun, but as the ball goes inside the forward 50, Buku Kamas just loses complete sight of the ball, and you can see that he's standing there with his hands up, like he's going to go for the mark or whatever, but he can't see the ball at all, so it just looks hilarious because the ball goes straight past him. After Kennedy for the Dogs has the ball inside the forward 50, he takes a snap shot at goal, and 99 out of 100 times this is going through for a goal, but it just takes a very awkward bounce thanks to the, I guess, size, shape and everything about the Sharon. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and instead of bouncing through for a point, it just doesn't bounce through for anything. It just bounces up in the air, and the Freo defenders are able to take the ball and clear it out their forward 50. Again, this is probably another one that's got a couple interesting things in it, as Shannon Neal goes to kick a 50-metre bomb. Doesn't quite have the distance. You can see the Melbourne defenders spoil it, and Dempsey's clever enough to actually grab the ball and kick it through for a goal. It's obviously being touched, but well done for him for trying to play smart, whether the umpire sees it, whether it didn't go over the line. It's always good to play on like that and then let the umpires make the decision. But very good of David Roden here. So many umpires, goal umpires, we would see just go, oh, I'm not entirely sure, let's go score review. He was absolutely confident this ball went over for a behind, and in the replay we can see that it did. But very well done to him for not relying and just taking the easy way out. Sometimes you just have to make that call, have the balls and do it, especially when you're certain. So he was certain and he got it right, so well done to him. I have absolutely no idea what Jared Witts was trying to do here, whether he was trying to two-hand tap it down to his teammate, but he's taken full possession of the ball and then he just completely throws it down to his teammate. You can just hear the commentators just be like, oh no. You see his teammates just look at him and be like, what the hell are you doing, bro? Ainsworth from the Lions had a bit of a brain fade here. You can see that he takes a mark inside the goal square, goes back through the goal line, and then continues on to play through the point posts. So yeah, that's a point. You can't do that. I thought they taught everyone this early on in their footy career. Yeah, it's a bit funny. Even the professionals have a bit of a brain fade sometimes. Very uncharacteristic here of Zach Butters. After you see that he collects the ball, he goes to kick it. I'm assuming just a little side tap to try and gain some meters, and then maybe he's trying to pick it up again. You can see he completely misses it and he just throws his head back. He knows he's completely stuffed this up. Just very strange to see him do something like this. After the ball's kicked inside the Crows forward 50, you can see McAndrew has the absolute sitter here and he drops it. I'm not entirely sure why Taylor Walker didn't go on the left here and just dribble it through for a goal. Maybe McAndrew was a little bit too close. He tries to evade, and very well done to the two defenders there. They're able to actually stop him, and in the end it ends up with a ball up inside the Crows forward 50. You've got to love the physicality of our game. As you can see, that Mead gets the ball. He's running straight into Stocker, and Stocker's able to stop him from the fend off, hold on to him and roll him in the tackle. And just the speed of the two coming against each other, and then the fierceness of the tackle. Mead comes off second best and is holding the ball. Well done to Stocker here. Mitch Georgiades also likes to play hot potato with the footy. I thought this sequence of play was really good. Both teams played really well. The Melbourne defence held up for such a long time. Unfortunately, it was just a poor kick by Petrarca in the end, where De Koning was able to get the ball and kick a goal. But it's great to see both teams playing so well, at least at this point of the game. You'd love to be able to see Melbourne put 4 quarters together though. After the ball goes inside the Suns forward 50, Walter takes a mark, and as he stands up, you can see that he puts the ball down as if he's going to go for the kick there, and the umpire doesn't call play on. Do you think that's enough for him going over the mark and then almost look like he's going to play on to try and kick the goal there? Would have been a massive brain fade if he did and the Crows defenders were able to stop him. But do you think that's enough to cause play on? Leave a comment below. I actually think this I think this gets paid as play on fairly often. I might be a bit biased because I'm a Crows fan, but I feel like this probably should have been play on. Horn Francis played some sort of game on the weekend. You can see that he just comes from the side and no one checks him. Everyone else misjudges the timing of the ball except for him, and he comes through for a really nice mark along the side there. You'd just love to have a few of these guys here. Obviously some off-field issues, but when he plays some good footy like this, he's pretty hard to stop. As McAndrew gets the ball, he absolutely launches this from about 60 metres out and hits the point post on the left, probably about halfway up, so this definitely travelled another 10 plus metres. Overall, this probably would have gone 70 metres, I reckon. This was an absolute monster. Might have paid another 50 there. After the Saints get the ball inside their forward 50, it ends up with Sinclair, who has a chance. He runs past and there's next to no defenders next to him, and he's able to kick the goal there, but for some reason he decides to check side the ball, and of course it goes through for a point. So not sure what he was doing there. Usually 9 times out of 10 you'd kick that as a drop punt, so bit of an oops. I'm almost certain that Taylor Walker was trying to pass this. You can see that he sees Thilthorpe in the goal square or running to it, and he tries to kick the ball, lob it over to him. He makes very good connection with it and it goes through for a goal, but I'm pretty sure this would have been an accidental goal. I actually have absolutely no idea what Rivers was trying to do here. As you can see, he's going up for the specky, but he's gone up about 3 business days way too early, and yeah, not even near it, mate. As the ball is heading towards Melbourne's goal, around the 50-metre arc there, you can see that Van Rooyen takes possession of the ball, falls down to the ground, and somehow the ball comes out and goes over the boundary line. It's definitely deliberate. You can see that he's made no attempt to try and keep this in, and then the free kick's awarded, but you just watch him, he's acting like it was a total mistake. Everyone knew exactly what you're doing, mate. You're not that slick. Anyway, that's it for this week. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully next week will be a little bit longer video. And this ended up being 12 plus minutes, so it's not too bad in the end, actually. Anyway, thank you again for watching. The code word to leave in the comments this week is hot potato. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to round 17 oddities of the 2025 season, and I actually don't mind this from Ken Hinkley. Everything doesn't have to be serious all the time. I know his team's down by 21 points at this part of the game, but let the man have some fun. You can't be serious all the time, especially someone like Ken who is always serious. It's good to see this funny side of him. Maybe he's finally relaxing, as he knows he's on his way out. Maybe this is karma that Ben Keys gets given this goal here even though it was touched. This one, funnily enough, did go through the review system, and after reviewing it, they said, no one's touched it, it's a goal. But then AFL has come out today, it's Monday, and they've said, no, this was actually a mistake, this was touched, which you can see from a separate angle. I guess they're under pressure to try and get the ball, get the game back rolling again. Unfortunately, this time they got it wrong. Somehow Peter Wright has been able to get this one past the goalkeeper here. McAndrew is standing on the goal line, and as Peter Wright takes the snapshot around the body, he doesn't make very good connection with it, so he doesn't go over McAndrew's head. But as it bounces on the ground, I don't know if this just sped up once it's touched the ground, changed angles, but McAndrew has just completely missed this, went to score review, and it's a goal. I know Toby Green gets a bad rap, and I probably contribute to that a little bit as well, but Harley Reid obviously has something on his shoulders that he thinks he's better than everyone else. After Angwin takes him over the line, Harley Reid continues on with the tackle and pushes him down on the ground, and then holds his arm on his throat a little bit, and then Toby Green just says, no, not my team, mate, and comes in here. Was quite interesting and probably the right call in the end. After Rankin spoils the ball, he and Salem are fighting for a contest of the ball, and the ball comes loose eventually, and Salem jumps on it, and then he's immediately tackled. Unfortunately, one of the Crows defenders comes in and hits Salem. I don't know if it was in the head or in the ribs with his knee, and later you can hear Salem say that he was knocked out, so there's no way for him to get rid of it, which I don't know if he was knocked out, but he definitely copped a hit, and yeah, he got paid for holding the ball. Now, as you know, I am a Crows supporter, so I have no dog in the fight for this one. I hope you like that pun. But the game here between the Kangaroos and the Bulldogs, I felt like the umpiring was pretty atrocious in the fourth quarter, especially towards the Kangaroos. And in this marking contest here, how did Zurhaar not get paid either the mark or a front-on contact? You can see Taylor Dray has no dog in the fight here, and somehow he's just given away... Well, he hasn't given away a free kick, but the umpire hasn't called it. This is a clear free kick. And this next one also happened in the fourth quarter, and I mean, there's only 50 seconds left, but this is a clear throw, and the umpires are right there, and they still don't pay it. I mean, if I was a Kangaroos fan, I would be absolutely livid with the umpires. After Murphy Reid gets paid a mark, and then eventually Isaac Heaney runs past his defender. He runs on the other side of the mark. He's too close. He's within that 5 metres, so it's a 50-metre penalty. Murphy Reid goes back, and he has a very simple shot at goal here, and somehow misses it. He's just absolutely rushed this, and in the end shanked it. This bounce of the ball here for Bailey was extremely fortuitous, and you can see one of the defenders, I think it's Sin for Port Adelaide, just throw his head back like, are you serious? Somehow this has gone through for a goal. There's a bit to unpack in this one, and ultimately this may have been the turning point in the game where the Dogs were able to take control of the game, just due to poor execution from the Kangaroos. As you can see, Scott takes the mark, and he handballs it back to McKercher, and it's between the two players there of Hardiman and McKercher. So McKercher picks the ball up, and then he handballs it to Hardiman, and he handballs it behind him. So he loses his momentum, which gives Aaron... sorry, that was Riley West that performed the tackle, not Aaron Norton. My apologies. As Petrarca kicks the ball inside the forward 50, you can see Cozzy Pickett uses his own ruckman in Max Gawn, and then he goes up and takes a potential for mark of the year. Don't think it'll win it, but it is a very nice mark. Also, a very interesting fact about Max Gawn, he has played 200 plus games, I can't remember the exact number, and he has not once bounced the ball in a game. That is crazy.
But the D's certainly haven't.
It'll be interesting to see what happens here between Ed Richards and LDU. It looks like, if you slow it down, it looks a lot worse than it is. In fast motion, I think Ed Richards didn't have enough time to really do much about this. In the end, LDU does play on for a little bit before the doctors tell him to come off. He undertakes a HIA and is eventually subbed out of the game due to concussion. Going on the basis of previous AFL situations, Ed Richards probably will get a suspension. Whether that's right or wrong, what do you think? Let me know below. How's Jamie Elliott? He's 32 years old, and he's probably having one of his best seasons of all time. As you can see, the ball gets fumbled, it goes down to the ground, and he doesn't take hardly any time to kick it off the deck and goes through for a goal. The umpiring is so inconsistent, and the fans are just sick of it. There was one very similar to this situation where the Crows had a player running at him. As the player came towards him, he went over the line, and it was paid a free kick for insufficient intent to keep it in. Here you can see the Carlton player has plenty of time to dispose of the ball or do something with it. Mychek tackles him, and eventually in the tackle actually drops the ball. He is over the line, but what do you think? Should have this been paid as holding the ball or insufficient intent to keep the ball in play? I think this should have been a free kick. He had plenty of time to dispose of the ball. He didn't, and he went through for a behind. I think this is what the rule has been made for. This should have been a free. I think this vision here will really hurt the West Coast Eagles today, Monday, when they do their vision review. You can see here that Toby Green just has a clear run at the footy, and there's 5 defenders standing around him, probably almost 6 in that vicinity, and not even one of them contest for the ball. I know they're down by 49 points at this point in the game, but they have to show some sort of effort. They can't just keep getting flogged like this every week when not putting in the effort. They just need to do better than this. I thought the pick up here from Ed Richards was pretty sweet. He ducks the tackle of Jai Simpkin and then just runs away from all the other defenders. Ed Richards is having the season of his career so far. This is probably another example of poor defense. I know the game's over at this point in the game with only 3 minutes left, but just have a look at the willingness to win the ball here from Riley West compared to the defenders. He wants that ball, he wants to kick a goal, and the defenders are just caught napping. No one can lay a tackle, no one can get near him to smother the ball, and eventually kicks a goal. As the Cats rebound the ball into their forward half, Dangerfield receives the ball on the wing, and it looks like he chips the ball from 50 metres out to try and get to Henry, and he's just put a little bit too much on the ball, and eventually this just goes through for a goal. I 100% don't think he was going for goal. I reckon this was a pass. I thought Durham was a little bit rough for this holding the ball call here. You can see the umpire's on the other side, so he's being blindsided. He probably thought Durham did drag the ball in. It's actually being tapped or kicked into his body, and Noble helps him keep it in there. The umpire's blindsided and pays a holding the ball for a kick, and you can see Durham does not agree. In the end, I think the umpire just blew the whistle a little bit late, but you can see that Tuke Miller tries to evade the first defender, and then Zach Merritt comes over the back and tackles him. The tackle does slip loose a little bit early, but Tuke Miller's had plenty of time to dispose of the ball. He doesn't, gets tackled, and then he gets tackled a second time after he pops up, and then the umpire pays a free kick holding the ball, but somehow gives the ball back to Zach Merritt. So I think he's paid holding the ball on the first one. The call was just extremely delayed. You can hear the commentator say, you can see that Nankervis didn't want to take the kick, and then you can see why. He's just kicked this straight too close. If he's not sure, he should just bomb this 50 metres as long as he can. Somehow he's just turned this ball over in the worst spot possible. After a 50 metre penalty is paid to Voss from Fremantle, it puts him probably about 45 metres out, so he'll have to kick just over 50, and he watches what the umpire's saying, and he says here's the mark. But there's no one standing the mark, so he plays on, gains the extra few metres, and goes through and kicks a very nice goal. And he's also very excited to kick this goal. Have a look at the angle that Willie Rioli's on here. He's facing probably 45 degrees the wrong way, and he's kicked it 90 degrees off the side of his boot to go through for a goal. I don't think the commentators really picked up on this and explained how hard of a kick this is, to kick this basically at a 90 degree angle, to kick it with enough power to go through for a goal. This was a very nice goal. What do you think? Could you kick a goal like this? I probably might. Probably not. To be totally honest, no, I'm not kicking that. After Jeremy Cameron takes a very nice mark and then gets a little cheeky one from Nankervis, he goes back and lines up for goal, and this has come off almost the right side of the boot, well, the left side of the boot actually, the wrong side of the boot, and he's actually very lucky that he even scored with this one. He's such a sharpshooter, he ended up kicking his 700th goal for his career, and this one here was an absolute stinker. I like Sanders' little sidestep here, and then he's going to kick it inside the forward 50, and he's just completely shanked this one. After Brodie Grundy kicks the ball inside the Swans forward 50 to absolutely no one, Banfield gets the ball, and as he's being tackled, he just completely one-hand passes this. He throws this, and the umpire hasn't paid a free kick. This is an easy free kick call. I thought the umpires in the Brisbane and Port Adelaide game were pretty average as well. In my opinion, Jack Lukosius should have probably been paid a free kick here, as he's somewhat disrupted in the marking contest or tackled without the ball. And then eventually Lockie Neal picks the ball up and he's tackled and doesn't dispose of the ball legally. That should have been a holding the ball free kick for me. This one happened so fast, I'm actually very surprised the umpire has picked this one up. As you can see, Pink lands down on the ball and he does tap it over. In the slow-mo replay you can kind of see it, and for the umpire to determine whether this was him just falling down and hitting the ball or whether it was intentional, well done to the umpire for picking that up, but I think this one is the right call for me. And this is the last clip here. Unsure how Marcus Bontempelli, the golden child of the AFL, didn't get given a free kick here for holding the ball. Anyway, that's it for this week. Thank you very much for watching. The secret word this week, to leave it in the comments, don't let them know unless it's been right to the end of the video, is quick. The word quick, put it in however you want in a sentence, but don't make it too obvious. And of course, if you made it all the way to the end, please like and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this. Thank you very much. See you next time. Wow, what a round of finals footy. That was the first week of the 2025 AFL final series, and that was pretty awesome. Probably the game I thought was going to be the most boring was the Suns and the Freo game, but that turned out to be actually probably the best game of the round. Also, the Hawks and the GWS game did look like it was going to be a pretty awesome game. In the end, Hawks were just far too good. And anyway, in this clip here, I think Cam Rayner should cop a fine from the AFL for tricking the umpires. He's completely flopped from a very soft push in the back. Little elbow to the back. This would not hurt anyone, let alone a grown man like Cam Rayner. He's gone down way too easy and got the free kick. Then, for some reason, Zach Guthrie comes in to show how strong he is and gives away another free kick. Brisbane end up with two extremely easy and cheap goals. It's just dumb by Geelong, but even dumber by the umpires. Surely they don't get another game for the final series for giving away free kicks like this. This wasn't the only time we saw free kicks happen like this for flops. It was also in the Suns and the Freo game, which I won't highlight, but anyway, I hate this. I hope the AFL fine the players for doing so, and let's move on. After Dangerfield has the ball on the 50-metre arc, he kicks it towards goal. I don't think he's going for a shot at goal here. I think he's just trying to kick it towards there so his teammate can run on and kick a goal. And who else but Ollie Dempsey? He's just popped up out of nowhere and soccered this off the ground. To do this from a 50-metre pass, essentially, is pretty insane. Never played finals once. To have this as the final kick, possibly of your career, to send your team, hopefully they can go another week next week. How many sleeper agents were woken up by this audio clip here?
The first thing they had to do, Hawthorn, was just to halt the momentum, and they've done that. So Hogan kicks a goal early. The dialect here, kicks a goal early, but they've stopped some of the bleeding here. That's the first thing they had to do.
Obviously, hindsight is 2020, and I'm sure Frederick would love to have this one back again, but in the first quarter, he gets the ball clear, and this should be a regular drop punt. For some reason, he's just put it on the ground and dribbled it, and it's actually hit the post, so this ends up as a point. I found this one quite strange because, as you can see, Bailey tries to fend off Stewart, and he wasn't able to do so successfully. As he drops the ball, he does make contact with his foot, so technically, yes, this would be play on. But he's had prior opportunity to get rid of it, so it's one or the other. The umpires probably make the right call in the end here and eventually ball it up. The closest umpire actually pays a free kick to Stewart, but in the end, a umpire who's 60 or 70 metres away overrides this call and says to ball it up, which I think is probably the right decision in this case. What do you think about that one? I thought that this goal here from Briggs was quite nice. He's able to get it out of the ruck and just drop it straight down to the boot and kick a very nice goal, especially when GWS needed this one desperately. As the Gold Coast Suns look to move the ball inside their forward 50, and eventually a kick goes up towards the goal square, and Clark goes back and he spoils this ball through for a point. And just have a look at what happened here. He's put his body on the line here. He actually lands down. I think he wins himself because he was able to play pretty much the rest of the game. So I don't think it came down to concussion or anything like that, but this is very courageous to put his body on the line, and he gives his heart and soul to this club, so very well done to him. I thought this one here from Darcy Moore was very strange. I think he didn't see the Crows player coming at him, and he tried to fake him or change his decision a little bit too late. He wasn't able to do so, and then the Crows turn the ball over and Dawson ends up kicking the goal. Now, I haven't highlighted this in a clip, but if this reaches any other Adelaide Crows fans, why the heck are we booing Isaac Quainer? He's the victim out of all of this. I've seen some comments saying he's the one that got Rankin suspended. That is absolutely disgusting. Anyway, please don't make those sort of comments, or please don't boo these players. They are not the ones that have done anything wrong. Anyway, let's move on. This one here should probably be a little bit higher on the list after you see Tracy runs down and Matt Rao, and he tries to fend off, he tackles him, gets paid for holding the ball, and then Frederick grabs the ball and he tries to play on. and then Anderson grabs him and he's called for holding the ball. That is a double oddity in a final. I think that's the first one I've seen for quite a while. This tackle here from Billy Frampton was absolutely awesome. You can see that Keys has the momentum. He picks the ball up and he actually tries to fend Billy Frampton and he's not able to do so. Billy Frampton latches onto this tackle and just holds on for dear life. This is an awesome tackle. Just the force of it was great. And for Frampton to hold on the whole time and actually tackle him down to the ground without the tackle slipping was fantastic. So I think that's probably my defensive play of the week. After the ball goes inside the forward 50 for the Crows, it actually looks like Alex Neil-Bullen kicks a goal here. He's definitely kicked the ball, so he thinks, you can see by his reaction, he thinks he kicked a goal. But if you actually go back and when they showed the replay, he definitely has kicked the ball, but he's kicked it straight into the back of Billy Frampton. Is that another defensive play of the week? It was obviously an accident. But anyway, yeah, that one sucked. It might be me, but I feel like the umpires this year have been very average, and the umpiring on the weekend for the finals I thought was even worse. There was probably two situations here in about a span of 10 seconds where the umpires could have paid holding the ball both ways. One to the Hawks, one to the GWS. The umpires haven't paid anything. You can actually see right at the end of this clip that Tom Green is absolutely livid with Himmelberg for not handing the ball off a little bit inside the club. That's obviously not going well, and they won't be moving on next week. This one here just reminded me of that meme where the guy's like, is that allowed? Is that allowed? You can see Anderson's trying to rub the blood off of Matt Rowe's face so he doesn't get sent off with a blood rule. I mean, it's probably not a great look, but anyway. I mean, love him or hate him, Nick Dacos, he's a freak. Everyone would love to have him at your club. And the way he's kicked this ball, I thought was quite strange because it looked like a check side almost. And somehow it sort of does bend a little bit, but it almost goes straight. He sort of flicked this ball by the looks of it. I don't know how he's done this, but anyway. I love him, but also hate him because he kills my team every single time. Have a look at how much time is left, and Luke Jackson's able to take a contested mark like this and go back and kick the goal. This here was an extremely important part of the game, and very well done to him for sticking this mark. I thought this was a little bit interesting by the umpire. You can see that Cox punches the ball away, and then Humphrey grabs the ball. He's pretty much stationary, and he grabs the ball with no real pressure on him. No one pushes him over the line. He just takes the ball and takes a couple steps over the line. I mean, either way, pay it as a throw-in or a insufficient intent to keep the ball in. I think that's probably the right call. I think this should have been a free kick because he made no attempt to keep the ball in. There was no pressure there, so I don't know. What do you think? I thought Moore was very clever here in this instance. You can see that he punches the ball away in the spoil. He's able to go back and then grab it with two hands, and yeah, that's a mark. I think this is another example of why the umpiring was pretty poor on the weekend. Barras has a chance to dispose of the ball before taking on the tackle. He takes the tackle on and then the ball gets knocked out in the tackle. For me, it should have been holding the ball. In the context of the game, this was a glaring mistake here by Cadman, by the young fella. You can see the ball goes inside the forward 50. He takes a mark, and I don't know if he thinks this has been called touched, so it's play on. I don't know, but he plays on very quickly and tries to check side the ball, and eventually just misses. So that one there is a coach killer and a team killer. You just got to hate this when you're already down by 29 points. After Newcombe takes their mark on pretty much the centre half back, you can see that Jones doesn't stand after the umpire tells him to do so. So Newcombe gets a 50-metre penalty. He runs down the other end and he notices that there's no one standing the mark. There's no one in front of him. So he just continues to play on, goes through and kicks the very first goal for the Hawks. And this is the last clip, and man, this one just hurts to rewatch yet again. You can see that the ball gets over the back and Thilthorpe is able to grab the ball, and on the other angle replay we can actually see that there's no one in front of him So I have no idea why he's handballed this over the top, trying to get Keys involved. You're the full forward, just go and kick the ball. I don't know why this happened. Obviously there's been a fair bit of talk about this. He's obviously, well, in my opinion, maybe he's not in the right mental state or can't handle the finals pressure. Either way, hopefully next week he will do better. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next week. Ta-ta! Or the secret code, let's do that. Let's write in music. Let's put the word music in your comments. Hello and welcome to round 18 oddities of the 2025 AFL season. If you can tell by my voice, I am sick yet again. Whatever this thing that is going around is really kicking my butt. Anyway, I've still been able to do this episode, so thank you for watching. If you're new to the channel and you do like these videos, please subscribe. Okay, so in this first clip, I reckon this might be the worst shank I have ever seen. It may be one of the worst misses for goal besides Cameron Ling's one. And this didn't even register a score. I have absolutely no idea how he stuffs this up. Someone who's a key forward who gets paid mega bucks to kick goals, and he just completely shanks this. This one, I am speechless. I think we can all agree that the Richmond and Bombers game was probably one of the worst games of football ever to be seen. Kazitsky, who just made it back into the side after Lynch was out from suspension, and then he just does stuff like this. He just passes over the top. You're a key forward, just go back and kick the goal. Luckily, it didn't cost his team the game. After Will Ashcroft is lining up for goal from about 50 metres out, he knows he doesn't have the distance, but he still has a ping anyway, and the ball falls short. It actually falls probably only a metre short of the goal line, and there's 5 Carlton defenders right there, especially Pitnet, who's your ruckman, and Wiedering, who's your key defender. They could have gone back and punched this ball through. Somehow, nobody's got a hand to this ball, and it goes through for a goal. How's this goal from Jason Horne-Francis after he gets the ball from a ruck contest? He picks it up with one hand and then kicks it off the boot with his one hand, and it somehow goes through the defender's legs, just completely nutmegs him. He goes through and he kicks a miraculous goal. This had to be goal of the week for me. This one happened fairly fast, and I'm assuming the umpire didn't see what happened, but you can see that Curtin has the ball. He gets tackled, and Max Michelani just rips the ball out of his hands and then handballs it out. And yeah, this is completely holding the ball. The umpires missed this one. I'm assuming he was blindsided. I think this was a bit of a talking point through the week, especially for the Western Bulldogs. Well, against them technically. The umpire bounces the ball and it just falls short of the centre circle. And I don't know, it was most of the times you see the umpire call this back. Riley O'Brien's the only one who's able to get to it. I don't know if English was able to or if it was too far out. Barry gets clearance and it ends up with a very quick Crows goal. I actually do agree with the commentators. I thought this one should have been brought back because it was to the advantage of Riley O'Brien, and Tim English wasn't able to get back properly to contest this ball. As Paddy Cripps lines up for goal, he tries to kick it from 50 metres out and he completely shanks the kick. Somehow the umpires picked out a movement on the mark free, which if you watch the replay, there's no way this should have been a free kick. 50 metre penalty is what it ended up as, and then 3 votes Cripps gets a very easy goal at the front of the goal square. I think this clip here pretty much sums up the whole night from the Bombers. It was an extremely poor show. I mean, we kind of expect this sort of behaviour out of Richmond. No offence to Richmond fans, they're a fairly young and inexperienced team. The Bombers should be, how many times are we going to say it? They're not making finals yet again. And just have a look at this. They can't handball cleanly, and Caddy tries to kick it off the ground and just has a fresh air swing, however you want to say it. And yeah, their skills were just well below average. I thought this play here by the GWS Giants was pretty awesome. It was a very good team play, and how's the pickup from Xavier O'Halloran in between the legs after kicking it into his teammate? I think Cozzy Pickett is just lucky that Aaron Norton exists, otherwise this probably would have got Shank of the Week. As the ball is about to be thrown in, you can actually see the field umpire tell the boundary umpire just wait because there's no rucks that have been nominated, and the boundary umpire obviously didn't hear, and he's thrown it in anyway, and the umpire has to say no rucks because nobody nominated. I don't know how often this happens where the ball's thrown in where there's absolutely no rucks. Sometimes it happens when there's only one because the other team doesn't nominate, but very rare that both teams don't nominate for a ruck. How's the leg from pit net from 60 odd metres out? He's just completely torped this and it's gone through for a goal. How's that for a quarter time break? As Sicily kicks the ball inside the Hawks forward 50, the ball comes down from Watson and eventually hits Heath Chapman's foot, and it looks like it goes out of bounds on the full, and even he thinks it. You can just see his reaction as he throws his head back. He knows he's just kicked this out of bounds on the full. The umpires, I don't know if they didn't see his reaction or what, but they decided to throw this ball in. Sometimes as an umpire you have to wait for the call to see where the teams run, because sometimes they do just dob themselves in. As the ball is kept in for Carlton, he tries to keep it in the corridor, tries to kick it in there, and the umpire gets in the way of Cowan. Cowan doesn't see him, he goes for the mark, but the umpire is in the way. It's very weird positioning for the umpire to be there. He probably thought it was going to be a throw-in, and eventually wasn't, but he didn't clear the area and ended up with this collision. I haven't seen what the results are, but I would hate to see Cowan get suspended for this or even a fine. I think the umpire's in the wrong here. As the ball is inside the Hawks forward 50, it ends up on the ground and McDonald just kicks it straight off the deck. It goes through about 3 Dockers defenders and no one's able to touch it. Ends up going through for a goal.
If it didn't catch a foot on the way through, it is a brilliant finish.
At least the umpire's got this one right as Lockie Neal kicks the ball. It's an absolute scrubber of a kick, but it hits Petra Cripp's foot and then eventually goes out of bounds on the full. And the umpire's seen this and paid it.
Palm down to Neal, and that's on the full, off the boot of Cripps, and that'll be a free kick.
After Butterick from the Swans has been called for holding the ball, Collingwood kick the ball outside of their defensive 50, and you can see the umpire there call play on advantage, but this is clearly not an advantage, and luckily the umpire down the field said no, bring it back, because there was no clear advantage to this. But I don't think I've seen it before where an umpire has paid advantage and then it be brought back. But the Brisbane Lions would like to know about that one.
Once you paid it, I think it's on, isn't it? You can't say, oh no.
As the ball fumbles its way inside the Brisbane Lions forward 50, Eric Hipwood is tackled and then he doesn't go to ground, which is great. He's able to use those strong hips and frame to get out of the tackle, but he has teammates there. He could have passed this off to Ashcroft, or he could have looked for a kick inside towards the goal. Instead, he was extremely selfish, tried to go for a goal, which would have been a very hard thing after just freeing yourself from the tackle, and of course he completely shanks it. This is just an extremely selfish play, and I hate to see it. I know the forwards are there to kick goals, but kick it when it's on. If it's not, just get rid of the bloody thing. Somehow Baker wasn't called for holding the ball here. He had plenty of time to dispose of the ball. I guess the tackle did slip off at the end there, and he's able to go through and kick probably a goal of the week contender, and just shanks it from pretty close out. He would kick this 9 out of 10 times, so fortunately for him and the West Coast Eagles, he wasn't able to convert. I have absolutely no idea why Wagner is contesting this. He's saying he's slapped it on, and you can see his hand goes under the ball and flicks it towards his teammate to continue the ball on. If this was rugby maybe, but that is a clear throw, mate. What are you talking about? As the ball goes in the Suns forward 50, you can see that King takes a contested somewhat mark. It's not paid, it's definitely not a mark, but eventually he has the ball and he looks like he's about to kick it, and he fakes a couple defenders from the Pies and he goes through and kicks a scrubber off the ground. I thought this was very good and quick thinking from the big fella. As the ball comes to ground, the ruckman Flynn is pushed as he kicks the ball from Alia, and he runs on, and as you can see, at the very point when the ball goes out of bounds, he's probably only a metre or 2 at the most away from the ball, and the umpire pays this insufficient intent. The ball takes a turn. You can see it actually bends around just because of the way the ball is. But he's being pushed as he's kicked this. I feel like this should not be paid as insufficient intent. And this rule is, the umpires have to do better than this, because when it's called like this, it's just extremely frustrating to watch. As the ball goes inside the Brisbane Lions forward 50, you can see right at the back of the pack, Motlop has the ball and he handballs it over for a point. He's just outside the 9 metre mark, and therefore he's paid a deliberate free kick against, and the Lions kick a goal. I thought Josh Dacos was extremely lucky to not be paid a free kick against for this, for holding the ball. You can see that he has time to dispose of the ball. He's tackled, spun around, has time to dispose of the ball, gets sort of knocked out in the tackle and then held against his body. Usually the umpire pays a free kick against, but not when you play for the lovely black and white stripes. Sometimes you just think the umpires need to make a call, because they're going to review it before the ball gets bounced anyway. So if you call it a goal, it gets reviewed. Howe clearly touched this before it went over the line, but how's this pose from him? You can see he's just fully stretched out like Superman to deny this goal. That's my defensive play of the week. And this is the last clip here, but as you can see, the Bombers kick the ball back inside the forward 50, and I don't think he controls this for long enough. I think he has it in one hand and then he brings his other hand over. For me, that kind of is a fumble, because he doesn't have full control of the ball. So it probably should have been out of bounds, and I'm not sure if the first contact with the ball was inside the bounds anyway. So anyway, this was paid a mark. In the long run, didn't matter because the Tigers still won. So thank you for watching. Again, if you're new to the channel, please do subscribe. I'm trying to get to 20,000 subs by the end of the season. At this rate, it's not going to happen, but I still appreciate you guys watching anyway. Thanks again, and I'll see you next week. I almost forgot the code word. If you made it all the way to the end of the video, leave the word rain in the comments below. Don't tell anyone what it's about. Let's see if they can figure it out. Hello and welcome to round 19 oddities. This first clip here, you can see that Durham connects with Chera, and I'm a little bit on the fence of this because while I do agree Durham probably overran the ball and hit Chera a high, definitely high, so therefore he gets the 2-week suspension, but then also he's doing the right thing in protecting himself by turning side on, which is something that you're taught in juniors. When you're going for the ball and there's going to be a contact, you don't lead with your head. This is just something that you learn from a very young age. And for some reason, Chera's gone down with his head down first. This can be extremely dangerous for him, also for Durham. But I don't know. I think this is the right call in the end. But either way, I'm not victim blaming, so to speak. But I just don't like it either way. Early in the second quarter, there's a ruck contest in the forward 50 for the Blues, and for some reason, De Koning, I'm assuming he's just trying to tap it to his teammate, somehow gets it extremely wrong and ends up just booting it 40 metres into the crowd. I don't think I've seen a shank out of a ruck contest before. After the Bombers give away a free for insufficient intent, Jack Silvani gets the free kick from the boundary line, and he looks like he's going to kick it inside the forward 50, and because this happened so fast, I don't think it was televised as much, but this probably has to be one of the worst kicks at AFL level that I have ever seen. This one is an absolute stinker. After Richmond get a free kick for insufficient intent, you can see that the human meatball has the ball, and he fakes not only one but two Swans defenders for a contender for goal of the year.
And then Prestia here, so Ramby has to come in double step. Little banana, you beauty. Great composure in that scenario by Prestia.
As Shaq would say in Shacked a Fool, there's a sniper in the building. Lohman just goes down like someone's just hit him extremely high, looking for a free. Come on, man. Do better.
A good first touch, Ty Gallop there. Nearly had a hand in a goal assist.
I thought this one here was quite an interesting call. I'd love to see your comments below. Do you reckon this should have been a free against Nick Martin? He did try to make it look like he was fumbling the ball after the handball. It was close to the point line, but I guess ultimately there was no one there trying to defend him. There was no immediate pressure for him to go over the line. He probably could have kept it in play, but leave your comment below. Do you reckon this should have been a free kick or not? I reckon Aaron Norton could learn a thing or two from the boundary line dog. I thought this tackle here from Butters was actually pretty clever. You can see that he wraps up O'Halloran and he actually wraps his legs around his legs, so he's got no opportunity to kick the ball. He's also holding one arm back behind him, so he can't handball the ball. And I don't know what the umpire wants O'Halloran to do here, because there's no way he can legally dispose of the ball. He could drop it and try and make it look like he's kicked the ball, but that is still probably holding the ball. So well done to Butters for clever thinking. In this one here, you can see that the boundary line umpire has thrown the ball in extremely short. It doesn't go probably more than 20 metres, 15 metres in, and it hits Guelphy on the back of the head. The umpire should have called this one back and redo the throw in, because if the two rucks don't touch it, if someone else touches it before it touches the ground, that's technically a free kick. But that's only if someone does it intentionally. This was just a bad throw. Umpire should have called this one back. John Newcomb got absolutely smacked in the face and somehow gave away a free.
Free kick to Newcomb, who's held off the footy. It's against Newcomb, who's arguing his case. Kennedy gets it. Media this is forward of the wing for the Hawks.
Hindsight is always 20/20. Looking back, if this was a goal, that means Melbourne would have won the game. But for some reason, Bailey Fritsch gets the ball inside the forward 50 and decides to play on. If he just went back and took the set shot, likely kicks the goal, Melbourne would have won. Here's another one for you. Do you reckon Cozzy Pickett did this on purpose or not? After the ball goes down to the ground, he tries to pick it up. He actually fumbles it down to the ground, and it looks like it to me that he just kicks it forward to try and gain territory. But he's connected with it pretty well, and this actually ends up rolling through for a goal. Probably one of the better accidental goals I've seen for a long time. You've probably seen this one online already, but in a marking contest, Melksham actually gets pushed by Moore, who then goes into Howe, and then somehow gives away the free kick. The umpire is obviously blindsided. All he's seen is Howe go down and Melksham possibly tunnelling him. So the umpire's paid a free kick. On replay, which the umpires don't have, this was a pretty bad call. Now, Port Adelaide fans might be able to clue me in on this, but I think Ollie Wines has done the ruck inside the forward 50 a couple times, not too successfully. But in this one here, you can see that Ollie Wines nominates as the ruck, and then O'Halloran is there to man him up. He obviously doesn't hear the call that Ollie Wines is the ruck, and as he engage more so, I guess, a mid, who usually gets manned up at that point, give away the free kick, and then they can have a free shot at goal. And this one here, Ollie Wines kicks the goal. If they've done this on purpose, it's actually pretty smart. After there was a bit of a scramble for the ball, the Crows end up with slight possession of it, and then Cumming, I think he's trying to tap this on, but he gets it very wrong. He actually just completely throws this. I'm not sure what he was thinking here, and a very easy or go for goal. Actually put a bit more effort into it. Overall, the Lions lost because they just couldn't execute, and there's no way the Crows should have won this one. The West Coast Eagles and North Melbourne game, for a low-scoring game in the last quarter, was actually a pretty good watch. This goal here by Brockman was pretty awesome and set the pace with 15 minutes left, put the West Coast Eagles up by 16. With less than 3 minutes left in the game, North Melbourne were able to come back within 3 points. And a marking contest in here, and Zerha's at the front of the pack, and he marks it, kicks truly, and puts North Melbourne in front. Look at the passion. There's a fair bit happening in this clip with just over a minute left. You can see McDonald gets the ball, almost gets called for holding the ball, and Stevens able to jump over the tackle and get the ball out. It eventually goes down into the Roos forward 50. through a ruck contest. Simpkin gets the ball, he has a shot to ice the game. They're up by 3, if he kicks a goal with a minute left, they win. He takes a shot at goal and he misses. You can see on his face he knows he's stuffed up. And then from the kick in, they just go, the West Coast Eagles try to go straight through the guts, just absolutely send it, and then Sheasel's able to get the ball, handball over the top to their captain, who goes through and finally kicks the goal to win the game. That last quarter was fairly exciting to watch. As the ball goes inside the Swans forward 50, Heaney isn't able to quite mark it, bounces just before he gets the ball, and he's confronted by Vloston, and he just says, "No thanks mate, I'm all good, I've got a Colgate ad to do." Pushes him down to the ground and eventually goes to Jordan, who kicks the goal. Thought this mark by Impey was quite nice. As GWS get control of the footy in their defensive 50, you can just watch Willie Rioli just sort of hold off for a little bit, wait for that handball, and he just jumps through, steals the ball, and kicks a very nice goal. This short clip probably doesn't do it justice, but after watching the Cats and the Gold Coast Suns game, it was absolutely bucketing down. The skills were extremely poor because of the wet and the greasy footy, but Tyson Stengel goes back and kicks it from a pretty tough angle, even in the dry, and he's absolutely smoked this in the wet. That is an absolutely beautiful kick. That is a goal of the week for me. And that's it for this video. Thank you very much for watching. Footy back on again tonight, so let's go. Hopefully I'm all caught up to it now. We'll get back into round 14 very soon. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to round 21 oddities of the 2025 AFL season. In this very first clip, Cleary has just come on as the sub for the Swans, and he has a very easy shot at goal, and he's just so lazy with it, just so relaxed, sorts of kicks it across his body a little bit, and somehow he misses this. On the replay we can actually see he doesn't make any connection with the ball, and this goes through for a behind. This may be one of the worst misses of the season, if not of all time. This was an absolute gimme, and somehow he's stuffed it. There were some awesome marks on the weekend, and this is probably one of my favourite here from both Bench and Burns. They both put their body on the line, knowing that there probably was contact coming, and they still went up and had a very good contested mark here from Bench. You just got to love it when the guys put their bodies on the line. I thought this whole situation here was very odd from the umpires. As you can see after the replay, D'Ambrosio does touch the ball. Rankin knows that he's touched it because you can see he's sort of waiting to see if the umpire's paid a mark or if he's going to say play on touched. The umpire, it's so loud, obviously Sicily can't hear it, and you see him looking at the umpire and he's not fully committed to the tackle, but he is sort of corralling Rankin to make sure that he's not able to get away. There's definitely a lot of confusion around here, but you can see the way that Rankin's acting, the umpire should have called this one back in my opinion and just got them both to reset, because both Rankin and Sicily both obviously saw or believed that it was touched. The umpire didn't believe it and then gave away a 50-metre penalty, which I think is pretty harsh considering the circumstances of the way that the players acted. Rankin definitely knew this was touched, and the umpire gave away a 50-metre penalty for probably the wrong reason in my opinion. Anyone that says Nick Dacos doesn't get the glaze from the umpires and the commentators is absolutely blind. You can see here, if this was any other player, if the roles were reversed, if it was Dunkley getting tackled by Nick Dacos, he would have got given holding the ball, 50-metre penalty, and just give him the Brownlow right now. This here, you can see Nick Dacos tries to outrun the defender, doesn't. He gets tackled down to the ground, and then as he's tackled down, he has plenty of opportunity to get rid of the ball, and after he's hit the ground, then handballs the ball away. I understand why this could be called play on, but I believe if this was anyone else, then this would have been called holding the ball for me. Not to mention that he also went out of bounds and the umpire still didn't pay it somehow. I thought this marking contest here between Sicily and Taylor Walker was really good for both players, and even better from the umpires. I know I give the umpires a bad rap pretty much week on out, but I thought the non-decision here from the umpire was absolutely perfect. You can see both players only have eyes for the ball, and there's a collision in mid-air, which is totally fine if both players have eyes for the ball. And I'm very glad that the umpires didn't pay a free kick against Sicily. We see it way too many times in this situation where the forward gets the benefit of the doubt. But luckily the umpires could play on because both players have eyes for the ball. And yeah, I'd love to see decisions like this get a no call more often. Just two fierce competitors going for it. Love it. Watching this one live, I actually thought this was a throw from Norton, but watching it, it actually comes off of Norton, and it's Whitfield who has the ball, and it just bounces off his arm. And the way it works, it kind of does make it look like it's a throw, but it's not. And unfortunately for GWS, and luckily for Lockie McNeil, the ball lands right in his lap, and he kicks a goal. How's this mark here from Norton? It took him 6 touches of the ball to secure the grab, but luckily he's kept it in front of him, and none of the GWS defenders are able to knock it out of his hands, and it's a mark. As the Cats are looking to attack, the ball goes over to Dempsey, who picks the ball up and does a little side kick almost there towards Martin, who takes a slips catch, and he just dives down and grabs the ball. Looks like it touches the ground, but watching the replay, I think he's actually kept this up off the ground. And how's this from the sub? Love it. He goes on to kick 4 goals in a row. Crazy. I know last week we were absolutely loving on Messiah, and again this week he's an absolute gun. Watch him absolutely burst out of this pack here, just burn off his defender, and at full pace he takes 3 bounces and he's able to kick the ball inside the forward 50 and find a teammate. That is extremely hard to do, and well done to him. Pay the man his money. The ball goes inside the GWS forward 50, and one of the crowd or someone throws the second ball back into the field of play, and it doesn't look like it takes a huge amount of contest or JJ's ability to enter into the contest because the ball's in the way, and GWS go through and kick a goal, and the umpire hasn't stopped play for the second ball on, which is, I don't know, that could be the definition of an oddity right there. The footy gods were looking out for the Bulldogs on this one after McMullen takes a dive and the umpires falled for it. You can see that he's lowered his legs and got the high tackle free. I hate this. I just wish that the umpires wouldn't call this at all. Anyway, he goes back, takes a set shot at goal and completely shanks it. So yeah, I guess that's footy karma. The footy gods are listening, whatever you believe in. Unbelievable. How do you miss from there? How good was this tackle from Barris? You can see that Rankin gets the ball. He's trying to burst through the pack. He tries to fool Barris with the fake handball, so he jumps one way and he can run around him. Barris says, I ain't falling for that, and he just launches onto Rankin. Very nice solid tackle. Well done to him. Okay, I said before that might be the definition of an oddity, and this could very well be the definition of a double oddity. As you can see, Wiedering gets the ball, he goes to kick it, and I think he changes his mind, so he doesn't kick it, and he just drops the ball down on the ground. After he picks it up, he takes a quick kick because he knows he's about to be tackled. The ball takes a pretty harsh turn out towards the boundary, and then the umpire pays insufficient intent. There's no way he meant to kick this out of bounds, and it's just a rushed kick from being under pressure. And yeah, somehow the umpire's paid a free kick here. Yeah, now that one is a double oddity. Will Ashcroft has the ball in his defensive 50, and at the start Bobby Hill's actually with the trainer and he looks like he's injured, and so I guess Will Ashcroft has seen this too, or maybe he didn't see Bobby. He's gone back to kick to his defender, and he's just, yeah, Bobby Hill doing Bobby Hill stuff. Kind of reminds me of Jose Alvarado from the Pelicans in the NBA a little bit. If you know, you know. McCluggage had an absolute beauty of a game on the weekend. As you can see here, he probably has every right to take a ping at goal, but he does the team thing. He knows his team needs a better shot at goal, and just look at the angle that he's kicked this. It's almost a snapshot away from the goal to set up Rayner, who goes back and eventually kicks the goal. I absolutely love Rankin for this sort of stuff. As you can see, he's got Blake Hardwick on him, who can't keep up because Rankin is quite fast. He too does the team thing and keeps the ball in play, and then Thilthorpe's able to just soccer the ball in from inside the goal square. Sometimes speed like this truly does kill. Has this kick here from the old boy Dangerfield on the left, if you don't mind. I'm pretty sure Will Day had a goal very similar to this earlier in the year as he kicks towards goal, and the ball just somehow seems to bounce up and over the defender's head, who's not able to spoil the ball or rush it through for a behind. Ends up being a very nice Will Day goal. As Rankin kicks the ball inside the forward 50, Thilthorpe's able to get away from his defender, and he just completely drops an absolute sitter. Luckily, he's able to get the ball and kick towards goal and eventually kick the goal. But yeah, something like that could really cost the Crows, especially at this point in the game when they'd only kicked one goal. Sometimes you just have to laugh, especially when it's players like Papley who talk so much smack, and then he's taken a shot at goal here and he's just completely missed it, ended up on his bum, and the first gamer, Newen, just walks straight over the top of him. That's a pretty risky move, young fella. Again, McCluggage had probably one of the better games I've seen him have for a very long time. After Jamie Elliott picks the ball up, you can see him, he sees McCluggage and he thinks, I'm just going to run straight through, but McCluggage grabs him, rolls him over, and a very nice clean tackle gets called for holding the ball. Very well done from both players, but even better from McCluggage. Pitnet, who absolutely smoked one from here not too long ago, somehow decides to give the ball up to Mackay, and he just launches it on the left and kicks it out of bounds on the full. You think if your teammate calls for it, you got to do better than that, otherwise you're not getting the next one, fella. After Motlop takes a mark pretty much in the middle of the ground on the wing, I guess, you can see that he goes to play on, but he does not see Switkowski standing right there. He waits, Switkowski waits until the umpire's called play on, and he tackles him immediately, and that's holding the ball. He obviously didn't have a situational awareness there, otherwise he would have seen Switkowski, and I'm sure he wouldn't have played on. And this is it for this week. Thank you very much for watching. After Ed Richards marks the ball inside the centre square, he goes back and he tries to kick it forward towards Darcy, I'm assuming, or one of the forwards, and he's probably just made a little bit too good of a connection on it. He goes over the top of the marking pack and just happens to roll through for a goal. At this point in the game, people probably don't care too much because of the scoreline, but a very nice goal nonetheless. Today's comment to put down in the comment section below is fella. I've used it a couple times, and ironically I just realised that I used it a lot, so put that down below. If you're new, please do subscribe. If you're already part of the channel, do leave a like, leave a comment. It helps push this video out to more people. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next week.